Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Oh, testing. Resting. What's another one that we didn't say? We got zesting, we got testing, resting, pesting. There's nothing else. There's nothing else. If you can name another one, then I can't English. You beat me when it comes to the game of English. Pet string? Pet sting? That doesn't matter. No, that doesn't count. It has to be something that's like ESTING. Okay, that one counts. I'm not gonna continue with this though. Besting, yeah, besting counts too. Okay, you guys got me. We're back for another part of the level 1 DLC playthrough. I can't even speak. We got 21 hours, 29 minutes, and 52 seconds on this character. That is as of Mesmer being dead last night, so I still have to kill the golden hippo to get to Jory, to get to Midra. It's the first thing I wanted to do today. And then we have to do Bale, we have to do Radon, obviously. Romina, Putrid, and the Shadow Tree Avatar, and I think that's everything in the DLC that's major. So whatever we need to do to get it. Oh, also Materia, we have to do Materia as well. So there's a handful of stuff. A lot of it is much easier than the rest of it. So yeah, let's see what we can do. I haven't tried the hippo yet. Let's see if the hippo is easy. Also, for anyone that's wondering what's going on with chat as well, I have the original chat software that I was using to merge YouTube and Twitch together. So on the screen, of course, the display is not as nice. It's not as fancy, but it's there. So if there's any issues with it showing up on screen or not being able to read anything, let me know. And again, it's not as nice as the other one was with visibility, but I can actually guarantee you everybody that's typing does show up. So we don't have to worry about not being able to read the YouTube comments. And as far as Twitch crashing, I think it crashed yesterday or the day before. Apparently my bitrate is too high for Twitch. I have no idea how it's even possible because I have it set to the maximum, like the actual perfect amount. So I don't know how to look into that. But if anything crashes on either platform, definitely type it in chat so I know immediately. Playing Pokemon Unbound. What is Pokemon Unbound? Okay, we got 400,000 from Mesmer, and I don't think we got any fragments from killing him, so that doesn't really matter too much. Let me go back and let's just try to kill the hippo. Let's go for the hippo right away. Why not? Every time you reach Touch Grace, you read Touch Grass. That would be the hippie version of the game. It's the America DLC where you go into like the shaman village and make necklaces and touch grass. Is your character Geralt of Rivia? No, it's actually just like an old man that stayed in shape and was called upon at the worst possible time. He was about to eat a bran muffin fresh out of the microwave, 30 seconds with butter, and have probably the best read of the crossword section of the newspaper he's ever experienced. And right as he's opening the newspaper, gets the call from Miyazaki and gets called in to do level 1. So that's unfortunately the reality of this character. It's kind of sad, but we're gonna make use of him so he can get back home to his muffin. Okay, apparently I remembered that attack. Does he do that twice? Nope, but he does that right after. Okay, cool. Hasn't Twitch been stuck at 4,000 forever? For the bitrate, it was set to a maximum of 6,000 originally, so I don't think they've changed it since then. It might have been 4,000 a long time ago.
Might be mended.
Like years ago.
So the world might be mended.
I was gonna eat some frosted flakes, but I ran out of bowls. Mana is to blame.
For some reason, my recent events is not showing up on the screen. Let me double check if this is just being weird. Okay, wait 1 second. Let me redo this because I can't see any events that are happening.
Let strength be granted.
Why
so
is that a
the
thing?
world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
How we doing?
Everything's disappeared. How could this happen to me? I see no alerts. My eyeballs are hurting. That doesn't rhyme. Okay. I'm gonna make a new alert window because I can't see anything.
It came in, it's so...
Let's see. I don't know if you guys have this issue on your computer. My computer literally eats applications and puts them in a space that doesn't exist. Like, imagine it has a fourth screen where things could go, but it actually doesn't exist. Things go to this imaginary place and they come back when the computer feels like it, but they can't be moved even by the preview on the toolbar by right-clicking at all. Like, there's not even an option to move it, though it's there. But it's not anywhere on any of the screens, so I have no idea where this place is. It's mysterious. But this is the price you pay when you don't get high-quality monitors that all match the same resolution, and you acquire them over time and never switch them. So one rule of thumb, if you want to start streaming, get the same monitors or the same resolution at the very least. You have more than one. And you probably won't have this imaginary black hole that eats your windows. And you'll probably grow your channel quicker than I did. So there you go. All right, that's good enough. Alien, thank you for the 18 months. Welcome back, dude. Okay, now everything's set up properly. Bruns, thank you for the 38 months. Or sorry, the 48 months. And the tier 2 resub as well. And Blake, thank you for the 8 months, man. I appreciate it. Bruns, you're saying you're going to eat some Frosted Flakes, but you ran out of bowls. Mana is to blame? Why is Mana to blame? What did he do? I feel like you are trying to blame Mana so you can hide all of those dirty secrets, dude. You're trying to like sweep everything under the rug by using him, you know? Ate all the bowls. Oh, it was him, damn it. He did eat the bowls. I was wrong. Man, that sucks when you try to be like an all-round good person and you're trying to critique people based on their credibility in the situation. Like you're not giving anybody an easy time, and then you're wrong. And the guy just actually ate the cereal bowls of yours, so you couldn't have cereal.
Squilla,
It's
new
like-
Call of Duty is out. Let's see high pay.
It's like when the dog eating your homework is real. Oh god. Oh. Zinky, thank you for the 11 months. Is it actually out right now? I thought Call of Duty comes out in November or something like that. Does it come out in October now? I thought it used to be September, and then they moved it to November. But to be fair, the last time I bought a Call of Duty game when it came out was probably 2015 or 14 or something like that. No, probably 2014. Curbs, what's up, dude? Good to see you. So I don't think we're going to need to have a rune arc to kill the hippo. It's probably going to be pretty easy. What was my dinner today? I haven't eaten dinner yet. I have no idea what dinner is going to be. No clue. I'll let you know if you remember to ask the next time you're here. But pasta with ragu sounds okay. Like it sounds like it tastes good. I can't eat pasta that often, unfortunately. But the ragu sounds good. 100%. Stuck on Queen of the Full Moon, Luke. You mean like the one in the DLC, or do you mean in the main game? Wendy's enthusiasts will do anything to avoid accountability. But Wendy's also has its own accountability, separate from the person. Like, it has credibility by default. So you don't really need to be that accountable, do you? Like, the thing is, when you're comparing, like, a food place such as Wendy's to a not so food place like Arby's, like, they don't really sell food there, right? Like, quotations. It's different rules, right? Oh man, we're never getting sponsored by them. Oh boy. The funny thing is too, like I actually have a friend that was sponsored by Wendy's, and McDonald's did offer us a sponsorship at one point during the time I wasn't streaming. So it's actually possible that maybe Arby's, I don't think they'd have the budget particularly for these places, but like maybe Arby's gets included one day and I actually get in trouble because of all the stuff we've said about them.
Granted, so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
31 for the goat.
Your guy B, thank you for the 31 months. Welcome back, dude. I'm gonna try to see if I can put that resub to good use by actually giving you content that includes me not dying within 2 hits on this hippo. It's got to survive 2 hits, that's it. Oh, too late. It's over. Unsub. I mean, you might as well just like take a mind eraser and then make a copy of the mind eraser for like any friends and family that you've told about this content, and then erase your mind first. Use the extra ones to erase their memories of you telling them the stuff, and then maybe even erase your own identity so you don't remember who you are, in case that you know yourself so well that you remember even if the mind eraser doesn't work. And then we're good. Sounds easy and logical, yeah, definitely. Definitely a simple fix. Okay, I gotta check the talismans as well. I gotta remember this guy's moveset as well. So basically just obnoxious running attack and regular attacks until he flies. You may have goofed up because you voted your own prediction yesterday and it doesn't let you select the winner if you voted. Really? That's interesting. Used to be a hater of Arby's, but this week they proved you wrong. Really? Okay, I want to have a extremely sophisticated debate for over an hour with you as to why Arby's isn't real. And that you hallucinated having actual food from a place that seemed to be like it was Arby's on the side of the road, but it wasn't even there. Favorite restaurant in the US, Francis? So I live in Canada, but in the US, the best place I've been to would be hard to compare. Because I don't typically go to mainstream restaurants that often. I go to like the really weird, hard places to find that like no one knows about. So my favorite place in the US literally is not even like, there's only one location, I think. I can't even remember what, like, it was in Vegas. It was like this Hawaiian seafood fusion place. I'm pretty sure it's one of the few that exists, if any. But yeah, this one Hawaiian seafood fusion place was crazy. Probably still the best place I've been to in the US so far. But I haven't gone to a lot of restaurants there. And I'd be willing to take recommendations if you guys that live in the US know anywhere that's worth it. But like only if it's actually like good food, because I'm pretty specific. Like a North American style restaurant that's like high end doesn't really impress me. So it would have to be like some really particular food of a certain kind. Like I want like, you know, fusion, like combinations of different cuisines, certain cultures, foods that you don't really get authentically in a lot of places, that kind of stuff. Nice, nice. 1, 2, and then regular bite. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Beautiful. One, 2, and then just that one white, I think, maybe. It's still trying to bite me over there, but I'm not even in the same area code. That's a completely different place. Couldn't see anything there. That was kind of weird. Okay. Coming up with ways for you to have a sponsor from them. That's funny. Hey guys, I used to talk so much crap about Arby's, but that was until I tried their new meat on a bun burger without any sauce. Tried their new meat on a bun burger without any sauce. Wait. You're telling me that Arby's for the first time ever has a burger? Like they actually have red meat on bread that is considered to be a burger? Like it exists? I feel like that'd be a revelation. I've never heard of that before. Like if they actually developed a burger, I feel like that'd be like the end of the world. That'd be the first sign before the aliens actually made contact. They'd probably use that as the introduction, as their like beacon or something. Because they'd be like, there's no way they'll ever guess that it's tied to the end of the world or like some sort of revelation. Their raps aren't that bad. Come on. Who says aliens haven't made contact? Well, yeah, it's true. Says the only person that has alien in their name. Like, of course you're going to push their agenda, aren't you? Just in time for the least expected Elden Ring boss. What's going on, Liam? The hippo. Unfortunately, I wouldn't even be doing the hippo, but we get to enjoy so much hippo goodness by basically having to kill him, because I'm pretty sure he's in the way of getting to what's it called? Midra, right? I think you have to kill the hippo to get to Midra. I'm pretty sure. It's also not that hard to kill, so I probably should just get good at it and do it, just so I know the fight. Oh, that's a really fast attack. Holy shit! Like that starts in a way where it's like off the screen completely. It's like above your head, but then even though like your head's basically touching his chin, it still counts as damage though. Like he's biting above the character and it's still killing me. When's Elden Ring 2 coming out, Sam? I've been waiting for it since the first day this game came out. I was already bored with this game the second it released, dude. After 1 hour, I was like, ugh, Elden Ring 2. It's a good question. I have no idea. I almost think it would kind of be an insult to this game if they made another one. Like, I know they're probably not going to, but if they even decided to, that would almost kind of take away credit from the original game, in my opinion. Like, thinking that they would even need to do that. I would definitely love another DLC. I just don't know if they're gonna change their mind with that claim, because I think Miyazaki said they're done after that. Okay, so right there I might be able to get a charge art too. You only need to kill Ancient Dragon Man and Jory to set up 9 remembrances. So you're saying the hippo is not relevant to kill Jory, to like get to Jory at all? Like I could go there right now, because the area that you have to access is literally the doorway to the left. So like how would I be able to go around? Would I have to use this grace right here, like Mesmer's Chamber, into this area? Can be ignored completely in all remembrances? Oh, okay. Well then, I thought you had to kill the hippo to get down over here. So to get to the coffin then that's inside this area, where do you go? Be like DS Series 1, 2, and 3 DLC about Godwin, or whatever his name was. Yeah, this being 1, 2, and 3 would be wild. That'd be a lot of content. Posted part 5 to DLC of the DLC on the Discord, then just looked and we never hit public on the video. Oh. Okay, perfect. That's good. Okay, yeah, so if I'm gonna ignore the hippo completely, let me just double check. Like the only way I've seen in a video to get to Jory is past the room where the hippo is, so. Let me see how to get to Jory. Someone was searching how to get to Jody. That's funny. That's really funny, actually. Okay, that doesn't really tell me anything here. Where to find Jory? When are you going to do Demon Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro back-to-back damage lists? Layla, probably never, to be honest. Like, I would say don't expect that to happen, and if you did see it happen, it would be like a super big shock and a surprise, but I definitely do not plan to do that. In fact, if that was even possible, you might be able to prove that I was cloned at this point. Like, you might be able to prove there's 2 of me to even have the time to do that. Okay, so we're looking up the location here, which is not helpful because they already have the beginning of the location, so if you find Darklight Catacombs, you're there, right? But the thing is, though, to get to Darklight Catacombs, you have to take the coffin, and to do that, you have to go through the room that's on the other side of this fog gate, right? So, like, how do I get to this side of the building without going straight through here? Do you have to go like all the way backwards through here somehow? I'm kind of just wondering like where, like what floor you'd be on and what the grace would even be called if you wanted to skip the hippo. Storehouse loft down the elevator. Okay, cool. I'll try that out and see. Oh, he's practicing in secret. Don't believe him. That'd be amazing. I wish. I wish I could actually lie about that. That'd be amazing. Down the elevator. Okay, so over here. Or are we talking about the main elevator? Because that's the hole in the wall. Probably the main elevator. Or from the floor of the storehouse. Okay, do I have the storehouse? I have the back section. That's pretty much it. Oh, that's going up. Okay, we don't want to go up. I think there's definitely a grace that I missed in here. There's no way that this is like how you're supposed to do this part. Oh, yeah, I died. Nice. Yeah, we're pretty high up too. So I'm wondering maybe the storehouse back bonfire was better. What's going on, Pancakes? How are you doing, dude? Yeah, let's try back section and see how that is. Drain the water to access the back of the storehouse. Oh. So basically I can't get to Jory without draining the water, is what you guys are saying? Do it through the church district. Okay. I don't even know what that would be by you naming it. I've never even, I think I've heard of like that there's different churches in the DLC, but I can't remember like what the district for that would be. I'm pretty sure we go this way though. Like I'm almost certain this is how you progress to that area. But if I have to drain the water though, then that's kind of surprising. I remember doing the water after. How many months require the community to elaborate the best strategy to finish a game like this no hit? So there's not really like a set time frame. There's no way to answer that question every single time someone asks it because it's different for everything that people do, right? So there is no number. There is no real tangible, repeatable, or even consistent answer for that. It's always different, and it's hard to even say like what the community even means for these questions because I don't know how many people that would even inquire about, right? Because there's tons of times where people in the neighborhood of like literally 2 to 3 people have figured out a lot of stuff. Then there's a, you know, case where maybe 20 people figure out some stuff. So it's hard to gauge. Okay, so where you drain the water, we have to go over to church district entrance. Okay, wait, so over through here. Okay, I know how to drain the water. I think we can do that. And then if I'm gonna go and do that now. Did I already drain the water though? I thought I drained the water already. I did. I definitely did. Yeah, I did. So we're good. We already had the requirement, I think. All right, cool. From where you were there is an elevator behind. That's how you get to the catacombs. You have to go through there. Okay, I see. Difference between speedrunners, casual players, and hitless runners for Team Hitless. There are many different hitless runners that don't engage with most of Team Hitless, so different strategies come up, etc. Yeah, that's true. So like now that you have you know, like a team of people trying to figure things out that's like verifying runs, then that would change the answer too. But I'll be 100% with you. I'm not up to date on anything to do with this game in general, other than like whatever I've done on the game, and then I've like watched a couple videos about the lore just to kind of keep up a bit with what happened with the DLC. And even that's like very, very basic, so I couldn't tell you what people have even done, like, or going to do on the game for this one. I've only been up to date, I think, on like some of the previous games. Like usually whatever I do now is mainly just whatever I feel like doing at the time, and if it's cool, it's cool. If it's not, then I mean that's up to the person that's watching it. But if I ever get like ahead of the curve or on the cusp of like the newest stuff with the game, then I'll definitely let you guys know like how long it takes to figure out whatever. Draining is mandatory to access Jory. So basically, go behind you down the elevator. Sorry for the delay. Okay, so I don't need to go here at all anymore. The specimen storehouse is the right place. Just so we're confirming, we're going into the elevator that I was already heading to. Can I tell you everything that's happened in the lore? See, that's the thing. Even though I've kept up with the lore a little bit, I couldn't tell you. It's too complicated to even explain. Like, it's more of like I understand in my head to a degree a little bit better of the connections between things, but I couldn't even tell you the story if I wanted to. And I've even had the story written as a synopsis as part of someone helping with a video that I'm trying to write right now myself. So it's like I literally needed to even source the lore from the lore people to even write a video, and I still don't even know what the hell is going on. It's kind of like these people are friends with these people, and this person's not a bad guy even though you thought he was. Now he's a good guy, and then this is the actual intention of this person, and then all the people you already know exist, and things happen, and some of the things that happen in the DLC that we uncover changes the way we view the main game, and that's it. It's the best way I can put it. Oh, why do I keep dying to this guy? Behind, but not on the left. Interesting. Okay. So you want to take a lift that's behind the Grace, this one. I guess that would make sense because the Hippo's room's on the other side, right? I think I kind of understand what the deal is here. Your ability to not rage is unmatched. Well, rage is just one of those things I think that is unfortunately, like, I don't want to trigger anybody that like can't handle the statement, but it's like I feel like you can kind of grow out of rage, right? Like rage is not in my opinion the same as being like even annoyed or frustrated. So if we're explicitly talking about actual rage, then that's like developmental related. Like if you actually rage, then I mean, what else can that be? Like I had a roommate, we were talking about it before, like you would hear him like throw things at the wall while I was streaming and swear and stuff like that. Like he would break controllers in half with his hand. He actually had like an anger management problem though. Like he admitted that he has a problem. It's not just normal. So I've never been in that vein in general for anything. But for games, though, it's very hard to get that mad because I'm choosing to put my time into it. So why would I choose to put time into something that I'm going to, like, waste the time, right? I'm going to spend time electively doing this. I need to make the most out of it. So why would I make it even harder? That's already going to be made hard for me. It's a bigger waste of time, so. It's not important enough it's not like, at the same time as it's too serious to take lightly, it's also not big a deal enough to actually care about on that level where I would rage. Like rage to me means like you've threatened my life or you're trying to hurt somebody like that I care about, right? There's not many things that can happen that would facilitate rage. And even then it's still not really that calculated, right? So you could actually take anger and turn it into a better result than rage. Rage is a lot more reckless. So yeah, again, won't break a controller mainly just because the obvious point. I'm not going to pay $60 to $100 for another controller like early. That's just a waste of money. No amount of getting mad can make me want to spend that much money on something like this, right? And then also like a lot of the time that I set a goal on this game, like I'm like well within the parameters of what I would assume the time frame would be, and sometimes I'm even quicker than what we planned. So like I can't even get mad because I'm actually doing better than what I thought, right? There's times where I underperform, but usually I'm performing on point to what I would expect and also above that level. So My expectations are very, very much realistic with what's happening. I think that helps. Well, yo, he didn't even... Dude. He didn't even take any damage there. Dying to the same thing 50 times does make you want to Alt F4 pretty bad. Yeah, so like that would be like a tolerance thing. So for example, that means you expect a result that you're not getting, right? Like there's something in you, even if you haven't made a conscious agreement, that chooses a certain reality that is ideal, and then you want to align with that, but it's not working, so you get mad, right? Whereas for me, my reality I align myself with is most likely within the threshold or even way more tolerant than what the reality is. So there's no way to even hit the point where I get mad, because I usually am going to be beaten. I will be past the thing before I could even get upset. But I get more upset if I expected it to be very quick. Like let's say I thought something was going to take an hour and it took 12 hours. Yeah, that'd be a little bit weird. That's almost never happened though. I'm usually pretty good at like calculating what it would be. And sometimes I don't even know the answer. Like sometimes it might just be something I couldn't calculate, right? And then you kind of have to roll with it. But yeah, I've definitely rage quit before. Like I've ended the stream, ended playing, just because I'm like, okay, we're not being productive at this point. And also, a lot of that had to do with like just poorly managing the mentality for doing like the world records for speedruns. Like I just didn't do it that well. And it sucks because I could have gotten way more records and done it way quicker, but that's my lesson to learn. Why is this such a big slope right here? What the hell's going on? I don't know if I actually walked down this part yet. Would this be the other side of the Hippo Fog Gate? Like you'd have to go backwards if you didn't go from the front of it? That's pretty weird. Oh, nice. Where do you get the Icy Ash of War? So you have to get the Glintstone Blade Whetstone, and then you infuse whatever Ash of War you have with cold. What music are you into these days? Favorite album of the year? I'll be honest, been listening to a ton of Masego and FKJ lately. For sure, I've been on a kick for them, particularly. So that would be my most played. Literally has them in the top artists right now. Album-wise, I wouldn't say it's one particular album from them at all. It's just any of their music. Francis only won, and I try to do it decently, but it doesn't work that often. Sometimes it doesn't happen. Perfect mindset for a speedrunner, whatever no-hit runners are called. Yeah, it's kind of, well, it's also just like a good mindset to have if you're playing a game. If you're paying money for a piece of digital media, like to pay money to get mad at it and then like not have a good time is like worse than just not paying for anything and then just being mad, right? You might as well not buy it if it's going to be that big of a deal. And I think it's just the fine line of assuming that reality has to be that way, that you have to be able to get mad and everyone has to be mad, versus it just being that like it's a choice, right? So like just because something's hard doesn't mean you're supposed to get mad. It just means you chose to get mad, and the level you did is gonna it's gonna afford you a different type of reality or outcome, right? And a lot of those outcomes aren't gonna be that fun. So like, what's the point of even going for that? And also, you're not gonna progress as quickly either. So it's like, that's why I said anger is a lot more of like a manipulate. Like you can manipulate and mold anger a lot easier than you can rage. But even anger is still less calculated than just being frustrated and turning that into like an effective process that improves before letting it get to the point of being anger. So I would say just, you know, if you're frustrated, obviously that's a good indication you're not doing something you're supposed to be doing. And, you know, maybe it helps you figure that out quicker. It's the best way I can put it. But yeah, I think there's a lot of steps before you even get to rage where it's not even a big deal. Easiest way to avoid all conversations about life is to just mute the stream. There you go. Becoming a life coach is in your future if you ever wanted to make that decision. Well, so the thing with like a life coach is like, what is that even supposed to be? What does that mean, right? How do you coach somebody about life? Like what is life is the first question. And then it becomes a thing where it's like, well, pretty much anyone here could be a life coach because you've lived. So you could be a coach for something. But what is like a good life coach? And I do find that most of the work that happens with life coaches doesn't have to do with the person that is a life coach. It has to do with the person that wants coaching. Like, you just have to put in the work. So it's like, if you're trying to seek like a benefit on all these parallels, the work you're going to have to put in will make you a life coach by doing it by default, just from experience. Therefore, the initial person doesn't even matter that much because they can't do things for you. They can open your mind, but like anyone can open your mind. That's a choice too. You just have to figure out how to look at things. Maybe they package it in a way that doesn't require as particular of a perspective to digest it, but it doesn't mean that they're a good life coach because of that for you. That's a hard thing to calibrate. Like, I've seen people do public speaking for that kind of stuff and like do tons of different demonstrations, but like it's not widely applicable to every person, unfortunately. It's not even possible to digest for most people in the room, probably, as well as others, because you can't teach a room of people as one person one way. It's impossible. Like, you literally have to have specialized types of one-on-one consultations per person to even accommodate each type of person, and then you have to learn who they are. And at that point, then they have to learn who they are, and then they're just gonna have to learn who they are and then become a different person anyways. So it's like, I think a lot of that work is just on you at that point. But you can have people that spark it. So I've never heard of like a full-time life coach, but I think there's people that can be inspiring for sure. And yes, it is a job. Like, people do life coaching. I'm not saying it's not relevant or valid. It is. Like, it's just like, I don't understand what that means. It's like, to me, there's even other professions out there where I don't understand what the point of it is. Because again, the person that's seeking the help does most of the work. So it's like, there actually is almost like, there's a very small amount of like time where the person of the profession or of the practice is even involved with it. But the time it takes just changes based on how ready the person is to change things or do the things they inevitably have to do anyways, right? So I think a lot of the money and the time sink in some consultation or one-on-one based mental things, therapies, whatever, it's like, it's just hinging, like the benefit of how many sessions and, you know, the money, and it's hinging on how unprepared the person is to even do anything. Not quite the level of how well you could help somebody. Danky, what's up? How's it going, dude? All right, we're cruising through. Oh, we got a painting over here. Domain of Dragons painting. Don't like the way the light's hidden the Erd tree and that whole curtain looking thing coming off the back of it. Not my jam, dude. And the guy that took the photo that inspired the painting was inside a mountain, and there's just mountains in the foreground. So ugly, dude. And the red, just disappoint. No, I'm joking. It's a pretty good photo. I like it. Life is the most common mortal illness. Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, it's like like, how do you describe that? It's so many different things. Maybe that was just like a really like profound way of just unpacking like that statement, but I just have no idea what else to say about life coaching, like how many things it could point towards or what that involves. Being a life coach requires the person being coached to desire change, and if they desire change, they'll find it themselves and surround themselves with people. Yeah, and that's why I think it's like there's an initiator, there's like a mover or a spark or whatever you want to call it, something that ignites like the actual situation. And that's what actually the role is. It has nothing to do with them like legitimately being able to do anything else, but just guide. Like, a lot of other types of coaching are really hands-on, where you actually can create situations in ways I feel like you can't if it's like mental, like a deeper mental kind of thing. Okay, so from here, where is the what's it called? Coffin that we have to get into? Is there an invisible wall? I'm trying to remember. Maybe I didn't go the right way. Maybe I popped down over here and this isn't the right part of it. Oh, the painting room has an illusory wall. Okay. Of course. So I had the right idea, but I wasn't searching the right room. It's sad that when you reach a great life awareness and you know most things is when remains a few years to live. like at the same time, that's possible. It's a possibility. You could definitely learn a lot and then like have a few years to live. But like the question is then like what is like if you've learned so much, then how does that change how you look at that situation, right? Does that situation hold the same value to you as it did before you knew that information? So that is really the key to that right there is like, is it actually sad? Because if you actually knew that much, then wouldn't it change the context of what that means, right? And if it did, and if it changed it for the better, wouldn't it be like a beautiful thing to celebrate? And then also in another way too, even without that being considered, wouldn't it almost kind of be full circle? So like if you had the option to know all those things, but you could have chosen beforehand to be like ignorant at the end of your life, would you choose ignorance or would you choose to know things? It's like, well, I mean, you're here and you have the access to it. You might as well choose to like have, you know, certain knowledge if you can. Don't forget the lamp. Oh, I did. I got the lamp. Is the lamp like important? Your company provides life coaches and you've never used one, but they sound like someone who can help a little with that, with anything, fitness, mental health, sometimes even nutrition, but also can point you to experts if you need something more in depth. Okay, so kind of like an intermediary or like a middleman for all things that relate to wellness on different professions or scales or whatever. Yeah, because I literally have seen so many things like videos and like discussions where it's like, yeah, this person's a life coach and they're trying to like talk about the stuff, but the things they're saying and repeating and like doing for their seminars aren't really like the actual thing that's doing anything alone. It's more so like you just have people that are ready to make changes regardless. They're just looking for the inspiration, right? But like that, to me, at a certain point, that happens for like a brief moment, and then you're sparked with the inspiration, and that's all you need. And then you just go and do the stuff and make the mistakes and go through the trials and tribulations. You don't really need to like have someone tell you like their discretion on those situations, because they're so individual that you can't even really like rank them against other ones, unless like someone has a general goal. Like if you have like a particular focus of a thing to learn, then yeah, you can have like tangible criteria. But to say someone should do this at this time in this way or whatever, it's like you can't even tell if that makes sense. Like what scale are we basing anything off of that we're measuring if it's like anything in life, right? Did I kill the hippo or did I find another route? I found another route to get around here. So apparently you just go, I guess, oh shit, I almost died right there. It was, whoa, okay. Good timing. Yeah, you go backwards from Specimen Storehouse, which we had to jump down into from the higher level of the area. And I got the grace from above and then went backwards. And then I think from here we have to keep going down this way too. There should be fragments, like some blessings. Oh, you know what? I should check this area right here. I'm not sure how many I am away from the next upgrade, but I want the 12 though. So we have 11 for the Shadow Tree Blessing level. There might be one in this building too. Jack of all trades, masters of none, but know the experts. That's I guess it's a good way of putting it. Ooh, there's a Furnace Visage as well. I still have no idea what those actually do. I'm pretty sure we read the description on the first playthrough and that's it. Oh, this guy's gonna wake up and destroy me. I can't remember if this area even has like a opening to the back of the building here. Oh, you make the furnace pots with them. Okay. So I haven't used those before, but I've seen a video of someone throwing them. And I thought it was like a glitch or like some sort of hack for the game. I didn't think it was a part of the DLC. Because it looked really funny. And I was like, how did they make sense of the character digging into the ground every time they want to throw this thing? Okay, that might be the only stuff that you can get from over here. What it looks like. All right, see if you can kill me. Good luck. Favorite sport? Francisi. Am I supposed to call you Francisi? Or Francie? Favorite sport? I don't have a favorite sport. I'll be honest. I'm not a sports person typically. I like Winter Olympics, motorsport, and like other types of skills that are not really ranked as sports typically. Like in terms of like entertainment value, that's like usually like the top ones are Olympic sports first, then motorsport, then like weird things like obviously like world record for Rubik's Cube speed solving, like people that do like really interesting stuff with like performance like parkour, like weird types of parkour and stuff like that. The Red Bull sports, so like the extreme mountain biking, the base jumping and stuff like that, like squirrel suit type stuff, professional paintball, stuff like that. You know, like I like those kind of things. Basically, like the super niche sports, and then also anything that's like one person versus themselves, like just one person. That's it. That's pretty big. Chess is pretty cool. And then conventional sports wise, like I used to want to be a NBA player, like when I was a kid. So I did actually practice quite a bit from a very young age. And then I got out of that and got more into music and skateboarding as a teenager. But yeah, I really was into that for a little bit. And I played volleyball very, very well. Like I actually am still probably pretty good at it, but I didn't watch it or anything. So the only sport that I was into that I watched for a little bit, like, and actually cared about, I would say, would be basketball. And then I just stopped caring about it. Oh, we got another Grace over here. So this is the way we have to go, I'm pretty sure. I feel like this is the way to get to another boss, too. Maybe I'm... Oh, no, wait. Yeah, wait. Where are we going? Oh, I'm dead. Get, like, plus 15 or something without fighting a simple remembrance? Do you have to kill some... You have to kill some mini hippos. Okay. So wait, so you're saying those mini hippos that are on the way to here, you can kill them and you can get plus 15 with them, as well as some other areas? Is the DLC as fun as the base game? You haven't played it yet. I like it more than the base game, personally. There's definitely areas that don't blend in that well, and there's stuff that sticks out, but it's like more stuff than you would actually want for the money, in my opinion. I feel like they could have made it half the amount of content with all like the best things, and it would still be worth it to me. You like chess? I do like chess. I've never really gotten like hardcore into it, but I've always enjoyed it. And I have watched a little bit of it before too. Expecting you to be into combat sports. So I played, or not played, sorry. I boxed for a little bit and I did jiu-jitsu for a while. So like, I've watched quite a bit of jiu-jitsu tournaments and like boxing and all that. Whether it's in person for like other people, people that I was involved with, or even just like on TV. I've seen stuff like that. But fighting sports are like really, really not the play, in my opinion, because the amount of brain damage you take from it almost makes it like kind of, it nullifies the value. So like you could be so good at fighting, but if you can't think properly, it doesn't matter. Like even I would rather be like almost broke and like have a different skill that's not fighting versus choosing to be a fighter that was successful, that has like money and stuff like that, that doesn't have like any cognition of, you know, they like every so often they lose a lot of their brain power, because it's a little scary. I don't know, like that's just the one aspect that you can't get around. If there was a way to prevent that completely, if combat could be measured purely based on skill with no repercussions to like long-term cognition, then I would totally be more into it. But anything like that, it's just like the trade-off for it takes away the value of what it actually presents in the first place. Because I think that it's you know, it's still for like an elective reason. It's a sport. It's not like there's anything transferable with the skill that's being pushed for. It's like we're not training people to be MMA fighters in society, even though like it's a good skill for sure. It's just like having to actually get hit that often just for the money is rough, right? And I know the people that do it, they want to do that, but it's sad still. I love the fact that in North America you can play a lot of sports when you're a child and choose different paths. Yeah, like, well, the thing with sports here is if you have, if you do the free route like I did, you get to play anything you want in school as long as you make the team, right? So that's one like mainstay thing until you get out of high school, and then it's difficult because if you want to be like, most of the people I knew that were really good at sports didn't have the money, like their families couldn't afford to put them into like the programs that they would have needed to be in, or they couldn't afford to keep them in the programs long enough for them to actually go far with their career. So the thing with like sports at a high level is that, like, the kid being good doesn't matter enough. Like, it's largely about how much money your parents can put into it. Because like there's a lot of people that you would never know that could easily be like World Series for anything. All the time, constantly, but you won't see them. It only happens when the right storm of opportunity comes into play. But like, you definitely can play everything for free over here if you just play for the school, for sure. And obviously, like, just organize games with your friends or whatever. Which boss am I going for right now? I'm trying to find Jory, so I need to get to the Abyss. I think so I was in the right place. This is the right area over here. Favorite sport is competitive haiku reading. That's so funny. In Italy, in schools, they make you play volleyball or dodgeball at max. So dodgeball over here, I don't think it's considered a sport, but like, we get to play that in gym. Like, just gym class, which is fun. I wish dodgeball, if dodgeball was a sport, I would have played the shit out of that. I was so good at dodgeball. I would get like double headshots. I could throw like left and right hand simultaneously and take 2 people out in the head at the same time. And I always loved like playing it when when none of the adults were supervising, because like, you get in trouble if you were like clocking people in the head and stuff. But we did so many funny things with dodgeball when no one was around. Oh man. What made you decide to stop doing MMA? So I never did MMA. I did jiu-jitsu specifically, and I did boxing. Boxing wasn't super long. Jiu-jitsu was a while. Mainly just other priorities. Like, I had other things I enjoyed that I want to spend time on. I think music took me away from jiu-jitsu and spending time with friends, because I didn't have much time to do that, unfortunately, when I was in there and then doing everything else. And then boxing was something I just tried. I just wanted to see what it was like. I didn't go hardcore on it, but at this point, yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I think a lot of those things are cool activities or cool skill sets, but going like really deep into it, really far from me, and all that implies like you're gonna want to compete or do tournaments against people, and at that point, it's like, it depends on, I guess, how it's sanctioned, because again, those injuries and stuff like that you're gonna get, are they worth it? If you really love the art of it, sure, but like, I don't love any combat related thing in general enough to, like, the closest thing for me is paintball. It's not even really combat, but like, yeah, I'll run and shoot with like a marker or something like that. That's fine. And slide and bunker people, get shot in the head from like a few feet. That's fine. But like, repeatedly punching someone in the head just doesn't make any sense to me. And then also, I know jiu-jitsu is like very, very different when it comes to impact, but obviously in certain grapples, things are gonna snap. You're gonna have some problems eventually, you know? So you can't avoid injuries, especially on the high level of BJJ specifically, not even just like the type of jiu-jitsu that I was in. So that's the one downside. It's just not enough upside for me to want to do it, unfortunately. But I'm considering going back to at least boxing, just to have like the skills fresh in the mind still, you know, just to have the form, if that makes sense. I don't think I'd ever do jiu-jitsu again, though. That'd be a little bit... I'd have to be pretty serious about it to do that. Ooh, rip. Been trying to do Muay Thai, but there's no gym near you. So I got a little bit of a Muay Thai lesson, since I have a couple friends and they're previous fighters, so that was fun. But Muay Thai is super serious, man. Like, that's a very, very taxing form of fighting, for sure. And you're right, there's almost no gyms for it anywhere. Like, to find people that are really good at it, that actually trained with some of the OGs, or like they taught, like they instructed in Thailand specifically, so they're really hardcore. Or again, they previously fight. It's really hard to find people running places like that, for particularly Muay Thai, and then like them be like really good, right? Okay, I shouldn't even go down this ladder. Or maybe I go back up and wait a second. I don't think this is going to protect me anymore. I need to use the rune arc to survive a little bit here. And put on something. Let me put on, like, a shirt. Oh, he came back up. So can we remember how to do this part? It's like death immediately, I'm pretty sure. Let me punch this guy for a second. Boom, he's gone. We go here. I fall off. I quit out quicker than the game can know. Never mind. I agree with your thought process on the injuries. You love doing Muay Thai and MMA for the skill set for sure. You did one fight so far. American, nice, dude. That sounds pretty fun. Yeah, it'd be cool to have those opportunities, but then it just doesn't have any downside. But I guess that's the price you pay. It's like even with conventional sports and even like what we were talking about with Olympics and everything, like you do risk a lot. And then some people, to be on that level, you have to sacrifice your health. Even though you'd think that being athletic means you're healthy, some people are not as healthy as the average person that are like on a hardcore level with certain sports. So, you know, you're on the fine line of injuries constantly just from overuse. And then the actual problems that transpire when you're active in the activity can be like literally life-changing in some cases with the level that people push things to. So it does come with a cost. That's why I think the passion for it has to be huge. Like there's no negotiating it. I like to do things that are cool just to do them sometimes, even though I'm not incredibly passionate about them, just as an experience. And like, I think the fighting stuff is more so that for me. It's not like a hardcore, hey, like this is my identity or my life at all. Definitely not. And you almost need it to be like that. Like that's a good thing. If you're gonna go hardcore on it, you want it to be like you're everything. Right? The only issue you get to, especially with certain fighting sports where they retire super early, is that you don't know what to do after you get out of it. Like you can go into coaching and like be in the industry still, but there's not a lot of like support for people, especially with Muay Thai apparently, where like these younger kids that did it instead of going to school, even in Thailand, like they literally just did Muay Thai fighting. They don't know what to do when they're 18, like, and a lot of them become homeless apparently, or have issues because their childhood was prepped for them to just be fighters. I'm sure that still is a similar case scenario with other things too, but yeah, I didn't even know how young they actually do Muay Thai in Thailand specifically, but it's like it's children, man. Like, and it's scary too. They look like they could take out an adult. It's pretty crazy. All right, can we get down? Nice. Oh, he didn't make it. There's no way. Nice. Tried any MMA training? Well, I've done a bit of boxing, but I most of the time I put into any kind of fighting sport or like martial art would have been jiu-jitsu specifically. So I can't say that I would be MMA trained at all, no. And then I took like a little bit of tips from my friends that do Muay Thai that stopped fighting and were just coaching. But one of them wants to get back into fighting, and he was pretty scary. Like when I saw clips of him in his prime, oh my god, guy literally like was so scary that I swear to God, like for his size alone, just like imagining what the impact would sound of him hitting something as hard as he could would freak me out, man. Like that'd give me like spine chills. Because like he can't even have, like he has to have like a certain size person hold pads for him or they're just gonna get rocked, right? So when they were training in my other friend's Muay Thai fighting gym that I visited a few times, I was watching him just like when he was holding pads for other people, it was almost like he was just a wall. Like there was like no impact in general, and then having someone hold pads for him, it looks like they're about to get blown up by one punch or like a kick or something like that. It's insane. What weight class? So he was around like 260 or something like that. He was fucking heavy. This guy's like over 6'4". And he's like, he had like a lot of muscle too. Like he was pretty fucking big. Biggest dude you'd ever imagine doing you know, a sport that was made in a place where the average size of the person is much, much shorter than that, much smaller, right? The exact opposite you would imagine. I'll see if I can find any, like maybe he can give me some clips that he has from like his best fights, but I can show you guys at some point because it was blowing my mind. Like I was looking at him after he had long COVID, and he had been unfortunately not able to get out of bed for like almost a year just from having all the symptoms of that, and then now he's in the process of recovery. And getting back to where he was, but just even like just seeing the difference was spooky. All right, anyways, on another subject, we're gonna get out of here. I think, is that lift sent up completely? Is that a lift in the first place? Also, I don't think, did we go this way? Definitely went this way. Okay. Don't die. Oh, maybe we didn't. Oh. Oh. We got this guy up here. Okay. So are we below where we were before? Also pulled the lever. Ooh. Scary. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Don't die. Don't die. I want to live. All right, maybe this was the right way. Yeah, we got Statue America. I think this is like turning into a good situation here. Okay. I remember this guy. All right, we're good. And then one more lever over here. Doing any challenge? This is a level 1 challenge, so I'm trying to beat the entire DLC at level 1, but with the catch that every time I kill a boss, it has to be done without taking damage at all. And that also includes no damage taken on the character going into the fight. So I can't use Red Feather Branch Sword. I have to use Ritual Sword Talisman instead if I'm just trying to boost the attack power. So that is the run right now. Basically, the fights are perfect, and then the areas are whatever. And then the next step up would be doing the entire DLC damageless, and then doing it level 1 damageless as well. With the combination of all the main game, whatever the hell. we'll see. Need to start some form of martial arts. There's loads of gyms near you, so you should really take advantage. Trying anything new and simply starting feels so daunting and is a hurdle. So that's basically like what you're gonna have to expect with anything. I would take it like this. Like, imagine you could still do something that you're kind of familiar with, but you don't know anything about that particular area of the thing, and you're only comfortable starting it because it's in the subject sphere, or it's like the same concept of what you're used to, but it's still going to challenge you the same way, right? Because anytime the brain learns something like new, it's going to use more energy to solidify the pathways. You're going to feel it like working harder until it becomes automatic. So like, maybe make it a challenge to try as many new things as you possibly can and get them started just to see how it goes, just to see how it feels to just start it, right? Because once you're actually doing something new like that, like, it'll only take a few days and you'll get used to it. Like, we're made to adapt to things very fast, but it helps if you're also, you know, making the most of it. But yeah, you could play the game with yourself and think of like the last thing that you did that was like, you know, a bit of a challenge or that pushed you a bit, that you were already kind of familiar with the subject of, and then just compare it to that and be like, well, there's no difference with this subject other than it's a different type of approach to what I'm doing, or like a different different activity, but the actual learning process is the exact same thing. Like, you're literally walking in and you're applying the exact same willingness to learn and the same tendencies that you are going to carry out in any other situation, as long as you allow yourself to do it a certain way, right? But you have to be realistic with the results. You can't, you know, beat yourself up too much. And you probably should also have a realistic grasp on what you expect too, and reward yourself for doing good. Remember when you first started playing guitar, even playing a single chord felt like the hardest thing in the world? Yeah, like, I vividly remember literally playing guitar and being told by someone that unfortunately was related to my family by marriage. Dude told me, he's like, you'll always be shitty at guitar. He's like, you're gonna suck for the rest of your life. He's like, you don't know how to play. And he wouldn't tell me exactly like how to fix it, but he just kept telling me I sucked. And that, like, I told you guys many times that story, that was actually what pushed me the most to learn how to play guitar at a certain level, is because that guy told me I was bad. So I'm like, I'm gonna be better than you and everyone in your family, because he had a kid that played guitar too. It was kind of like a vengeful goal originally as a kid to like think that, but like, I literally did that. I was like, okay, I'm gonna be better than you and your kid. And then what are you going to say? And then I just enjoyed playing guitar anyways, but that was how I started it. It was like, maybe even use like the haters fuel to like actually like make it happen too. And by no means, I mean, at this point we've talked since then, it's been fine. Like there's no hard feelings, like, but I'm sure he still remembers that day, and I'm sure he feels bad about it. Do I play guitar pretty well? I play it better than he does. I know that. And it's not even like I'm trying to be obnoxious about it. I can pretty much play every song I've ever seen the guy play, and I can probably improv and play guitar better than he can. That's just because it doesn't take that much. Like, this guy wasn't incredible at guitar. He was just a guitar player, but he wasn't like incredible. So all I had to do was aim to be like above average on some things, and I would be good. But yeah, like, that's not even necessarily the best example. Just kind of take anything that you can as a motivator to continue to push through and see where you can go with whatever subject, in my opinion. Even the fact that you put yourself in the position and you started learning, like you actually got over the hurdle and showed up to do it, should be a celebration in a way too. Maybe not like the full celebration, but give yourself a pat on the back for showing up as part of it. Like, make the steps not just, oh, I did this good, but hey, I showed up. I stuck to the plan. I put an hour in versus a half an hour. Or I put in a half an hour versus overdoing it and doing an extra 30 minutes even though I was sore, my hands were hurting or whatever. It's like, I stopped when it was smart, you know, like little things like that. Try to reward yourself on every part of that process, because that never ends. Like, you always have to show up and always have to put in the time and whatever, regardless. So start off with making that the goal, and then let the goal unfold from the results of it, one step at a time. But you have to gamify like the actual pursuit too. You can't just make it like, oh yeah, it's just good enough to only reward results like, oh yeah, I can play this song this well. That's so far down the road. Like, you got to digest it very, very slowly, because like we were saying, like, even just holding a chord down in the beginning is literally a whole week of a lesson in itself. Like, just literally the strength in your hands is probably like over a week's worth of lessons right there. With the spirit calling bell, you can use ashes to summon the various spirits. So I haven't done that before, and that's pretty obvious on this character. It's fucked up to say something like that to a kid. Oh, there's way worse things that like that side of family have said. Like, they've said some things that you can't ever take back. Unfortunately, they've done some things you can't take back, but like, you can forgive if you know, if you have it in you. That's like a very small thing. That's nothing. Like, but it was more about the principle that he was being kind of rude about it and not being encouraging. He was being like a bad example because, and also the way this happened, so there's a club that was at my elementary school, and this guy happened to be the vice principal of the school. So like, he was running that club specifically, and that was my entry point into playing guitar, because you could basically get a guitar for free if you sold a certain amount of garbage bags door to door. So I went to different businesses and different houses, and I just sold garbage bags residentially and like to some commercial businesses. And I was able to get a guitar for 25 bucks. So I was like, that's my way to start playing at least, right? And he ran the program for that, for the school, and happened to play. So he was the only person that could, you know, explain how to use the guitar and play it and all these basic things. He's like, you just suck. That's what he said. he explicitly said, you'll never be good. Like, you never know how valuable that is until it happens, right? Like, so that day, like, I definitely learned I get motivated from not just, or not even, you don't even have to say motivated. Like, it's inspiring for me to hear like opposing opposites. Like, I don't just get going from good feedback. I actually need some people that don't believe like I can do certain things too, and it really helps for sure. So if you guys ever want to see me beat something on this game quick, just say there's no way I could do it, and I'm just not good enough. And we're good. Can I kill the cannon? You can. I'm pretty sure you can kill the cannon. Been exercising since you were 14, Chris. You've always been in excellent physical condition. Your issue is that you think you should have made more progress if you went to the gym. You're somewhat shy and it makes you anxious to start. So the best way I can help you with getting over that is just reminding you that when you go to the gym, the people that have been training for like 20 years, or like you could, okay, take a person that's been training for the most time you can imagine, that looks like they could easily have a career in fitness. That person, the level of how hard they are on themselves and how they're looking at the situation when they're in the gym is probably so much more in their own head and like calculated and like different than you think it is. The people that have nothing better to do but pay attention to other people usually aren't achieving a lot for themselves. So it's like the hardest working person in the gym is less aware of you than you are of them. So just from that standpoint, it's probably better to just focus on what you're there to do. And I guarantee you that person noticing you doing that, if they ever even pay attention to you being there and they see you doing that, like the hardest working person, they're going to respect you even more than the person that maybe is like years ahead of you that has some physical progress that shows, that's not really like doing much, right? Because it's about like making the most of the time when you're there. So like it's the misconception that the most impressive people when it comes to fitness usually are the most humble, and they're like the exact opposite of how you'd imagine the ego of somebody that has achieved certain things like that. It's because you have to constantly improve yourself, so you have to let go of the ego or you're not going to be able to improve yourself. There's a weird middle ground though. There's a valley of individuals that will hate on you for how you work out, do this, do that, whatever, judge you, but they're playing off their insecurities, right? They're there to basically compare themselves to other people themselves, so therefore they'd have to compare you to themselves and other people there too as part of the game they play, because they compare everybody in general, like whenever they do things. So don't be a comparison person. Throw that out the window, and realize the sooner you start taking it seriously, when you have the facility with all the tools and everything, you're just going to make results so much quicker. And don't be afraid to try different things. Like if you try something, like let's say you go and sit down, you do a set of an exercise that's new, it doesn't feel good, you don't have to just stick with that exercise and do it. No one's expecting you to finish it and do it that way. Just do something different if it didn't feel good. Like be smart about it. Try things. Don't be afraid to like also talking to people at gyms too. This is one thing. You can walk up to anybody and talk to them at any time. Like if they can't hear you right away because they have headphones, just wait until they do. Like no one's going to get mad at you for talking to them. If you have a question, or if you need help with something, or if you need to use the machine they're on and you want to switch with them, like just walk up to them and talk to them about it, because someone else is going to take it if you don't and do the same thing, or everyone's going to be wondering what everyone's thinking but not doing anything anyways, so you might as well just do it, right? Best advice I can give, but yeah, take it seriously as soon as you can. I had to go through a lot of years of like knowing there's people that are much more capable and like that have a lot more to show for like the work they put in, and wondering if they're judging how bad I do things and all that. And even still to this day, there's still some people that are incredibly impressive in regular facilities where it's like you just know that they're like dialed on what they're doing. Like they've clocked probably a decade more than like most people in there, and like it shows. But it's not important though. It's more about like you can pay respect to someone working hard, but you never need to compare yourself to a different circumstance, because it's not really applicable in a lot of cases. Only take the advice from those people that you look up to that helps you. Don't try to like tear yourself down by comparing yourself to them, because they were literally in the same position. Everyone's in the same position pretty much to some extent, and you got to change that if that's what you want. But waiting will never do any of it, and you're probably going to regret you didn't do it sooner too. Just like I regretted running right into that, whatever the hell that was. C-Bum is so humble in his videos. Yeah, well, C-Bum, like as an actual person, from what I've seen, I've only seen one interview with him that was like an actual interview, and it was this guy literally trying to screw with him, like literally, like just trying to get a reaction out of him, and not in a way that was like rude or anything, but it was just a comedy video, and the guy wanted to see what he would say. And he literally was so humble that he genuinely didn't even like, he like played along with the guy fucking with him. I think that he thought the guy was actually a real person too, which was amazing. So I mean, like that shows me quite a bit, because at the exact same convention that C-Bum was at in that video that I'd seen, there was tons of other people that were competitors and everything, and they had no patience for this guy at all. And C-Bum was one of the only few people that listened to what he had to say until he was done speaking, and also didn't need to. Like, and also was considerably more famous from what I understand. I don't know how famous he is relative to like everyone, but he was definitely more famous than some of the people in that video. And you would think the opposite. So it's pretty cool. Very, very good example, I guess, from what I have gathered. But yeah, like there's no reason to worry when it comes to like, if that's really if it's as widespread as what people are saying, like just overthinking like the gym and everything while you're there, like I feel bad for a lot of people in there, because it would explain a lot of what I've seen. Like I've seen a lot of people definitely like underperforming what I know they can do, and also like definitely worrying about other people for sure, 100%. But I hope it's not like an actual trend now where it's like it's keeping people from making progress, because we have the best information we've ever had. Like people should be looking and performing better than ever, like of all time, technically. Ooh, backstab. Backstab. Nice backstab. How bad is this fight gonna be? Let's see. Ooh. I could probably hit another time right there. Ooh. Want to go damageless. Oh, we could definitely do this whole thing. Goodbye. Firekeeper, what's up? How's it going, dude? You never thought about it like that? When you get paid next month, you'll start. You're right. I probably will regret it if you don't start. So, yeah, like that, even though that is true, I wouldn't even use the regret as the moving force. Use the knowledge that like the person that you look up to in the gym literally was you. Like it's just the same thing. Like you're literally just on the same pathway at a different point in time. And the cool part is like you can cross over. Like you guys literally can cross over, where obviously like at a certain point, if they're training for like long term, their goals for everything will probably slow down a little bit and they'll reach them, or like kind of hit this valley where they're kind of coasting a bit, like maybe growing a little bit year by year. And you can literally catch up to that at some point and cross over, maybe even surpass whatever you think is possible. Like for me, I find it funny that I thought like my standards for a lot of things were way lower than they were now, even when I was doing way more actual fitness. Like even when I was training literally 3 times as much per week, like it literally, the goals were lower than what I thought were possible, mainly because I wasn't educated on what was possible through knowing people that have achieved really cool things, or looking at different types of training, different types of athletes, different types of knowledge with the literature and how you eat and everything. And so yeah, there's a lot of possibilities. Zinky, what's going on, dude? You had a nice cheat meal today. Tomorrow you're gonna fast and max 500 calories. Is that a good strat? Wait, you're gonna eat 500 calories in the whole day? I wouldn't say if that's what you're after, that's a good idea. If you eat a calorie surplus on a day in general, and you're trying to make up for that the next day, the only thing you can do the next day that I think is beneficial is you add more cardio. So like you could just do more actual walking, running, or movement in an activity, and then you eat the same amount of food you'd normally eat on a regular day, because your body will even out within the week regardless. But like there's no point of actually eating a deficit of calories because you ate too much calories the previous day. I get in a situation sometimes where I do the opposite. I actually eat way too little for too many days in a row, and then I get like by the 3rd or 4th day I'm so hungry that I literally eat more than what I normally would. It's a bad habit, but like it's not as big of a problem as the opposite, right? So it's like you definitely you want to make sure you're hitting like your maintenance calories as often as possible, even if you overate the day before. Now if you're not hungry, then obviously don't eat. Your body's probably digesting still or doing something. But yeah, like just have a fasting window on the day that is following, do more exercise, do more movement, and then just eat the same amount of food, and you should be fine. Okay, I'm gonna use a rune arc for Jory because I feel like we can beat her, or him, or whoever. How's Jory going? Does Jory only have 1 health bar, Justin? Because I feel like Jory went really well, and I'm forgetting some sort of detail about the fight. Ooh. There's no way. There's no way there's more. There's no way there's more. There's no way there's more. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. All right, we're chilling. Maybe we won't do the rune arc this time. You really lack motivation after a couple months of stopping. You're okay with your body, but you know you can go better with a little effort. The thing that also I would add to that too, that is the only thing that matters at the end of the day, in my opinion, is how multidimensional an activity is, right? So like you changing your habits with that will pay benefit to so many areas of your life at the same time for doing one thing, that the return on investment it's undeniably better than like most things, even if you didn't look better at all or were stronger at all. Like even if you weren't even healthier physically, like just the mental benefits are worth it. But like you start to add on all these things where it's like, well, this is the most multi-dimensional tool there is, next to like a few other things like sleeping and, you know, I guess like other types of ways of mentally being. Like it's really beneficial in a lot of different ways. So I would say lean more into like the other benefits that have nothing to do with doing it just because other people do it or just because you feel like you need to like make sure that you don't hate yourself or something. Like make it like a healthy thing. Like, hey, I like being able to mentally feel sharper, or maybe have more energy overall, or maybe be more capable of doing basic things that would tire me out normally, like whatever the hell it is. It's like basic stuff like that. Amazed at the fact that a backstep takes the same amount of damage. Oh my god, I didn't read that properly. Same amount of damage as a hard hit. Yeah, it's crazy. The chat character limit. Oh, you could type it in 2 messages, Justin. Or sorry, Liam, my bad. Went through a state of depression in the past 2 months. You haven't really gained. Sorry, but you haven't really. Well, I haven't really gained, but I fear lifts and cardio are going to suffer huge when you return. That's fair. Like, okay, don't base anything off of a number then, just based off of the relative resistance that you're using, right? So if the weight is like feeling like it's challenging you, and the rep range is what you're used to working, and don't look at the number. Like if you've been detrained or whatever, your body's gonna basically get back to exactly where it was very fast. But then on top of that too, like you'll be back to where you were strength-wise even quicker the more you train safely back to that point, instead of just jumping right back into what you were doing. So you really want to actually probably underdo it and build back up, be safe, and just get a good feel for like the weight. Don't like try to focus on a certain number, because like your body does not know that. Like no, your brain doesn't know that, your body doesn't know that at all. It's very subjective at the end of the day in like one instance. Oh my god. How come the first fight was so much easier? Wow. But he's blasting me with rune arcs, yeah. Jory isn't too bad, but if you chain backstab, but otherwise pretty terrible. Okay, I gotta learn how to chain backstab then. And then right after that, I gotta get water. You doubt you could ever go to the gym if you didn't get any aesthetic benefits? I think that's how people get into it. Like either that or maybe to like have an activity to do with friends, or like maybe people in your life go, so you just get curious, family, whatever. Like vanity, that, or like when you're younger, obviously when I was in high school, like it was pretty, like you'd be pretty cool if you were like muscular and shit like that. So being strong was a bit of a flex, even though I think everyone should just be strong anyways. Like that's just a good thing. It's not a big deal, but it became more of like a superficial thing to a degree in school. And I remember, ironically, the one friend I had that trained the hardest, that actually was like incredibly impressive at that age, a lot of people hated on him. Like it was funny, like if as soon as you go past a certain threshold, people just don't like you anymore. And he got hate that like probably some adults don't even get, that just train casually. And he actually did compete, I think, at least once, just out of high school from what I remember. But like dude worked really hard. Like I could tell like his whole life was like calibrated around that as one of his biggest obsessions, and like it showed. But like it sucked that people like hated on it, even though if you were just a little, like if you were like less in shape but kind of like more than normal, then you'd be like hyped up, but you would be like shut down at that level. So yeah, we need to change the way that like that's viewed too overall. So even though I think it's important to like, you know, you appreciate the benefits aesthetically and all that, it's like definitely not the biggest thing in general. And to the same token, someone that like maybe has maxed out that aspect of themselves shouldn't be mistreated because they like put the work in, no matter what like they chose to do to get there, or whatever the hell their life's like. It's just like, you know, if they enjoy doing that activity, it's like better than harming people, right? Like just exercising. It's not a crime. Oh boy. Did I beat Mesmer? I beat Mesmer yesterday, yeah. So my goal today was to beat Jory and the fight for Midra as well. As long as we can get there in time. We're like an hour and a half in. Am I using shadow fragments? Yeah, so I have 11 on the blessing level at the moment. Depression really drains all motivation out of you to do anything, but your meds are helping. Yeah, it's something that is deterministic more than it is motivated in the beginning, like we were talking about. Once you get into like a routine where you've done the said thing 3 days to maybe 7 days, whatever completes like, you know, like a week for you, we'll just say like once you've done a week of something, it should be a lot easier at that point. Like there's no way it's not going to be easier to some extent. But it might take some people longer, depending on their situation, to adjust to something. So, yeah, doesn't mean it's not worth trying though. Because the more you do that, like the more you actually initiate something in general. Again, every single different skill or tool, like experience, anything you do, like starting something in general will just become really easy and probably even addictive. And then the downside is that you need to start actually taking those things places, because you might get in the habit of starting way too many things you can't even finish. But you should really get addicted to that process, I think, because that's the easy part once you realize that it's like an illusion. You know, that you're convincing yourself that it's bad, but it's not. But of course, that's only if you really want something. Like if you don't care, if someone's just telling you to try it, then yeah, don't make it that big of a deal. If you really want to try it though, you've always wanted to, do the thing. Oh boy, where are we? Ooh, okay, cool. So Jory's still on the move, or this guy's still on the move. Whoever the big dude counts as. I was trying to get the backstab in between, but that did not work. Just gonna die right there. Could get the Rakshasa armor, but then you'd have to kill another boss. What is the Rakshasa armor? I think exercise is a great outlet and escape if you're stressed. You find it very calming and rewarding once you integrate it into a routine. Yeah, like that's the biggest part of it, I think, is the routine. You hate him because he makes you feel small? Quark? Oh, are you trying to, is that like generic comment from somebody that's, like when I was talking about my, my friend from school? Yeah, it's, I think what it is like, there's a territory you get into with certain extremes of things where if like you're trying to assess somebody in a regular situation and they're at an extreme of something, it just is uncomfortable for the general atmosphere. Because like there's an expectation of what fits into a box, and people, like the reptilian brain is very pattern based, so it's like that's how we survive, and if it doesn't fit the survival pattern, it's like that's weird or wrong or something, when really it's valid still. Imagine a boxing brawl starts and one of the boxers gets hit and says, wanted to do a no damage run, just knock me out instead. Yeah. There might have been historic accounts of that where someone was so confident in getting a round one knockout with no touches or whatever, somehow they thought they were that good that they actually claimed that, and then they lost. So the only way they could keep their honor is literally just getting socked in the face on purpose. Like the likelihood you'd slip every single punch though, or there's no contact in general, even on the body, it would be pretty wild. Like we'd have to get like really specific with what that would mean in boxing, because like maybe you could say that for like actual jabs and shit, but that's pretty crazy though. Still very sure it's happened before, whether it was like declared ahead of time or it just happened like that. But the matchup must have been bad, or there must have been something going on there, like some very poor awareness from the opponent. Cool. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'll take the big one there. Nice. Not sure if I'm a fan of the corner. I was trying to get behind again. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Because it just gives extra damage for free by wearing it unless it's been changed. Okay, interesting. But where do you get that armor though? Training since you were 19, 23 now, you're scared to bulk. So you just do maintenance. That's fair. You can do a surplus of calories and slowly gain like lean muscle over time, but the thing is like if you're trying to move up like a strength number, like a marker for strength or whatever, quicker, you need leverage, and you can't get leverage from anything quicker than getting fat on your body, right? So it's like a certain percentage of body fat to get the leverage to actually control a heavier weight, to gain a advantage of that extra break point you didn't just slowly increase to with just purely lean tissue is an advantage as long as you're not doing too big of a jump. But then the problem is obviously you have to slim down after a little bit of time if that's what your goal is, right? So what I say is if you're gonna bulk, then just stay in a bulk for like a year or more than that. Like be like literally at a higher body fat, like on purpose, like for a long time, and continuously push big numbers and like lower rep schemes, and then the proper recovery for them, and specialize in the things you really want to get good at, and you'll probably get the most benefit out of it. But I feel like when people bulk, typically they don't do it long enough, and they also do it too aggressive as well in some cases. So that's why it gets a bad rap. But it has its benefits. It's mainly just a nice way to get strong. So like, and that strength will translate into aesthetics as well. But yeah, if you want to just be aesthetic all the time, then you're gonna have to unfortunately just maintain and slowly increase. But I don't know. I think that like there is a mental benefit in being okay with being in all of the different states that you can go through, whether it's like super shrink wrap shredded to like, well, probably not like, again, competition level shredded, but you know what I mean? Like maybe we'll say, I think an impressive body fat for someone that's not like in that vein already would be something like 10%. Like a 10% would be pretty wild. Anything lower than 10% gets to that territory where it's like, whoa, calm down. Yeah, like if you haven't been in, if you can get into that state and also normal and also be in a surplus and you feel comfortable in all of them mentally and just as confident in all that, or like nearly the same, then you've won. Because the dysmorphia issue is more so with people, you know, getting so particular with like how their imagery is, how they're presented and everything now, that like even something like me saying 10% body fat would just be like obnoxious. That you'd be like, well, that's just like a normal amount of body fat. That's like, that is the baseline. It's like that 10% should not be the baseline. That doesn't make any sense. That's starting to get to a territory that's not even as optimal when you go lower than that, right? And certainly not for women. So it's like it really becomes a problem. But oh my God, are we gonna run away? Okay, give me the backhand. Yep. Can any big attack happen right away? Cool. It's hard to get that backstab. Nice. Oh, I don't know why I kept running there. I could have rolled. Ah, man. Like Sonny listened against Ali, but that was more because of his involvement with Mob fixing the fights. Yeah, there you go. Duran versus Sugar Ray went like that. Duran just walks off the ring. I don't know if I might have seen that at some point, but that's funny though. Put some Scarlet Rot on this old guy. Is that actually a good idea for this one? You're gonna cut eventually, so you should bulk for as long as you can handle it. Then do yourself a favor and optimize your results this way. Yeah, like that is something that like I've personally learned. I didn't like to do the whole bulking for like a long time, but like the longer I would go doing it, the better the results would be for sure. Even literally training less frequently, like progressively over time. But that's also part of why I think I've made good progress, is because my rest windows are like way more than optimal. They're probably overkill in a lot of cases. Like they might actually become not optimal because they're too much, but like I know I'm rested every single time at least. And I used to be very bad about that. Below 15 is bad for hormones on men. Sub 10 territory solely for competing. It's very unhealthy. Right, but the thing is, like, so when you throw around numbers that are double digits, people still think that's high, like, because there's been this falsified information out there that like 5% is like something you could exist at that's not like intentional and that is very, very achievable and normal. It's like, dude, that's like literally you might die like in a, you know, take out a few meals from that and like run a mile and you might die like much lower than that. That's terrible. And yeah, sure, people can survive it, but like not everyone. It's pretty rare to function well. Like well is out of the question, but you know what I mean? Like function better. Like enough to pass for normal at that level. Is below 15 really problematic? Your testosterone starts to drop after that point for males typically. So it's not good for like hormone optimization to be lower than 15 in my opinion. But you will look better though, so it's like, it depends on what you want. You can't have everything at the same time, unfortunately, unless you're on the sauces. Even then, you can't have everything at the same time, probably. There's never a way to be happy. This is like a rabbit hole you open where if it becomes about superficial stuff, you'll always be screwed, right? You have to have like very solid goals that are wholesome, and you'll be good. Okay, I think I can close this off. Yeah. Oh, as I push the button. I was surviving there for a second. Considered to model Nerflix. I would take the opportunity if someone offered me it, but I don't really know the process that you'd have to go through to do it well, or if I'm willing to put the time into doing that right now, just because like I've done technically modeling for Clearly before, like for a sponsorship. So I have one actual opportunity I have been paid for to model for them. So like that's not really that hard to do. You just have to be a person that exists and like have somewhat of a reach, I guess, and not look like different than what they're looking for, but I'm sure they're looking for a variety of people. And I know my agency does have like, there's a questionnaire I filled out that has modeling on it. So maybe in the future they'll have offers for more things that have to do with fashion or whatever. But yeah, if there's the opportunity, I would take it just because this experience is something that is cool. And I've known people that have actually like their parents set them up to do that when they're younger, and they actually like calculated it properly, and it paid for like, they didn't have to work like regular jobs in high school and shit because they made so much money modeling and shit. But like that's pretty rare. It's not like a super normal situation. So I know people that did well with it, but again, a lot of work was put in that I don't think I'm gonna put in myself right now. Definitely open to it though if it seems like it fits into what I'm doing. So I guess we'll see. And at the very least, I mean, if I ever made merch that was beyond purely just for the designs, but like functional as well, like if I made some functional clothing, maybe I would make my own advertising for it. Okay, so you can kind of go in on the end of that attack. And we're good. That riposte window is so small. Wow. Hey, can I reset the stagger? Oh my god. Oh! Oh! Oh, that would have been a really good one. Jory, what are you doing? Don't do this to me. You're killing me, Jory. Killing me softly, with rune arcs spamming my whole life, with big dudes belly flopping me softly. I can't run away, no. Rip. That's funny. I think you have 10% since you can remember. Gaining weight is something very difficult for you, Chris. So yeah, you would be in a situation where if you were wanting to bulk, you'd have a harder time probably even getting out of hand anyways, right? As long as you did it in a way that's like sustainable and healthy. By the way, also, your guy B, I don't know if I said thank you for the 31 months. Thank you so much. And Blue Jay, thank you for the 91 months. Once again, that is incredible. The sauces solve these problems, but coming off the sauce isn't worth the gains. So, I mean, as someone that obviously doesn't know anybody particularly that's had that story to tell me in real life, I've mainly just kind of taken the feedback from people that are athletes that are professionals, speaking down to like the younger people, and it really does seem like something that most people, actually, I was thinking about this earlier too, because I remember I was watching a Johnny Shreve video and he was talking about it. And it's like most people that have done this stuff as a career even tell you, just don't do it. Like, unless you're actually obsessed, like you're about that life for the career, like there's no point. Don't do it for personal reasons. Because the cost is not worth the gain really there. Like, if anything, the gain is actually probably an illusion, to be honest, because it's like you're not actually, you're trading things for like it's a unequal scale. Like the side that you're gaining is actually still less benefit than if you never did it. So it's like kind of unless you are in like a dire situation, like you maybe have some sort of like medical condition that requires that type of therapy, but otherwise like you're really in a a scary place. And also you're in a place that I think once you make that decision too, it would be so heartbreaking to realize how much control you actually have over the situation that you didn't know about because you only consulted with regular doctors and shit like that, or people that wanted to push that on you. And then like you realize later you have so much control. It's like pretty ridiculous, actually. Is it harder to get massive gains without juice or no hit the DLC? Definitely harder to get gains because that would take like years. Unless you like just started and had the best trainer of all time and did like maybe the craziest 2-month program I've heard of. But even then, I don't know. Yeah, DLC hit no hit would probably take like what, like a month or two. Although I will say I haven't, like on the subject of no hits, I haven't seen anybody do the hit list of the DLC in its entirety other than I think Gino did a run like that. And I'm sure there's other people that did it too, but I haven't really like heard of many of them. You have to disagree with me. That belly flop was not soft, but very hard. I was thinking more of like the surface, like not like the texture, not so much the force that is moving the object. It's funny. Just need to send a short clip, maybe fashion, clothing, or something, perfume agency, and they'd love you. You could pull an athletic clothing agency if they decline your offer. And that's a big if, then they'd be blind. Nerflix, I appreciate that. That means a lot, dude. I appreciate it. Yeah, the thing is though, like with what I do and like how I do this stuff, like the problem is more so that if I contact someone that's an agency that would use me for that kind of stuff, like I'm very aware of like what, like if someone's taking advantage of me or not, like to a level that's like pretty much like you'd have to be so good at scamming that like your scam would fool like me and then it would be over pretty much. Like I'm very aware of that stuff. So the problem is there's a lot of agencies that can't offer what people are worth when it comes to like their time and like their efforts and stuff like that. And so I think in the early stages of doing that kind of stuff, it's the same thing as doing a lot of other types of arts or you know, business ideas, whatever, where people will use you for your talent in that way, and they're not going to give you much in return. Like you're not just going to get like crazy jobs or whatever. So it's like it would heavily depend on what they're asking, and if I had to travel as well, like that would be a big issue if I'm not trying to budget in terms of time for it and stuff like that. So depends on how easy it could be achieved. Like the thing with Clearly was super simple because they literally just sent me glasses. I put them on, wore them, took all the pictures they wanted. They picked the ones they liked, and I think they picked 2 different versions, and that's it. It was pretty easy. And also I talked about them on here, but like that's because I actually was using them, right? Clothing would be the same thing, but like obviously you'd have to do like a photo shoot. But I guess just having discussed business related things with so many agencies for so many different reasons at this point in my life, I just know that like most places can't like just come out of nowhere and give you a really good opportunity. Like they're gonna try to be taking the opportunities from other agencies that are better ones that have higher quality people by having a roster of their own that can, you know, do some stuff. But then it comes down to like if I represented myself, how would I actually even go about that too? So I have to learn all that. And that's mainly, like I've thought about it a little bit, but that's mainly where I got to is like, do I want to go through the hoops of like putting myself in the crosshairs of these people, or do I just like let it kind of flow into my life naturally along with all the other things I'm doing? If that's even a thing that I can pull off on a level that's good. And I don't think I'm like a contender to do that by default by any means, but I appreciate the compliment though. Companies see athletes as or models as subjects who are already like that and should only pose. Interesting. Yeah, like that. There, well, with streaming too, for example. Like so, like there's a lot of people that, like I have so many emails right now. I'm not gonna read them, but like if I did, you'd be shocked at how many companies and like entities think they can take advantage of what I do with this. And it's like the only reason I'm not responding to them is because like I already know what they're gonna do. Like I know it's all the same stuff, right? And for them to be a good agency, they would have had to have done this at full time. They would have had to have had someone start the agency or work for them closely as like one of the main advisors that did content. Otherwise, you can't know. There's no way. You can't just like guess based on watching it. You have to actually be the person that did it. So With the modeling thing, I'm sure there's people that don't have experience in the industry that make agencies. They try to get the talent for the middleman fee, but they don't have any passion for it, right? And it's a big thing because any industry that has a lot of money in it now, like people will jump into it without having any experience. And like old money and stuff like that follows like the trends, but doesn't ever back it up. Like if they're working separate from the people that are hands-on, if you have investors that are like old money and shit, they make a ton of like bets on things that are terrible these days because they don't have like the way they make these deals with these businesses, they fund these things isn't contingent on having people working in the operation that know the industry really well. So like they're like, you know, gaming's a multi-billion dollar industry. Most things with esports are terrible. Like all the investments will fail and stuff like that. It's not that good. Tons of problems, but like they're not gonna know until later because they didn't do the research ahead of time. They just were like, oh, it's a lot of money flowing through here, let's put money into it. And they can afford the loss because obviously these people probably make a lot of them own like sports teams and stuff like that. They have obviously other ventures, but this is like not their biggest thing in their portfolio. But it's like it's the same thing for betting on creators being, you know, out there and being bigger and scaling and stuff, and then you trying to be a part of that journey and giving them opportunities, whatever. It's like you'd have to have already been one to do it well, or like no one's going to be able to trust you on that level because then what are your credentials? Just gonna do another stagger right there. Where are we? Okay, that's good. I think I can deal with this. Oh, come on, dude. That attack's a cartoon. It doesn't even happen the same way. they made up the animation on it, that exact attack right there. First guy who did it, no hit DLC, did it at level 1. He got such little recognition. Tor, what was the name of the person that did it? Old money is a big topic in your philosophy literature coursework. Oh yeah? Yeah, it's definitely it's interesting when you think of like just entities that have like how many things they have their hands in and stuff like that, and then just also like the level that you could be at where it's like inconsequential to put money into anything. Like at that point, it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. You could just do it, and like you're just basically like your afternoons throwing darts at a board, deciding if you want to risk like, you know, an insignificant amount of your liquidity on something that's like just a random trend. Like, I get why a lot of people do it too, because like there has been money to be made in the gaming industry, but like there's a lot of stuff that's not gonna pan out the way that I think some people thought. So but yeah, there's definitely a point where it doesn't matter what certain entities invest in at all, you know. Just gotta own enough or like have enough things going, and then you can just try random shit. Oh wait, didn't get a stagger. Where's Jory? Perfect. So I wanted to, yeah, that was not gonna happen. Can't believe this fight exists. It's pretty wild. I can't believe it exists either. The even better part is I can't believe that I almost did it first try, and then now we're actually not even getting back to that level of gameplay. Tells you how consistent the fight is. Yeah, I'm wondering, like maybe I'm doing something wrong on it too. Like the design of this boss looks like a creature from Norse mythology that lives in the forest, and many creatures fear its magic. It literally reminded me of something like when you just said that. Maybe not Norse mythology, but like it reminds me of like an actual shaman, like someone that could be very dangerous, probably helped people, but could be very, very, very dangerous. Like if you played Banjo-Kazooie, like this is like Elden Ring's mumbo jumbo right here. Yeah, I think like the boss idea is really cool. Could have been like an even better pinwheel in my opinion, but the arena and the way they designed it is not good. Does not look specifically evil, but very wise. Exactly, yeah. It's like kind of culty, almost like M. Night Shyamalan movie character that comes out at the end of the movie that you're like, oh, that was the guy that was like the old dude that was trying to be friends with the main character that secretly led him to the thing that was actually not the place he thought it was the whole time. That was actually the mage that killed him when he was naked and he looked like Geralt and he had spiky fists, balls on his hand. In that one movie that was rated 18+. Oh my god. Here we go. Okay, what can I even do here? I'm trying to think. Because like right now I have to get a, what's it called? A stagger, right? Yeah. That's what I was missing. So I could just go walk up and get the stagger. Then I want to roll around here. Go back through that. Oh, we got Big Boy 2. Dude, how many features are there in this place? No way. There's no way. I can't see. I can't see anything. Where are you, Jory? You're turning into Cotton Eye Joe. I don't know where you went. Oh my god. Ah, in the forehead, dude. Seriously. Looks like something out of Midsummer. I could see the Jory in Midsummer for sure. If not the first try, then the 100th try. Yeah. It was level 1 + 0. You had to backstab this guy 27 times in a row, and if you miss one, that was it. Oh my god. So you basically are doing the same thing that I'm doing right now, but you had to survive the big dude and the additional guys for like how many rounds? Like 20 something backstabs? Sounds pretty crazy. Can you provide a cheesy strat? You can, yeah, if you want to. I mean, this boss is not going to be that exciting in the grand scheme of killing everything in the DLC that's important, right? It's kind of one of the less important ones, I guess. Can backstab loop him without him doing anything? Oh, okay, wait, yeah, you guys are talking about that. Oh my god. Just do DS1 chain backstab? Okay, I'll try it and see. Okay, question though, how long would it take me? How long would you guys guess it would have taken me if you didn't tell me to chain backstab? I was thinking I'd be here for like another hour probably, or something like that. At least one try, okay. That's very promising. Already halfway there. I was definitely living on a prayer, man. But what about when the prayer ends and I can't live on anything else because there's no more foundation? It's literally just like there's a chant and I was floating on a word that was not even there. It was a subtitle. And then Bon Jovi stops playing and then it's over. 20 minutes with luck, okay. All right, backstab chain, let's go. Oh, no, that wasn't quick enough. Let's just see how many things I can jump. His RNG and backstabs are kind of wonky though. So I have to be locked on and then like as he's turning, be right there, I'm assuming. I like how the game actually tells you how to lock on. It's like, after 670 hours of playing the game, by the way, you can lock on to the enemies. We know that you've been playing this on Steam that many hours, but we're still going to tell you. What's your opinion on supplements? You take creatine and aminos after every workout? So there's definitely quite a few supplements that are really good in my opinion, and then there's some where adding them into your nutrition doesn't make a big difference, so the cost of it is probably negligible for what you're spending. To make it the simplest explanation, like there's certain vitamins I take out every single day. There's a multi that I get through my greens usually whenever I have the greens powder, like unless I run out of it. That has my multivitamin, my adaptogens, minerals, and all that. Then I have extra supplemented vitamins I add on top of it that I want a higher dose of. And from there, the most important supplement after that for me would be creatine HCl, because the mental benefits specifically, and then you get all the physical benefits as well. But lots of studies saying that cognitively that can help you a lot. And then long term, that people in their older age should be taking it even if you're not exercising, just because the benefits for your brain overall. And the HCl version is just hydrochloride, like pH balance essentially, what it stands for. So it basically digests better. You get a better uptake in your digestion, like so it converts into more usable creatine. So that's like the best supplement for the price right out of the gate, next to just taking vitamins that you need. And then outside of that, I have cod liver oil that I'll take sometimes that is just mainly like another source of vitamin D, and some other stuff, but there's that. Trying to think of like anything else. Like there's tons of different things I've tried that are like kind of like you said, like you could take BCAAs and all that, but you're getting your amino acids anyways when you eat food. So BCAAs have to be timed a certain way, in my opinion. Like it's redundant if you already have a full chain of amino acids that you're eating already, or that you're going to eat. So getting them in to complete a chain makes sense, but like just having them redundantly doesn't do anything. So I stopped taking BCAAs so I could just get them from food. And yeah, I typically just take extra of the stuff that's hard to get a high quantity of from food in that profile. That's the idea. So it's like literally just a handful of vitamins, creatine, and even the creatine's not every single day, but you know, I try to do it at least once a day. What brand is it? It's Ballistic. So it's if you find an orange and white container, that's the one that I use. And I've stuck with that one for years. It is the best one by far that I've found for the best price, and the most servings around here at least. Shoot up gear straight into your brain through your eyeballs. Oh no. Yeah, don't be doing that at all. I mean, other than like those supplements, we've talked about like the ecdie plants before. So like beta ecdysterone, for example, which is just a plant that grows in the ecdie family, and it has the same occurring chemical compound in it that the butterfly uses to transform from the caterpillar, as well as like humans can synthesize it, and it's almost kind of like anti-catabolic. So that's expensive though. It's also not that crazy. Like it's almost like just adding another creatine to your supplement. Like imagine that you took creatine, but then your body deleted its effects, and then you could still gain the benefits that you already gained from it. Like you get the ATP upgrade, which is like one extra rep, we'll say, on your sets for the creatine. Imagine it adds one more rep, or it adds like literally not even a rep, but it like the rate at which your body breaks down is just slower. So it's like every single time you do training, you're basically losing 2 blocks off the wall, then you're putting 3 blocks back, so you're 1 block ahead, but you're always losing 2, so you're just losing less in the catabolic phase of being in between working out, because that's the only proposed mechanism of action they found to allude to why it actually helps people. It has no endocrine system interaction at all, and it's basically just anti-catabolic. So any kind of beta ecdysterone in general, whether it's like there's like the Turk builder, like you probably guys have heard of like Turk and stuff like that, and then just like regular beta ecdy, like they're both basically the same. But the price is not worth it if you have already had it before, you've tried it, you've gotten some benefits from it. At a certain point, it's not going to really do much, like for the price, so it's not worth it. But I have tried both of those actually, even just the individual like beta one, and then also I tried to get as much of it naturally as possible by eating a crazy amount of spinach and quinoa per day in my other meal plans I would make. And there was no way to get the amount that you can get in the capsules, unfortunately, but that's basically the only food source you can get that has that in it, is like spinach and quinoa, and it's very high in quinoa. So the benefits of that are pretty cool, but it's not going to be anything wild. And there's doctors that have said they've taken like 4 times the dose it tells you to, and they've gotten even more benefits, but there's like an upper limit. So basically what they've figured is your body weight is way more important in the equation of how much of them you would take in capsules of these plant compounds. So that's something to consider if you ever buy one of those. And then as far as like, I'm trying to think of anything else that I've even heard of before that's like relevant other than BCAAs. I guess like pre-workouts I've never been a fan of since I was a kid, like literally since I was like 14. Had a little bit of like, I think it was like is it NO Explode or something like that? It was like one of the older nitric oxide based pre-workouts, and it was wiring me up way too much. Okay, I can't get to the backstab, the chain backstab right there. I think I gotta rotate a little bit better. But yeah, anyways, like pre-workouts was always just mainly coffee for me, and then sometimes nothing. And then post-workout, like what's it called? Glutamine, L-glutamine. I have like as a part of a protein powder that I have right now, but like having just L-glutamine scooped like right into whatever you're drinking after you train probably is a good one. But then you have to kind of be aware of like your actual recovery, because it can make you feel like you're recovering a lot quicker, but you're still not ready to go and train hard, because like the time frames on recovery for contractile tissue, ligaments, and central nervous system are all different, so you have to make sure that that's all matched up if you really want to go hardcore, or you're gonna slowly work your way towards like a either a systemic failure later on where you have to deload, or some sort of injury. Ooh, spicy. Okay, so to backstab and walk around him. Which way are we going? Which way are we going? We're going this way? Okay, backstab. Boom, got him. Okay, which way are we going? Which way are we going? We're going this way? That's fine, that's fine. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Yep. Oh, this is already stressful. I don't like the backstab fishing. Oh, it's stressful, guys. It's too much. What's going on here? I can't see. Oh, he's already gone. Too late. Oh, but he didn't go phase 2, so we're fine. Just gotta be careful before that. And then I guess when you're around the tombstones, that's the only tricky part after this. Can't see. I don't know why I stopped running there. I was sprinting the whole time. Or I thought I was. Whoa! Okay, calm down. D from Omega. Omega is greater than DHCl of garlic, turmeric, mushroom complexes, nitric oxide. You've done the sauce you usually take muscle relaxers post-workout, but don't do that. Try L-theanine. Yeah, that's a good one. Don't take muscle relaxers after work. That's pretty funny. Take HMB free acid and eat a ridiculous amount of eggs since they're anabolic 1000%. Yeah, that is actually something I will say. And this is just like, you can take this as an anecdotal thing. A lot of people have said this that I've like tracked doing their own research with it. They've said the same thing. If you already are someone that can eat like, you know, maybe like 3 or 4 eggs, like literally double the amount of eggs you eat in a day, and you're gonna see some crazy benefits as well, like huge, especially because choline and you know, obviously you get some creatine from, I think, wait, do you get creatine from eggs? Probably not, like mainly red meat, but maybe there's like a trace amount, I don't know. Anyways, choline is going to be in there, which is great, especially hormonally, and then also just all those vitamins and everything. Like the amount of nutrients in the yolk is so potent that like you don't need to necessarily eat that many, but if you eat like, you know, 8 to 10 eggs in a day, like you'll actually start to realize some benefits that are interesting. But then of course you have to exchange the calories, right? You can't just eat 10 eggs on top of a regular day's worth of food. But I started doing that for a little bit. It's hard to do all the time just because I do like a lot of different foods, so I don't always do it. But whenever I do eat eggs, I try to eat like quite a few, like way more than I used to. And it does seem to help. The problem is people, the way they understand cholesterol and the way it works is not the exact same as like the reality of it. So explanations of it would be like, oh, you can't have that many eggs because you'll just get bad cholesterol. And it's like, well, technically that's not necessarily true. That depends on exactly the profile of how someone's eaten how they're utilizing the actual cholesterol in the body, like if it's actually converting to testosterone, first of all. Like how it's assimilating in the body is one huge factor, because like the way that the cholesterol even works before it gets utilized is in play right there. That's a factor that's in play. And then it's also like, what are you eating with it? And then what's your general health level at already? And then what are the transient numbers on your cholesterol? And what are your other biomarkers that are counterpoints of that? So yeah, are all those benefits worth the cholesterol? For me, I mean, like it's wild. Like the way that I look at it is, there's no way that something could give you like all those good features or good things and be by itself, like just at face value, a very good food macro wise, and kill you quicker than eating food that's not as high cholesterol, that's still not the greatest, right? Like I couldn't think of a way to describe that that makes sense out of it. It wouldn't make any sense, because it's like, how are you feeling better in every way, but you're less healthy? Does that make any sense? Does health correlate with feeling good? I would say it does. Like we measure a lot of metrics on a lower scale and put a lot of credit into that. So it's like, how can we not put credit into like, oh, all these things are going really well, so you're less healthy now? It's like, that doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, there's no one that's ever going to be able to convince me of that. And it's like, that's just common sense. But then when we actually get into like the numbers and shit like that, it depends on obviously who you're looking at. But I think if you move things around and you adjust for it, like you can definitely make a good impact to having more eggs. But yeah, use at your own risk. Don't necessarily have 10 of them because I said so. But with what Liam was saying, very, very good food. Probably the most potent food that exists. Like there's nothing better for how much is packed into like the dimensions of an egg per square inch of value. I think it's like the most potent, specifically because the yolk. If it didn't have the yolk, then obviously red meat would probably be above it for the choline content, the B12, the protein, the good fats, all that. So, but yeah. Do you still have fun playing Elden Ring, or do you just do it for work? Nurax, this is my favorite game in general, and I'll be honest, I don't stream for a job. Like this is just where I'll come to share the game with you guys, and I'll make videos based on the stream. So right now, even though I have been putting quite a bit of time into streaming lately, like it's not my main thing. Like making content overall as a whole idea, and also helping people make content right now is the focus, but not primarily on the stream. So if you notice, I have barely played this game in the entirety of it being released versus a lot of the people that are hardcore. And because of that, I think I've enjoyed it the most you possibly could, while still being able to make videos for it and do it on like a pretty significant level. So I'm very much appreciative of that. But like, if anything, the longer I take away from this game, the more I like it, because I don't play games in general outside of streaming. So it's like, basically it's my only time to enjoy games for the most part, unless there's like an odd occasion with a friend or something. But even that doesn't happen that often, and that would be like in person typically, so it's a little bit different. Oh my god. So yeah, like if anything, I like the game more than I did when it came out. Like I progressively have liked it more and more. Like I would actually even say now with the DLC, I'm more intrigued to learn more about the base game, because there's so much stuff that was added that it's like, oh, I got to catch up on it. Many people play it every day and they lose the excitement. I think that's just the way it goes with streaming in general. Like that's what I'm trying to help people with right now, is to convert them from streaming, which might not be good for you guys that like to watch a lot of content, but I'm trying to help people get from streaming like the, 40 to 80 hours a week or whatever they're doing, down to like, lower numbers where they can still stream pretty often, like every day, but they can take time away if they want to still put into other projects and still create things, but learn how to build other skills outside of just doing live streams with the same content they're doing. Because I don't think this platform, like specifically Twitch, speaking of when I say this platform, is going to be around the same way that we know it in years. It's going to be progressively different all the time, and it might not go in a good direction. It's leaning towards not going in a good direction more than a positive one with all the changes. So that means a lot of people are going to have to be able to make videos, not just stream. And to make a video that's good is very different than just streaming. So it's kind of like those skills will become way more important for like a lot of the people that are not on like a crazy established level. And then I think the people that are very established, it doesn't matter. They can have more time to figure things out, or they might not even have to worry, because they're already like above and beyond. All right, backstab. Yep. No. Yolk gets you yoked. You hear cholesterol in eggs doesn't get absorbed the same as bad cholesterol in grease. PB is similar. Well, yeah, it's also like your body's way of like prioritizing it, because cholesterol in general is cholesterol. Like the actual name, the unit of how it's measured, the context of it is like just it's continuously going to be cholesterol regardless. But cholesterol can get changed into testosterone in the body in some ways. And maybe not every single bit of it that you absorb, but just the way that you actually, your body interfaces with it, and the other things at play when you're eating it, like the other factors of the meal, they play into it. So if you were going to have a 10 eggs and then like eat a cake, like that's probably not smart. But if you ate 10 eggs and then had like, I don't know, like a piece of fruit or something else on the side, maybe even some like red meat or whatever, it's like, it's not going to be as bad as having crazy high blood sugar at the same time as you're taking in all that cholesterol, right? Or even more importantly, like if you check like actual plaque buildup, like in your heart specifically, like if you get a scan for that, you could probably over time correlate more buildup from that from other types of eating habits than directly just eating eggs. Like that's just not really enough to cause catastrophic failure. It's going to be like bad eating profile over time, right? But even that's also so convoluted too, because there's a lot of things where like items by themselves that would be looked at as bad for a certain type of health marker actually won't cause the thing if they're not eaten in a certain denomination too. So like then you have people that might like lose literally the most weight they've ever lost in their life eating McDonald's every single day, but like then they have to eat very restricted around that. And one of the biggest downsides with the fast food stuff is just the sodium content for a lot of things. It's not even like, even when you get into the macros and you fit them in, it's just the sodium at the end of the day. Like as the biggest problem with how you'd be able to eat in a deficit. Your own edited content has really improved over the last few years, Yoda. I appreciate that. We're trying a bunch of different things all the time. So if you have any feedback on anything you'd want to see more of, it always helps, for sure. And also, Papa, what's going on, dude? Yeah, sodium, when I say that, just I'm meaning it just has a lot of salt in it to preserve it, for sure. Oh my god. And then that also is a whole nother ball game too. So if you have like enough water content, if you drink enough water and you also sweat and use the water and all that stuff, like having 2 grams of salt or 2.5 grams of salt is a completely different story, moving quite a bit and using that, sweating and drinking the water, than someone that didn't move at all, right? There's a lot of different factors there. That's why do you think people like use electrolytes for sports? It's like, well, that's just sodium. Like they're electrolytes, sodium's part of that, right? It's not the whole story, but it's part of it though. Four, 5 and 6, 7, 8 million. What if I can do this and get the backstab? Oh, you know what? Maybe that's the way you do it. Okay, I'm gonna try this for a second and see. Like, maybe I'm supposed to hit him and then backstab. Seems like really hard to walk around though at a certain point, so I have to know when to bail. You never put in those subtitles the other day? You got them fixed tomorrow morning. You get the correct version up tomorrow night. Galaxy, do you mean for the new channel? As someone who lifted rigorously since 14, you never considered the cholesterol blood sugar balance thing being important for testosterone synthesis, health, or other factors. There's a lot of different things with that, right? Like it's like you can get to a level that's silly. Like you could be like, oh, I'm not going to even touch like receipts. Like touching a receipt will lower your testosterone. But like that's kind of silly at a certain point. You're going to probably like touch receipts. If you don't have to touch them, then don't. But like it's, yeah, like your clothing, like that you're constantly wearing, the plastic seeping into your skin. Like if you have athletic wear, like you're already like lowering a bunch of things constantly just by existing, like sleeping on certain surfaces. It goes on for so long that if you mitigated every small factor, there would be a sizable difference probably at some point. But that would look sillier than just handling the main things, which would probably be more so food and sleep and exercise and all that, right? Like basic stuff that you do would already be easier to control at that point. So but yeah, it's funny how like you can go so granular when it comes to like things that can affect the endocrine system that it's almost like maddening to a point where it's not even fun anymore, because it's like, why would you want to imagine you could watch like a meter that changes the level or something like that, and you're just watching it go into different directions all the time. It's almost like at that point you might as well want to know like when you're going to die and when the future is and stuff, because like you can't know everything, or you don't want to like be too fixated, if that makes sense. But yeah, if you like optimizing everything to a level that's that granular, then that's an interesting extra there. Oh boy. God. Oh. Okay, this is good so far. But it's not looking too good for the consistency on me landing backstabs, which doesn't help the rest of the fight. Ah, see? Like, if I only could land that one. Okay, he got me with a stagger there. When you breathe in, you take in radioactive chemicals. These minimal differences don't matter. Yeah, exactly. Should you lay in a bed covered in receipts for your estrogen galaxy? I don't know if it would actually help you doing that, to be honest. Don't you have to change levels and whatnot outside of a range to have it make a difference? No. So like essentially it has to do with androgen receptor sensitivity for expression of characteristics through the actual hormone itself. So it has nothing to do with even like the bioavailability or like how much luteinizing hormone you're producing to actually create like source tests and all that. Like those do play factors on different scales, but the most important thing is androgen receptor sensitivity. So if they are operating on the mass level, the expressions of someone that has an actual lower free number will be stronger represented in that person that's expressing and able to utilize it more than someone that, like, you could have a number that's like, let's say we're doing nanograms per deciliter for American scale, or like some, you know, whatever equivalent scale is in the world. And, you know, like, let's say that person is, like at a certain number, like the number being higher on one person versus another doesn't matter. Actually, that's not the full story. It's actually the expression as well. So that doesn't get discussed or actually talked about when it comes to like doctors and stuff as much, because if you could upregulate your expression and you could upregulate sensitivity, which you can, then you wouldn't need to go and buy, you know, like you wouldn't have to have hormone replacement as much. You still there'd still be people that are contenders, but like it wouldn't happen as often because it would be way more of a subject that's talked about, and then they'd also have to tell you how to optimize it more and stuff naturally. So it's like, yeah, that's not going to happen. They're not going to make money. But yeah, that's my knowledge. Maybe I didn't word everything properly, but that's my take on it. Again, obviously bioavailability matters, and the free-based amount is important to a degree, but not nearly as much as the receptors, in my opinion. Kind of the same as like if you drink a shit ton of coffee, your brain has adenosine receptors regardless, but if they're all prioritized or like worn down, like you're not going to fit that molecule inside the receptor the same way. It's not going to actually interact the same way and make a connection. So it doesn't matter if you have the most coffee in the world and you have a brain. It just won't work the same way, because you have to do the process of the consumption of the coffee differently for long enough to change the sensitivity again. Oh, I don't want to be that close. Okay, we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna hide behind this thing. I'm gonna crouch and I'm gonna buff. I'm gonna crouch again. Then I'm gonna sneak up on you. Then you're gonna do that, and then you're gonna walk right into my trap card, dude. Damn it. I think he had Exodia in his deck. He definitely was playing Exodia. He's playing the 2002 format with Exodia. Oh my god, man. Alright, right, that was not good. Can I please kill him? Oh, that was good. I just need to follow. Ah, man. Everything's unhealthy in a certain way. Yeah, it's also context. Like water, everything that can help you can kill you too, in a way, right? It's like the duality of everything is the cool part. It's not really the fact that like we have to obsess about the bad aspects of something or like an item being individually bad for some reason, but it's definitely perspective. It's a balance of multiple things in so many systems and subsystems and layers and all that. So yeah. You're becoming diet DLC just dropped. Becoming Diogenes. What? What does that even mean? That sounds like a Pokemon or something like that. Sounds like the guy that was from outer space in the third game. It's like Deoxys or something like that. Deoxys. It's his brother. Oh my god. Greek guy that lived out on the streets, owned nothing, not even clothes. Oh wow. Is he like a philosopher or something like that? Okay, that's not nice. Oh, come on, dude. Umbrella in the face. Actually, it's kind of like a coat rack, I guess. Ah, crazy philosopher? Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say his name sounded like one of the names of the philosophers for sure. Modern day Diogenes would live out of a quick trip or something. Out on a quick trip? What is a quick trip? Dinner is salt indulgence ranked in ranked matches. Yeah, I was gonna say I forgot to mention if you're playing any major esports game at a level that's serious enough to talk to people on mic, then you might want to lower the sodium in your diet by default because you already probably are overdoing it. Like definitely drink a lot of water while playing. Even just contact sodium is still effective, so you gotta be careful. See, I feel like once Jory goes into that animation, you almost cannot interrupt it unless you already were there. And I'm not sure how to be there, like, quick enough. It almost seems like I'd have to be doing something different while I'm waiting here. Maybe I could just backstep sooner. So we're gonna see how far we can take this one and then just practice at the end of it. Okay, she's able to escape there, or he, sorry, they, them, it, dead, alien. Beyblade? The shadiest gas station in America, if you've lived around you. Quick Trip, is that's what it's called? The sodium in your leather chair transdermally seeping into the muscles. Oh man. The pores of the leather in the chair are actually making pockets with hormones inside of them that will release periodically into the next user of the chair's skin over a drip timer of exactly 4 hours, at an elevation of exactly 2,000 miles above sea. Only. What kind of chair are we selling here? Oh my god. Okay, I'm already dead. Yeah, this fight's actually kind of annoying for reasons I didn't think it was going to be. It feels so doable, but then it's also like, no, you're dead immediately. Okay, I'm going to take a really quick break and get water, guys. I'll be right back. Just going to put on the BRB screen. Should I put up the timer? Kind of want to time the speed run of the bathroom right now, or the kitchen. Let me see where it is. Auto splitter could not be activated. Oh no, never mind. Oh, wait. It worked. But then where is the timer on OBS? Oh, there we go. Nice. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Oh man. Still haven't PB'd past 28 on that. I keep screwing up the method though, because I always have the light turned off. And then it's too dark. Unfortunately. Did you beat Mesmer damageless last night? I did actually, yeah. So we beat Mesmer and then I'm trying to think of what. Technically we just got to Jory, that's it. That's all we did today. All right, BRB, let's get rid of that. Whew. Oh man. We got water. Timer I definitely don't need, or there's gonna be people being like, is this a speed run? Streamer, when's the speed run over? I can't see the end of it, streamer. Oh yeah, I got violated by the hippo and then didn't kill it, even though I kind of want to. But we need to get to Midra. Okay, so for the backstab on this guy, is there anything else I can do that would be better than what I'm doing? See, I couldn't go for that. Haven't progressed on this level 1 yet. Damn it. Oh man, you watched the video and it said running increases testosterone by 2,000%. I could see that for sure. I mean, there's a lot of activities that increase it for a moment of time. The the misconception is that like that doing those activities keeps the level like heightened over time, or that it could add some sort of benefit, but it's like it's a side effect more so than it actually is like a giant mechanism happening there with it. And it's not a bad thing. Like you definitely should still do things because those things are good anyways, like running and all that. But yeah, it's interesting if you measured like what the body chemically would go through or hormonally like through any activity or whatever, and then you just saw like the whole entire process and then after, before, whatever, it's like a lot of things settle back down to baseline regardless. Imagine 20 times the amount for a prolonged amount of time. Wouldn't that be 20,000%? 2,000 would be double. Pretty sure. So 20,000% would be fucking nuts. Oh wait, no, 20,000% still wouldn't. Would 20,000 even be double? 200% was double. Oh no, sorry, wait. No, 100% is like one to one. Oh, but you're saying 100% more. My bad. My bad. Sorry, I'm thinking in the context of something completely different. No, you're right. You're right. No, 1,000 would be 10x. Never. I'm literally not even. You know what, dude? I'm not even gonna try to get myself out of this one. I'm just gonna say that I'm sorry. Could use Misericord. So I haven't actually gotten that upgraded, and I don't think I picked that up at all. Where is that weapon? And is that considered like a cheese on level 1? Because like I'm willing to upgrade it just because apparently it gets mentioned so much, I might as well learn how to use it, right? Probably have to end up using it for a run that I do. Yeah, I'm assuming that it's in the base game. One thing I could also switch to, I could do the Physic Flask, something that maybe does more damage and not more stagger. Because I don't think we're going to get much stagger on this. It's in Stormville Castle? Okay. So I might have found it before then. But yeah, this character definitely not. Ooh. Yep. Oh, no. Okay, you can't do anything once that happens. So maybe I don't go for a follow-up attack. It almost seems like this fight would be easier not doing the backstab cheese, or like the looping on it. It seems like getting 2 staggers would be easier. Oh man, like if I can't get the grasp of repeating it over and over again, I genuinely think the way I was doing it before is better. Can bait the AI movement by walking in one direction, then quickly moving the opposite way. Can create more openings for backstabbing. Okay. Yeah, my issue is more so like repeating the backstab, not so much getting in there like the first time, but definitely repeating the backstab. Oh, that's already too late. Here, let me see if I can practice it. Oh, never mind. Any tree balls equivalent in this game? No. I don't think so. Like what in this game would be relatable to Curse Rotted Greatwood? Or anybody that's played Dark Souls 3.
Might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Love her content. I'm on a league ranked grind. I need you because they're so soothing for my mental. Much love, keep up the good work.
So soothing for the mental. Festus Jr., thank you so much for the 6 months, dude. And also good luck with the grind as well. I hope it's worth it, and don't be too salty. Like, don't make someone else's dinner saltier than it was supposed to be. Like, someone's cooked that beautiful meal, don't put more salt on it. And vice versa, nobody make a Festus Jr.'s dinner more salty either. Okay, if I walk behind you this way... See, I can't even grab for the backstab. I think you actually have to do it while there's like movement, like in the middle of the animation of turning. Like maybe you could do it there. Tree Spirit? Tree Spirit's much better than Curse Rotted Greatwood, though. Like, it's like Tree Spirit's an actual boss, in my opinion. Curse Rotted Greatwood's more of like a gimmick that kind of features the lore of the area pretty well, but not really, like, it isn't really a scary enemy of any sort. Keeping up the happiness, but people playing it are from another level. Good thing League has no voice chat or it'd be a disaster. I remember when I did play it, the one day was pretty brutal. It was like a dude that we were winning, and like we won every match that he was on my team for, and he would just say so many crazy death threats and all these terrible things every time we win because he wasn't happy with his score, but he was first place. I was like, what else could you want? You won in your first place and you're still not happy. We still get death threats. Like where is the how do we stop that? Papa Smarty, welcome back again. What's up, dude? Missed the voice chat in Street Fighter 4. Oh my god. Imagine, okay, so I used to watch Cross Counter TV. I don't think they ever had an episode where voice chat was turned on, but that would have been so funny to see like people just yelling on that YouTube video or that channel. Oh my god. Because they would basically, like, Gutex and Mike Ross would mainly just have the pros come over to the place they'd filmed the thing at, and they would just play, and they would pass the fight stick, and literally... There's so many funny situations that happened on that, but yeah, I would love to see some Street Fighter Salt. That'd be amazing. Get a Balrog main call you a punk ass bitch. Why though? Like, because you beat him. That's the like if you get salty in a fighting game, and you're not the one that won, it's like a bad look in my opinion. I don't know. I guess it happens, but it's funny though. It's like you're salty because you obviously didn't play good. But I mean, I guess maybe if you played good and you're still salty, there's another reason. But yeah, seems like a skill issue. Okay, so you can kind of fish the backstab like that. Again, if she's in front of anything, or he, boom, done. What are the 1,000 things that I'm using before the fight? I'm using buffs to make the attack greater on the weapon, or sorry, the character overall, and then the weapon, the Ash of War just makes staggering easier. But it also adds some damage too, so most of it is mainly damage. Yeah, I'm wondering, is there anything else we can use for the Crystal Tears? Because, I guess we don't really have the Grace that's right by here anyways. It's another downside of it. Get salty all the time when you're winning. That's pretty funny. Maybe that's the secret. Character needs more eggs. Yeah, if I had 10 eggs to give the character right now, it would be impossible to lose this fight. Like, I'd walk in the fog gate, and Jory would just collapse at the sight of the specimen that is the character on 10 egg diet. Like, just the skin glow alone would blind Jory the Elder Inquisitor. Okay, that canceled it by like maybe a frame or two. Sucks. Big boy? Nope. Okay. Oh, yep. All of them. Give me all of them. Let's go. All the problems. Oh my god. Oh. You know when you beat somebody but you're just disappointed in the way they play? Oh. You sound like you've seen some things in the game before. Like you've gone some places. Yeah. When you see somebody but you're disappointed in the way they play, that's so deep that I feel like it's not going to even make sense until some people get to that level. I don't know. I don't even know if I've been at that point with any game in general. Like anything that I've disliked with someone's playstyle has nothing to do with like valid reasons for anything. I'm pretty sure it's always just been like the thing they choose to use as an item or like as the setup or the character they choose to use, whatever the case is. There's just something about that setup that I don't like. That's mainly a weakness of mine. It has nothing to do with like valid reasons, right? Just casual, salty stuff. Like mainly, I can remember from Call of Duty and all that, like certain guns would annoy me. But then at a certain point, I'm like, well, I mean, I can just use them too. But like whenever I used them, I wasn't as good. So that was a little bit annoying. But it didn't matter too much. With the fighting game stuff, that's way more serious because the character is like, you know, it's most of the characters in those games have been around forever. And like people get like super identified with them and everything. You're so good that you feel the disappointment with everybody. It's like, meanwhile, Turco thinks that he's disappointed with the way that that person played, but he can feel their shame that they feel themselves through the Wi-Fi. Like it's transferring into him with how powerful the shame is from them losing. People take Tekken way too seriously. I can imagine why though, because it's like you have to play it a lot to be pretty good, right? The time investment kind of precedes the ego for it, right? Or even just the obsession with it in some cases, even if someone's pretty humble about it. Like even imagine, let's say well, I don't know if Tekken's even relevant to this because I know it was in the arcades and everything, but I don't know the timeline of it. But I know it's Street Fighter, so there's some Street Fighter players that are literally in their 40s now, and they still compete. And the way I look at it is like, imagine you had one thing that you really enjoyed doing, like one hobby outside of like whatever else you were doing at the time. And the only way to play it was the arcade, and then once the arcade stopped being a thing, now you have online. And it's like they're just continuing going to the arcade, but at home or at competitions, right? And they're getting paid. But like I don't think that like for even those people that have been doing it forever, like it's like they need to be the best. They just can't like live without playing a high level of the game because that's what they do. So it just becomes like a feature of your life at that point. It's not even like them being the best or having a career out of it is really that deep. It's just the fact they were going to play it anyways. So it's like the only way to do it now. Why are you not using swords, Papa Smarty? Mainly I have to go for backstabs, and I don't think a sword would make a difference with what I have right now on the character out of all these weapons. These are the ones that I do have. I also only have so much access to weapons because of the character being level 1, so these two seem to be pretty good, but considering I'm literally only going for critical attacks right now, it's doing good enough damage for sure. I wonder though if I can get a better talisman for crits. I think it was the... what is it called again? I used it before. Maybe I don't have it. Attack power, successive attacks. No, maybe I don't have it on this character. Oh, you know what? It's technically it is a DLC talisman. It's the one that's in the area where I think you have to kill Quayline when he invades or something like that. The dagger talisman, Blade of Mercy. Yes, that's the one. Combos are so intense you spend more time in the training room than fighting. For sure, yeah. Like to be able to basically download the muscle memory to play, to like push the buttons the way you want to and then properly, it's like most of the work. But that's why I think it's cool, because like with a lot of the one-on-one games, like you have to have a really good history of matchup knowledge, actual experience playing certain players and playstyles. And like it makes you almost have to be like almost well traveled at a certain point. So you're either gonna have to go to events and travel on a plane, or find a way to play like, you know, friendlies with people from all over the world, because like different regions have different people that do different things. Like it's like legitimately gonna make you developed as a person to some degree to have to actually go to that effort and like seek out all those people and play them. Whereas the team-based stuff and the other types of competitive games, like they'll never require that. It's like you can, and also again, everything happens on LAN anyways at events, like kind of like you would be playing a multiplayer match. It's not on the same screen. It's like a lot less connected. So there's that factor where like when you trash talk somebody and I think you're like on the same screen, like you're literally on the same console on the same screen beside each other. That's such a crazy moment when you realize like it's still technically at a level that's you know, like literally life-changing money if you want it, but it's like just those people that wanted to talk shit at the arcade. It's pretty funny. Oh, I thought I could maybe get a backstab out of that. No. Did you miss Mesmer, Purple? I got Mesmer yesterday. The goal was to get Midra today, and then maybe something else, but I'm not even sure if we're going to make it and be able to kill him. I'm a good gamer, Papa Smarty. What is your criteria for a good gamer? I'm curious. Like, I need to know the threshold for being good first. Some matchup knowledge is really complex. I feel like people definitely like lose sleep, because I remember there was a documentary I saw about Smash, and the dude literally said the one guy's like hands were still doing the inputs like while he was sleeping. Like there's a video of it actually. There's a clip in the video of his hands moving while he's sleeping. At that point, you might as well just astral project and practice in your sleep, or like do the lucid dreaming or something like that. That's pretty good. And I guess if we get bleed every once in a while, I can just keep doing this. Just gotta be very careful in this part here, and then press the button a little earlier when he turns around. Okay, this right here, that's the hard part. So when I run back in after any big attack, that's probably the bulk amount of the difficulty there. And then not letting that happening, the stupid frickin' poke attack. Such a bad transition there. What is going on there? What are those? Oh, okay. Sure. Oh man. Someone who has the guts to play Elden Ring on level 1. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I think that it's probably not going to be fun for somebody that wants to enjoy the game for the way it's designed. Like if you like the fantasy elements, you like the story, the atmosphere, you like absorbing all the elements and enjoying it. This is like definitely the opposite. It's more so like just purely like doing it perfectly, or like very, very methodically. So I'm actually glad I was able to enjoy both aspects of this game, because it does have like a pretty hardcore element to it if you wanted it to, but it's probably the best like looking and atmospheric game they've ever made for me. Starting to treat it as a proficiency, yeah. Crazy how much thinking about a combo of buttons outside of playing can be more helpful than playing at times. That's kind of like music. Like sometimes with music, like you can't solve the problem by playing music. Like it just comes to you outside of that. But I don't know if that has to do with like how people visualize things too, because I know that like if you didn't have an inner monologue, that probably would be really weird to think of, because you might not have like the same I guess visual cultivation in the mind, I guess. I don't even know. Your brick for BL Shadows, BL4 is Shadows. Any tips for Shadows? I would say, oh, why'd I do that? For Shadows, try to get the health down of the one that has the candle first. Just the candle by itself, the Pyromancer one. Then get down the health of the one that has the, what's it called? Like the sword without the candle. Get them both to about 30% or just before 30%. Kill the one that has the sword without the candle, then kill the candle one that was just pyromancy, and finish the one that has full health that has the sword and the candle last. And that's the best order you can do for it. In terms of how you do it, I don't know. There's tons of different ways. Also, if you type in !guide in chat, there is a guide I made for Bloodborne that shows you that fight done without taking a hit, but it's on a leveled character. It would be done exactly the same way on a non-leveled character. It would just take longer. So that's my best advice for that. Just like that order is the best order, and then you just try to adjust it for whatever weapon you're using and how much damage you deal. They also can be poisoned too, so that's another thing that is an option. Pretty sure. Oh, see, it's so hard to get it every time, my god. Yeah, that method's harder than probably just killing her straight up. I'm gonna keep trying it though, because I got pretty far. It's a little tricky though. I usually take a lot of hallucinogenic drugs and write music like all the great composers did. Credibility, I studied music in college. Oh man, you remember bringing up having inner monologue with a known language a long time ago? Oh, without a known language. Yeah, that's a very interesting way of looking at it too. I've never thought about that. One that I've wondered about, and this is just purely scientific, like I'm not trying to say anything about the challenges or like or how someone would have to be in this situation, because it's very rare, but imagine you were not sighted and you had no inner monologue and you had no hearing as well. What would happen in your imagination? Like how would things like manifest? Because like if you have no sensory from visual, audio, or you know, like you also can't create that inner narration either. It's like What's the reference point? Like I was talking to somebody about it, and they said something that was, it's not actually that funny in my opinion, but it is kind of funny at the same time, because they were just like, well, I'd imagine like your head would just blow up, like there would be nothing that it can do, it would just like go poof, like explode. And I laughed for a second, but I'm like legitimately though, what would happen? Because we can't even figure that out without having a medium of translating whatever. So they would, I guess the person that wouldn't have hearing or vision and also not have the inner monologue would have to use their communication method, which would probably be like Braille, obviously, or something like that. Maybe not obviously, I don't know if that's obvious, but you know, they'd use something to be able to communicate, like they'd have to write something out, but like the way that you would transfer even the information to them would be so different. So like I wonder how you would, maybe that's already been done, maybe there's been studies on that particularly, but I wonder how someone could even articulate that without having the knowledge of the difference of it because they were born like that. And then I wonder what the different levels of articulation would be as you go through the timeline of people having one of those three things for a certain amount of time. Or I guess technically inner monologue you just have or you don't, right? But like, let's say the person had like just vision or just hearing and not the other for a certain amount of time, then someone that literally had both but then lost both as well even later, and like what the differences would be. Like if they would all get to the same place at some point, or there would literally be things that couldn't be perceived or gained because they never had happened with those sensory abilities. And then what would be enhanced as well that we don't really understand fully, because obviously I feel like there'd be something that'd be enhanced for sure. Like when you think of sensory deprivation even, that's where I'd start to think you'd be literally seeing stuff like all the time. You'd be like hallucinating, or would it even be a hallucination? Like who? It's such an interesting series of things to think about. Streaming on YouTube? KG, I am, yeah. So I'm on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Morse code. Someone I was talking to actually said Morse code. They literally said like that's how they would think in Morse code, and I was like, but even that's something that still has like how would you perceive that though? It'd be like an atrophy muscle. It would be nice to think something more would be going on, but it would be like an atrophied muscle. Interesting. So I don't believe that would be the case. I think that like the mind would be very like potent in that person, and that there'd be other things going on that we don't actually tap into because we're so distracted with sense, right? Because again, if you take away all these senses I'm talking about, but you still have the brain active, like you can still breathe. Let's say you take away sound, you take away like visual is hard to explain, because if you had if you had bad vision, that's very different from not actually having vision. Then being born without sight versus being impaired later on is also different. There's so many different like levels. So let's just say you never actually even had sight ability in general. Let's say like even like your eyes didn't form properly, and you also have no hearing. Then like sensory deprivation would be like possible to simulate to a degree on somebody. But like if they had eyes and they could just see black, like that still might be different than not actually having the ability to see with the organ in general active, right? Or it being blocked by like, you know, like a pair of glasses or like a thing covering your face or closing your eyes even. So it's like does that level also impair you even more? And when you have someone like just is in like a deprivation environment, like they just will start to see things and hear things. And like there's a little study that I followed that this guy did on himself where he did it for like 2 or 3 days or whatever, and he had like crazy experiences that were so powerful that he wanted to escape because it was too much like for him to actually handle. And this guy had all senses working on a moderate level, and like just deprived himself of a lot of them slowly over the course of these like few days in this environment that was controlled, and basically created that, right? So Vsauce, no, this was who was this? I gotta remember the name. You'd have to actually message me, and I'll find the video and I'll send you a link at a later date. I can't remember the name of the dude, but he does a lot of different things that are like that, not particularly Vsauce sciencey stuff, but this was just one of the things he did that's in his normal type of video style, and I thought it was pretty cool. Dogs have strong olfaction. They can see things and smells that people can't. Maybe this hypothetical person would have super smell in a sense. For sure, I'm sure that would definitely be part of it as well. I'm just wondering what experientially that would be described as, though, like how they would describe it, because like we don't have like we're kind of like short on people that are having that experience right now. I can't say I know anybody that I could ask that question to. So I would love to, though. That'd be like, I don't know if that would be offensive to somebody. Maybe it would. I don't know. I'm sure the right person would probably find it interesting that I find it interesting, but I would love to somehow have a conversation or whatever you'd have to do to communicate. Maybe have someone translate it. But yeah, I have no idea. I literally couldn't even tell you what it would be, but I do think certain aspects of the imagination and the mind would be going so wild that, like, who knows what's possible, you know? My most important question would be, is the experience a good experience? Because, again, let's say you didn't know a difference, and you made it pretty far and, like, went through a lot of experiences even during that. Like, I feel like you'd have a different take on it than someone that walked into that later in life, right? Or, like, some level of all those different circumstances. So it'd be interesting to compare all of them and see. Oh, okay, I'm good. I'm good. Nice. Please don't get stuck anywhere. Please don't get stuck anywhere. Please don't kill me. Dogs can see the supernatural, ghosts, and astral projection type beings. Right, right. But the thing with the dogs seeing that, though, and then like also humans that claim they've seen that kind of stuff too, right? That could be a difference that is closer. Like there might be less difference in dogs seeing that than we even know. Obviously, with the smells and everything, us smelling so good that we could see things would be. It'd be hard to gauge because the vision or like being able to like detect something visually is a difficult subject, because this goes back to what I just said, like how much of your actual eyes are responsible for everything you could see in your mind. That's the question, right? Because like if someone could like take something, even let's say you took a substance or like you had an experience from something that you had to do, and like you could close your eyes and still see things, then like what is the limitation or like the threshold, the boundary that dictates the mind's eye and then the eyeball, you know? And are dogs tapping more into the actual, as the organ itself, like is it possible to calculate that that's actually picking up something of that nature, particularly, and isolating that as a possibility? Or is it just hard to tell where like the gap between those things blurs, like where the line blurs, right? Because there is people that claim they have seen a lot of similar things that other people haven't, and then also, you know, animals are picking up the same type of things more normally. Spiders can see with the hairs on their leg, not their eyes. Their eyes are more sensors than anything. That's interesting. It's kind of scary, actually, but now I kind of like the scene in Spider-Man, like the original one, where like the blades of like his hair on his he literally has like the little micro blade hair things on his fingers to go in the wall. Like that's way cooler now because of the spider fact. I always thought that was a little bit weird, but I mean, hey, you know what? It explains the situation in the cartoon sense and also in a scientific sense right there. All senses are linked, but touch is the most outward sense can be. It's a good point, because again, like it can bridge interpersonal for sure. Although, like that's an interesting thing too, because that's contextual. So imagine like the attention that's the only perspective or attention point is you, and then you're touching an object that's third party. Let's say a cup or something like that. It's anything. It doesn't really matter what it is. Like that's not is that outward or is that interpersonal still? Like, unless someone else or I told you as a story it happened and I referred to it as a thing, as an event outside of us talking about it, like, is it actually interpersonal or is it outer? Like, how much and how do you measure that? Like, that's an interesting question, too. And I've thought about that a lot, actually. It's very similar to the tree falling in the woods kind of thing. Okay, big dude's coming back. I don't like that. Ooh. Oh, man. So close. Is the cup part of you while you hold it? Is it atomically connected, but only until you let go? Well, I'm just wondering, because, like, let's say, like, a cup doesn't have attention, let's just say like it doesn't have a perspective because we can't quantify that on any level. So we'll just go with the narrative that it doesn't have a perspective at all. It's just a cup, right? And we'll just say the cup, when I say just a cup, it falls into a out exterior or a material perceived exterior to your interpersonal experience. But your interpersonal experience in terms of decision interaction changes how it transforms that behavior with it or interaction, right? Because you could put it up, you could pick it up, put it down, smash it, take the glass, like put something in it, whatever. But I'm wondering though, like, is that even outward at all? Because the cup could be considered outward because you don't bring the cup with you by default. If you let go of it and walk away, it doesn't just pop up inside your pocket, or it's not part of your body. So it's kind of hard to. This is where like we get into a discussion of like where does the line get drawn where you end and other things begin and vice versa and all that stuff. So it's an interesting thing for sure. I don't want to get existential, but hey, you know what? Prof is here. Prof, I'm gonna actually offload this lesson to you because you're actually the teacher, so you can tell us what we got on the tests today. There is no line. Oh, there you go. Okay. If you guys don't know Prof, by the way, I've actually been able to work with him a little bit behind the scenes on some YouTube stuff that he's been making. He's been making some amazing videos. Highly recommend you check out his YouTube and also check out his stream as well. There is a chance we will be doing a surprise run for you guys that we talked about along with some other streamers. I'm not going to even tell you any details because there's no point. It's too exciting. We're going to have to go through some trials to see if it's going to work and all that. But, you know, there's going to be something cool that we're going to try to throw together for you guys in the future. And even outside of that, just go check out Prof, check out his stuff. I think perception's only a life-based concept. So what would be the opposite? What would be a concept considered not being life-based? Like what's another category we can even use for concepts there? I'm wondering, because like again, perception being that we're perceiving it in life, so therefore it has to fall under the same category, right? Or like that's what you'd think. It'd all be the same. Oh wait, sorry. No, what you're asking. I get what you're saying. Sorry, dude. My bad. No, you were trying to say that like that you think perception's only something credited to like something that would have the conscious outlook or the perspective in the first place, right? Be granted that. So you're saying it's not granted to the cup, or like it's not for one to decide or even like quantify outside of you existing with the cup and everything. But that's why I wondered like exactly where does the how do you explain the experience with the cup? Is it interpersonal still? Like, does interpersonal have to actually be something that's not tangible materially with your eyes? Like what's the medium we use to measure external in the first place? Is it just visually being able to see something? Is it just material existing? Whatever. It's like, because obviously we know on like even a quantum level, it's like way more complicated than that. And like, everything's just layered and layered and layered, right? All right, here we go. From asking the important questions to killing Jory in rapid time. Here we go. Easy. It was never a problem. I was just getting you guys ready for the inevitable win on the fight. It's all good. Even backstabbing the side of the back, not even the back. Crazy. Wait, what are we doing here? Okay, I got a little weird there. I take back what that speech was heading towards, because I'm not sure if I can. Yeah, never mind. It was all for nothing. If you can feel, see, touch, smell something, how can it just be perception and not be reality? Well, that's another thing too. So reality is not something that like you could define alone. Like it has to be a consensus, or not even a consensus, but like it has to be a collective decision of many, right? In my opinion, or like everyone has the choice of deciding that through their perception. So it's not like there's even necessarily a quantifiable example of what would be outside of that. The same way there couldn't be out of the cup, because we would have to be the ones to dictate it. And if you have all these points of interest that have different perceptions on it, there's no way to even make a definitive one without having criteria, and that criteria doesn't exist outside of the definitive perception. So it's like or like the individual ones. So you don't even have like a system or a structure that like you could reference at that point that I know of, at least. So that's why it's an interesting question to me. But anyways, it can't be self-referential. So devoid of self, then what is though? Like that's the, and then now we're getting into like, so there could be like shadow, obviously your shadow, like the psyche aspects and all that. There could be layers of like what perception of self would be from personality, accumulation of information, whatever. But then it's like now your attention, devoid of like how your ego frames like your view on the thing, but it just being objectively a thing that you did observe and did have attention on. Does that have a deeper fundamental root than even the layers of personality, ego, all that stuff? Anyways, is that still more fundamental? And then if we just look in that space there, and let's say it is, that's where it's like it's hard to answer the question still. It's like very tricky because I feel like it's both things at the same time. I don't think it's actually one or the other. And I don't even think it changes necessarily, other than only in the context where the cup like is in the playing field. Like let's say like the cup doesn't exist in your attention span or surrounding, then the cup's not a real thing anymore and it doesn't matter, right? But if it's there though, we have to address it. So let's just say it's both at the same time for now. I don't know. Like I'm trying to also restrict time as a factor in this as well, because we're not perceiving an event that came and passed. It's mainly just a continuum of like, if you are the perception in that situation and that thing exists, then what is the relationship with it? Is it external, interpersonal, and is that only because it wasn't witnessed by others that dictated otherwise? You know, all those different factors, right? And even more importantly, like, would that thing even be tangible unless someone reiterated it again? Like, did it happen? Like, the only account of it even being is literally you just talking about it after you experienced it, or someone actually having their attention on it too. So what is that valley in between? Definitely me beating Jory with backstabs. I think that's what it is. Maybe getting some bleed. Nice. Perfect. Okay, that was like one of the harder ones right there. We definitely need quite a few for this. Perfect. Okay. Give me some status effect. Nope. Oh! Oh, no! Yo, that was kind of scary. Oh man, I actually panicked at the last second again. I was just like, well, I mean, I hit her, so like, or hit him, and then now we're gonna get screwed because she's gonna leave, and then big dude comes out and kills me. All right, Jory's dead. Nice. Now we're gonna try to get to Midra before we end and kill him, if it's possible. We'll see. And then I still don't have enough of the fragments for another blessing level to get 12. Hopefully by the time I get to him I can. So I remember this part being absolutely ridiculous. Did I buy the dagger for the... Oh, I did. Yeah, I put Sacred on it. Okay, I want to buy another weapon from Round Table and then put Assassin's Gambit on it. Also, I do have to make a phone call really quick, guys. Give me a second. All right, guys, thank you for being patient. That counted as a break. Now we got Assassin's Gambit on the longsword. We got to go to the Abyss, which is like easily the worst area. But we're going to love it, though. I'm going to smile so big that Miyazaki can see a sparkling, shining star in the sky. That's actually the reflection of my smile off of a window, off of a satellite, off of another star. That overpowers that star and then makes it its little punching bag and beats the shit out of it, and then like steps into its like frame and fucking casts the biggest shadow of all time in the form of light of the heavens and all that's pure in Elden Ring. And yeah, then I'll become Radon and I'll literally meteor in from the sky and blow up half the map of the DLC in one hit without getting touched. But until then, We have to go to, I think it's for to reprimand. Oh. Oh wait, no, that's not even it. What am I doing, dude? I'm Forsaken Graveyard. That's where I'm going. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that if I use Assassin's Gambit to get across here, like this is sufficient in saving a lot of the problems I had in the first playthrough. But there's a way to get through here, and I don't remember it that well. I'm gonna get the map first. And if we have any issues with trying to get to Midra from here, I'll just look up a video of how to do it, because there's no spoilers. Like I've killed like pretty much every enemy in this area at some point, and or at least experienced getting killed by them enough to get the idea. So healthy mindset is very important for people who want to delve deep into philosophy. But what is diving deep into philosophy anyways, bro? Bro, like if you like just could like understand, brother, like just take a step back and like just picture this for a second, bro. Like imagine that like if you philosophized a philosophy of some sort and you could actually imagine the picture of the thing existing, but then it just didn't seem like it was really that cool in the first place. Don't you think someone else philosophized another philosophy of the idea of the thing that you thought you saw, bro? And then like the question was, how many drugs did they take before they thought that there was no point of even thinking more about the thought that I'm thinking right now? You know what I'm saying? So like really at the end of the day, it's like, bro, like just try to like, you know, like fucking just do a level 1 run. Like, whatever. It's no different anyways, bro. It's like all the same. Like numbers are just like freaking symbols, bro. Symbols or no symbols, bro. Sounds like he actually took a blunt break. No, that's just unfortunately the type of comedy that keeps me sane during this time. During the times of tiptoeing through the abyss. It's also really quiet in this area too. It's kind of scary. I feel like there's no ambient sound in here other than maybe like the odd gust of wind and scream of the damned or something. It's like whoosh, ah, and then it's like silent for 30 minutes. Oh man. It's cozy. So I feel like if I wanted to make the most sinister place of all time, I would want you to think it's cozy. Like you would have to convince yourself that it's worth staying in, and that would be like the biggest trap of all time. It would be exactly what they want you to do. Like if you're already going in there kind of concerned or had a normal level of concern, then it's probably a normal place. But yeah, this place is like, it's actually kind of funny because I've been to a haunted forest before, and this place in the game reminds me of what it felt like being in that place. Other than there was never anything that came out and grabbed me, but just the silence of the area. High on Potanus. I feel like that's one of those jokes that you ask what Potanus means, and then you're just like, D's nuts. Or something like that. This is the voice of the speedrunners resetting out at Gundyr. Yeah. Gundyr speedrun resets would be pretty funny, actually. Maybe I should start making short videos where I just commentate what the thought process of a speedrunner would be in that situation. It's like, all right, man, well, I've only reset Gundyr like 214 times a day, bro. Like maybe I'm slipping a little bit, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know. That last fight was a little sketchy. I shouldn't be dying on Gundyr this many times. I've reset 2 times on the first attack. Okay, I'm going a 3rd time. Oh man, okay, finally Gundyr died. Okay, we can get, guys, it's fine. We can get to the gold split again. I'm gonna get the fair and skip. It's all, fuck, I fucking died in High Wall of Lothric. Go back to Gundyr. Back to Gundyr again, okay. Just gotta play the, oh my god, I'm not paying attention. I'm reading chat again. Okay, let me just take a break. Come back refreshed. All right, Gundyr, another time. Attempt 234. Some random person types in chat just being like, yo, you sure you like practice enough today? It's like explodes and like fucking kicks a hole in the monitor and then just quits forever. My favorite speedrunning moments of all time was when Distortion would do like some of the best runs ever and then lose them, and then someone would make a comment that was stupid and he would lose his mind on the person. When he used to get mad, it was so funny that like I didn't mind it. Like there's some people that obviously get mad and it's like, you know, it's not helping. His rage was so funny, dude. Anyone that didn't get to see that, I really, you missed out on some stuff for sure. Because he didn't take it too over the top, but he just got so, you could tell he was so pissed off, and it's like that person, I guarantee you they felt bad, even if they were joking. Like later they're probably like, man, that guy actually got mad. But yeah, gotta get Nems in on these. Oh man, Nems would be a little bit of a suggestive person to add now. After the thing that happened with the book, I don't know what to say about Nems. Like I need him to come back to streaming and tell me what the meaning of the book is so I can go to sleep at night. Because I can't think about his book and rest. The salty Gundyr resets. I don't miss that at all, but I will say if I ever see Gundyr again, which probably will happen at some point, I am going to be very nice to him. I'm going to be very nice to every boss in every game and just like compliment them as much as I can and see if it makes a difference. Probably doesn't matter, but I'm just gonna be like, Gundyr, you know, you're such a... Gundyr, you look a lot taller than the last time I saw you. Is that a new outfit, Gundyr? Your eyes are so red and glowing like the demons inside of you, Gundyr. I love you. Okay, from here, where are we going? We're going, is it southwest? I think it's somewhere in this direction. Isn't Nems busy writing peak fiction? The zoophilia. I see that's the thing. It's like I was told about the book, and then he was like, yo, do you want to voice act or do like the audiobook for it? And I was like, sure, if it's a good book. But I told him before, I'm like, I have to see the book before I say yes. And then he sent me like an example of the book, and you guys told me what it was about, and I was like, there's no way that this is real. I genuinely thought that the whole thing was made up. Like I thought he actually wrote a book that was like about a normal subject, and that you guys as a group, along with his community, were trying to screw with me. So you made up a story that he wrote a different book, and then tried to screw with me on stream so he could record it or something. I genuinely didn't believe that that was the book, and it took me like I think a month to accept that that was actually a real book. I was like, oh my god. What am I talking about, Purple? So Nems, the speedrunner, he wrote a fiction book that was just like, I can't even talk. I don't think I can even like talk about it legally on the website. It was one of those books. So I was like, oh man. It was just a really weird book. Like, I'll be honest. And like, again, the guy literally sent me like an example of some of the pages or whatever. And he was like, yeah, like this is what you'd be reading, whatever. And like, I don't think he even said it was a joke. Like he just said like, yeah, that's the book. Oh no, am I gonna get grabbed? Ooh, can he grab me up here? Dead. Rip. Nems is actually a joke, brother. I don't know if he made a bestiality book though. No, he made a book that includes themes that are just suggestive, we'll say it. As far as I know. I don't have any judgment outside of like that. I don't know him well enough to even say anything. It's more so just like he asked me to do the audio for it, and I was like, I can't read that. Like if I read something like that in my life and it's recorded permanently and it's out there, like even if I was joking too, like I would be worried because it's not like really worth it. It's just fictional random stuff, right? So like why would I want to say that stuff and then have it recorded? Especially if I don't even mean it, if I'm literally just saying it as a joke. But I'd probably have to make it sound serious, right? It's good gossip. This isn't even me gossiping. Like this actually happened. Like he came in my channel and hosted me and told me to do the audiobook. Everyone was asking me from his community. And then they all said like, you don't want to know what the book is. As soon as it was always mentioned, it was like, oh, you don't want to know what it's about though. Don't ask him what it's about. So I was like, okay, what's it about? And then chat told me, I didn't believe them. Then he told me, I still thought that you guys were screwing with me. And I waited a while. And then I think he said something like in response to one of my messages or whatever, and then I'm like, oh, this is a real book. So yeah, like it's not even me trying to throw shade. That's the last time I heard about the guy, and the book still scares me. So I need him to tell me that he wasn't serious and that he was screwing with us for like a year or two straight. And if he is serious, then I'm just gonna leave it. I'm just gonna forget it happened, and I'll just sleep with a nightlight or whatever. Or 2 of them. Okay, so this is still south and west. I almost feel like we want to go north. Like this way. Ah, that would be backwards, though. You're hyper chill, so this is gossip to you? That's fair. It was from Nems. It should have been a red flag. Yeah, I guess so. He's still busy processing the loss to Spain in Euro finals, as well as losing to Greece in Wembley. Leave the poor unhinged man be. That is a lot to take in at once, I guess. Must have been an intense book. Just the subject matter was so off the walls that I didn't know books existed that had those things in it until like it was presented to me. Like I genuinely had heard of like aspects of these things before, but I didn't know that you could make a book like that. I just didn't know. Like, imagine, like for me, I like horror movies and stuff, and I've seen some like ridiculous horror movies that are literally just like rated as the top horror movies of extreme horror of all time, right? Anything you can think of that's like on that list, I've probably seen it. And like that's coming from someone that's seen wacky stuff. So it's like, I don't even know how to unpack like the book in my head. That's the thing. Like I couldn't imagine that being a visual thing. It's just, and also the way, it's not even that, but also the way you would come to the conclusion of writing it, like how you'd even get the ideas would be like just as impressive as the people that made this, but in a completely different way. Okay, I think I fell for this trap last time. I went in a circle once I made it to the bottom of this part, right? And then there was a direction I needed to go, and I think it's this way. Purple, yeah, so that, like I don't even know if the book was about that kind of stuff or it was literally just I don't know. I don't know how to explain. I don't know what category, if it counts as that, if it counts as something else. I have no clue. Can you ask more specifically, Q Leo? We'll just think of like a lot of like TOS or like terms of service violators of this website, things you wouldn't want to talk about. And then it had people in it, and apparently it had animals in it, and the things that happened were not wholesome. They weren't wholesome. And the page that he sent me didn't even have anything on it that was even that bad. It just literally said things in such a descriptive way that were so weird that I couldn't understand it. I was like, what? it stuck. I still have the message too. I don't want to reread it again because I don't want to like literally bother myself, but it was unsettling for a while. I was like, what is going on here? Just say it. I don't even know if I can. That's the thing. I'm being careful because a lot of the stuff that some people can get away with talking on their stream, like you could get in trouble and you're just unlucky for it. So I try to be pretty reasonable. Like it's not hard to, I actually don't even have to censor myself too much. Like I usually just talk about what I talk about anyways, right? But that particular book though, that's definitely a violation of TOS, I think. I made you choke on your dinner, Purple. As a novelist, you can't imagine Nems can write structurally. Well, so the guy's smart. He's got a law degree and stuff like that. He could be a lawyer if he wanted to, as far as I know. Like he's definitely not an unintelligent person. Like most people, especially that have done the things he's done, even in this game, I would say would have to be pretty smart. So it's like, that's the most interesting part about it. Like, is it just everything combined, all the factors at play there? I'm like, what? If like anyone's gonna write something, I'm always wondering, like, is it fiction? Is it like a autobiography? Are you writing about like a particular study you had? And then he was like, fiction. So I'm like, oh, okay, it's gonna be like this game essentially, right? All right, so we have this tree right here. And then when we get into this territory, is this a wall? Or can I go deeper into here? Pretty sure that that's the problem I had. I didn't go far enough into this part, but oh, come on, dude. No way. Whoa. His autobiography would be less insane than Burning Blood. That's a good point. Likes to stir the pot. It's possible, yeah. Like, I mean, it could be like the biggest content plan of all time. It's like disappear for like over a year or something like that. Write the book, come back, disappear again for like a year. Come back every April Fools to say you're streaming for 10 minutes and then like go offline and then just literally profit. It sounds pretty funny, but like that's the gist of it right now. Oh man. Okay. Anyways, with all due respect for Nems and everything like that, I definitely hope that he's doing well, and I would love to see him like do more runs again and everything. But I just hope that everything's good when it comes to the subject matter over there. Okay. What am I trying to do here? Yeah, we're gonna just cast Assassin's Gambit again, and then I'm trying to think of where I'm going wrong here. I'm pretty sure that's the right area to be in, but then I have to go up from there and then go back down into another area or something. Fiction is actually the hardest genre to write, even though it's entirely subjective. Is it actually the hardest to write for? I've never wrote a book, so I don't know, but typically when I'd write in school, it would be fiction, so I think I've written more fiction than actual stuff. But I guess to write well enough to make a book that's cohesive is a different story too. Even with like a biography or a skill that you're trying to talk about, anything it is, like it's definitely hard to make the book count. I think a lot of people go through the phase of like debulking the book is like a common thing where you literally have to just refine and compress everything down into like way less. Do you see Dino almost finished the God Run 3 SL1 a month ago? He got hit in Game 7 by Genichiro. So someone told me that. I'm not sure if it was you. I don't think it was you, but I was told that he handled it pretty well. Like apparently he got upset the last time it happened from whatever it was, but he said someone was saying that he handled it pretty good this time. But I didn't get to see it though. I haven't seen anybody stream of anything to do with this game other than the people I've hosted after I'm done. So whenever I bring everyone here over to another channel, that's the most I get to see at this point. Oh, did I go the wrong way again, dude? Are you serious? Oh, wait, we have this area again too, right? Wait. What if I go... Okay, southwest. Or maybe, is it southeast? I think it's... Somewhere through here would make sense. Go to the west and then head south. Okay. But through here? Can you go in there? Wait a second. That's not a place, is it? This is not a place. No. Okay. Oh, wait. Do I have to go up once I'm here? Takes you up and then you drop down. Okay. He said after he gets this run, eventually he's done with marathon runs. Oh, Dino said he's done with marathon runs after this one. It's a pretty smart idea. I think that what happens is you end up spending so much time, right? So like, even though you're able to do the whole run, like you're there. You've done every game hitless individually, and you've also done every combination that you probably think of back to back without that last game. Or you're able to, at least, regardless. And the difference of doing it versus not doing it at that point is very different in terms, or it's very small in terms of the outcome, but like the skill gap between that, or not even the skill gap, but the time sink between that's huge, right? So I think it's a smart idea, because then he could make way more content for everybody if he just does a variety of stuff, right? And then he could also play some, I know it sounds ridiculous to play a different game than this game, but like he could also play other stuff sometimes. And it wouldn't matter, because it would be the same thing as, oh, fuck. It wouldn't matter, because he'd still be getting everything done quicker than, you know, that run. Everything would be, he could probably make like a run per week or something. He's been at this for 1.5 years now. The back-to-back aspect is the insanity. Since he beat each individual each game individually, or 3 to 5 games in a row so many times. Exactly, yeah. And then so it's like that last stretch to just say you did it is such a small difference in reality that, like, even though, again, like, to do it is a lot, it depends on what it means to you. So for me, there's so many, like, when I think of all the ideas I'm gonna be achieving in the time that I could have been doing a marathon run, even now or even in the future, I got to the point where I'm like, I would much rather have like 100 different things I did that were really cool, even though each individual one might not be as hard as that marathon, but I really enjoyed doing all of them. Like, that would be more valuable for me. So that was my main reason to not continue doing that stuff right now. But maybe in the future, it's possible to do it quickly. Who knows? It's just a lot of hours. Like, it's not even a problem when you have the games down to play them, but like to play them consistently, you better like literally have it scripted down to like a Microsoft PowerPoint presentation where every slide is memorized if you're gonna go crazy on it. Okay, so I went south, and then you were saying west after this point. So am I in the wrong place over here? I think I have to go down into the other side right here. And we're heading south through this area right here. How many times do you make it to Lord of Cinder on the trilogy hitless run? Not a crazy amount of times, but like enough, definitely enough for it to be a lot, for sure. I think game 3 on trilogy in general happened like probably between 5 and 10 times at least minimum, like for each trilogy, whether it was damageless or hitless. But that's such a different run. Even the trilogy's so different than the 7 game run though. Like the 7 game is like, it's like, imagine taking like you're gonna gamble or something like that, and you're playing Russian roulette, and like the gun is literally loaded on every chamber, and it's on, and all the bullets are on fire, and you're also like, and it's also touching your forehead, and there's no one else playing. It's like, that's like how bad it is. It's such a crazy gamble. Do you train your voice to keep it healthy? You heard another streamer has their voice, their voice was getting bad. Festus, do I train my voice? I don't know. The fundamentals of speaking properly, I do understand to a degree. So like, I don't necessarily do it properly all the time, but as long as you have good airflow, and you don't modulate your voice in any way, like you like let it actually just naturally resonate, and you don't like strain it by yelling a lot or adding a lot more volume or intensity, like you're usually pretty good. But a lot of streamers I know lose their voice at least once a month by default, just from streaming, because they're just very loud, right? They just scream like a lot. So it depends, I guess, on who you are. If you did full time though, 8 hours a day or more, something like that, and you were talking constantly, no matter what, even speaking normally, you're gonna start to wear your voice down a little bit. So my only take on that is just don't talk a lot outside of streaming. That's pretty much it. If you can manage to, just don't have conversations with people for a while. That never worked for me too well. But I've also like I've literally never lost my voice from streaming, only from being sick. That's it. And also I guess from like birthday parties and like, you know, parties that were like you'd have to scream like over the music and stuff. I made it. We did it. Oh, we're at the back of the building. Okay, never mind. Cannot imagine me angry or screaming. I typically don't scream. Like I can't remember the last time I screamed, but like mainly because if we're at that point, it's already like past the point of words, which speaks for itself. So anyone that gets to understand that probably like I don't wish that upon anybody. I don't wish that situation on myself either. But like if I was that mad, there wouldn't be words. It would just be like actions, right? Because it would be a serious situation, of course. Because I wouldn't be wasting time yelling like for a bad reason at anybody. It'd be like a terrible way of trying to solve a situation if you think about it, right? Definitely have raised my voice before, but yelling is really difficult to justify. Lose your voice during Lions games. That's a valid reason. There you go. As long as you're having fun, right? But if you lose it from doing your job, that sucks. So I think that, yeah, if you stream, you got to make sure you don't scream. Or if like you are going to scream, like it's probably even better to train yourself to like use your voice really well then. and make it a comfortable scream where you're not like pushing it. But that typically has only been a problem for people I know that are like very, like they're super big personalities by default, and they're gonna lose their voice even at a regular occasion of some sort. But yeah, I'd love to know, because you asked the question, Hephaestus, when you're saying there's someone else that was looking into that, or like there's other people you know that do that, if you guys have any information on how you would train your voice like that, I'd love to discuss it, because I don't know enough about how you would rehab a voice rather than just speaking, you know, like how the fundamentals of or mechanics of speaking work, right? Oh, uninvited guests, I must warn you as you venture in, heed the words of our great master Midra. Approach not the madness, lest ye succumb. Something, 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 Olive Garden breadsticks. Let's go. Where is the entrance? Do I have to do something fancy? Oh, there it is. Nice. Brown cow. I still thought brown cows for like a while were the responsible, or sorry, they're responsible for making chocolate milk. Like probably till an age that was not good, like past Santa Claus age. I thought brown cows still made chocolate milk. And I remember someone telling me it in grade school, and I was like actually kind of disappointed, because I'm like, dude, like if it doesn't come from them, then I don't even want to have it. But to think that chocolate is just formed like that in nature is pretty wild. So it's like, yeah, wait, you're saying that like the O. Henry bar doesn't grow on a bush? Like what? You mean that doesn't just like happen? Did you not play through this area unleveled? I did, but it's been a while though. So I've just forgot a lot of things. Like this is genuinely the second time I've ever done this. And the first time I think I got pretty lucky and didn't die much in this area. I remember I think we died when we got to the second level up there. Oh, the madness. Is that the way though? Am I going the wrong way? Okay, now I'm straight up lost. Yeah, that's the main room. Ah, he kept going. Chocolate milk's incredible. It's pretty damn good, I'll be honest. Like, I can't really drink regular milk that well, but there's a protein shake specifically that I have that tastes like chocolate milk, and it's lactose free. So that's my version of it. Hot Skin, what's going on, dude? Good to see you again. How are you? I've been obsessed with playing Dead Cells. Oh, nice. I never got into Dead Cells. Actually, I heard about it like after it was already pretty popular, and then like my take on the Rogue, like the procedurally generated games, wasn't that good. I was kind of like, I'd play it if it was preset or predetermined a certain way, and then you could do that. But yeah, how have you been enjoying it though? Tried the game Evil West. I actually have played Evil West before. It's kind of funny. It is pretty average, but I enjoyed it though. Me and a friend played it just locally on his console. Like that was like earlier in the year or something like that. That was probably like last winter or something. I think if it's the one I'm remembering correctly, it's like a Wild West game that's sci-fi as well, and then like it's a third-person shooter, but you're like a cowboy that also is like using Gears of War mechanics, and then there's like Souls-like combat to a degree. Vampires? What's the one with cowboys and vampires? Yes, okay, maybe that's probably it. Yep. Hades 2 has you hooked. Hades 2 came out? Wait, when was Hades 2 released? Milk is one of your calorie hacks alongside eggs. Milk is a really good one to fill in the calories for sure. Like being able to drink them it's only possible to get that many calories, I think, in actual dairy. Otherwise you're gonna have like what? A bunch of carbs from juice and then just feel like crashing or something. Okay, so once we get to here, Then I keep going up, I'm pretty sure. I think this is the thing I missed. Oh my god, man. Let me live, please. I love you. Nope. Never mind. It's in pre-access for Hades? Okay. Game gets harder each time you die. Or sorry, each time you beat the final boss, and new enemies and mechanics get introduced with each difficulty level, so it feels fresh every time. And is there like a cap to that? Has anybody seen the full extent of how that works, or does it just keep going? This guy's gonna destroy me with anything. Doesn't matter what it is. Okay, just immediately get up here and then do not go back down. As much as I really want this item here, like I gotta be careful on this part. Kill me through the freaking ceiling, dude. All for a rune that's only level 6? Come on. Oh, they don't stagger from rolling into them. Uh-oh. That guy could have killed me right there. It's actually so funny because we do like a lot of damage to the enemies in a lot of cases, but then they can, like the most basic guy that doesn't even count as an enemy typically is so scary. Which isn't even the case. Like in the older games, there's enemies that are like less powerful than even like the basic dudes. And they don't kill you. They still do like a fraction of your health. These shadow guys can kill you like within 2-3 hits. There is no like really low damaging enemy I've found in this DLC. Legend named Coach Builder taught you can always drink more after you eat. That's a good point. Although I wonder, so this is like another conversation that is kind of on topic, kind of like another whole thing, but now when it comes to drinking after eating specifically, so specifically in like Ayurvedic medicine and a lot of the Eastern practices with like digestion and shit, like there's a huge discussion over like what the quantity of water should be or liquid that you consume with a meal before and after and or either. And so I wonder, even if you were drinking your calories after a meal, and even though they'd probably be absorbed a little bit better because you have food in your stomach to a degree, I wonder how much that could degrade the quality of digestion based on liquid to solid ratio. Oh, I tried to jump and it didn't work, dude. Why? Oh yeah, because we have the A button for jump now, because it's not frickin' Dark Souls 3, dude. Are you serious? That sucks. I'm dead. I'm not dead. We're good. As much as your brain asks for. I'm wondering like how it can kind of like dilute or degrade the digestion, because there's a lot of discussion about how that is a factor, and I've always thought about that, but I've never considered it heavily though. How do we have this grace? Wait, did I already get this one? Oh yeah, that was on the way through this room, I guess. But then this is the other side of it. Okay. As long as you're not trying to break down too many macros at once, you think that doesn't matter. So this is the interesting part, is like they don't talk in like the criteria that we use, like the macros and the micronutrient content. It's more so like how well does it assimilate, right? So like assimilation is like a completely different level of, I feel like, how granular it can be, because you can uptake food and you can have bioavailability of certain aspects of the things in your stomach, whatever. But, and like also you can like probably yield a lot more value off of certain things than other people might be able to, depending on tons of different factors. But the question would be, how much does it degrade how much you can assimilate the food? Like how much benefit you actually extract out of that overall? Like, does it degrade it because you're confusing the processes at the same time? Basically, the dude that was doing like the seminar on it was talking about how like he just doesn't drink anything in general while he's eating, and then he drinks like after, I think it's like 30 minutes to an hour minimum after eating, but then also he'll drink to be hydrated before that. He just won't have anything with the meal, and nothing right before or after either. And I thought that was interesting, because I'm like, you know what? Over time, I've started to do that a little bit, like just indirectly, not even realizing. I used to pound like a crazy amount of liquid while eating. And now I don't even, like sometimes I forget that I even have a drink. But it wasn't even on purpose. It was more so just like subconsciously, I guess I was doing that. So I have no idea what the difference would be, but apparently there's something. Okay, now that we're over here, there's like this ledge right here, and then there is just dropping down. I think this is still a new area though, so I probably should drop down here and then literally fall. This might not be anything new. I feel like I had this moment on the first playthrough where I dropped down. And I was like, oh, is this progression? That's incredible that didn't hit me. Oh my god. This ladder is made of some ancient material. Like, what is going on there? Okay, maybe this room is not the right way to go. You're supposed to go this way. Oh wait. Yo, that's Midra right there though. So where is that? Like, so he's lower down then. I'm pretty sure that's Midra's arena right there. Ready for Liza P DLC? I'm definitely ready for that. That'd be fun. What is bro yammering about? I was talking about just like the idea, how much does liquid affect digestion when combined with solid food, like in a meal? Like if you drink a lot of water or, you know, drink a little bit of it. Obviously someone that's hydrated in the first place, right? Like what difference does it make with your body being able to absorb the food effectively? Like maybe on a scale that's not recognized in Western medicine as much, or dietary stuff, but yeah, that was the subject. So maybe like the lower level over here is the right way to go, because there's still this whole entryway. How would I get on top of that though? Maybe that's not even the point. Yeah, because we have a ladder right there, and then there's nothing up to this level, but there is a doorway. Head to the room in the east. Okay, so there's still something to find down here, I guess. Water is definitely good for digestion. Wait, room to the east would be here. Oh, another hidden room. Okay. And then another ladder, and then another thing, and then another boss, and then another game, and then Elden Ring 4, and then Trilogy Marathon 24 game back-to-back GoldenEye world record, Streets 112 Ryan Lockwood. And then another lever. Okay, that moved this over here. Ah, I see what's going on. This place is not that bad. This is where everyone makes me feel better, where they're like, oh man, I don't know how you did that. I couldn't figure this out for like 92 hours on the first playthrough. How are you so good? And I'm just like, well, you know, like I usually don't take that as like a big deal, but this, you know, it took a lot of work to figure out how to get through this maze with that one lever there. Damn. All right, we have Nanaya's torch. I don't think that was actually progression there, so now I look kind of silly. Oh no, wait, we can drop down to here though. Oh, big boy. Wait, I forgot about that. I'm dead. I should have remembered. I should have paid respect. When you're a baby, they told your mom it was renal failure. It didn't even test you. Turns out you had indigestion. Interesting. When you did keto, your stomach wasn't the best you've ever felt. Unfortunately, you need to eat pasta and beer. Blade, I think that you could definitely do it in a cycle of some sort where you go back to eating more keto-based for a period of time and then switch. Or even like, I know this is not as effective or recognized as a standard practice, but What I do sometimes is I'll have days that just are lower carbs, like where I'll literally have such a low amount of carbs that it's like probably not that good if you're not, you know, unless you're doing low activity. And then on the higher activity days, or on certain days where I feel like I need to replenish myself, I'll have more carbs. Like I'll have a lot. And I'll feel really good doing that. And then because of that, the next day I'll do even better, even if I don't have a lot of carbs the next day, because it's kind of like preloaded in your system, right? Like you're using those glycogen stores. So as long as you're not depleted or anything, I think that you'll probably feel pretty good even going back and forth between having lower carbs and cycling back through them again. Just you're not going to be able to generate the ketones state like on a stable, regular basis the same way as if you just perpetually were in ketosis. But that's not the whole entire benefit of it anyways, though. There's still like inflammation being decreased and other factors of just your digestion being a lot clearer, enzyme profiles being probably built back up a little bit that are getting destroyed by other additives and things. So, all right, so now that we were over there, we got to this part, and then I got down there and died. We have to go all the way around again. Over here. This area looks like it could be part of Mikolash's house in Bloodborne. Or even part of the school. Like this would be like the outdated elementary school that was attached to the Bergenworth High School. And then they cut out like the program for the elementary kids because they're like, yo, you got to be like a high school kid to go here. And then they sent all those kids to Dark Souls 3. So scary. I punch things around corners to make my enemies hear them breaking, and they fear me. And then I just wait. They have no idea what to expect. They could have the flamethrower of a dragon's mouth. It wouldn't matter. I still hide behind walls and stay ready for the moment to strike in the spider webs, down and dirty, crouched, spiky balls in the hands. Charged R2 attack. Oh! Crippled his kneecaps in one shot. Ooh, okay, never mind. See, I didn't want to choose this character for the level 1 character because I feel like he makes it look bad when he dies, man. Because a lot of people will be like, he could have just retired or something. But he's really actually still young at heart, though, I swear. Oh, man. All right, well, we got to Midra, so we can actually see how hard this is. I have no idea what to expect because I haven't played it for a while, and I can remember some of the attacks. I just don't remember most of it. Worst part of keto was craving pie. Yeah, like whatever cravings you have, if you like desserts and stuff like that, that's the hard part. My trick on keto was I would buy these cookies that counted as part of my macros for it. They were like a little bit higher fat, very low carb, almost no sugar by the brand Quest protein cookies. So I could have one or even two of those on days I was super active along with my regular keto stuff. And like that literally kept me sane at that point because the easiest way for me to get my meals for it was literally to eat the same stuff every day. So like the only thing that gave me joy after that long of doing it without even having sides and stuff like that or regular types of even vegetables that I wanted to eat and stuff was mainly just the Quest protein cookie like once a day. And then occasionally I would do it twice and I'd feel like I was like a madman, but it was good though. Like I'll be honest, I think if you can hit a really good flow of energy with having carbs in your diet still though, and you're someone that likes to eat food, like that's probably your best bet long term because there is ways to achieve a balance, but you have to get creative sometimes. And then I think that also you want a lot of the stuff to be in your own control or grasp. So it's like I think a lot of the clients I've had with nutrition stuff, like concerning that, they have a harder time at events or like other people's houses when they don't make the food. But it's like there's even life hacks for that too. You just have to think outside the box. Like an example would be, hey, you want to eat dessert, do it, but then don't have a side. Like replace the carbs that would be with your 3-course meal with the dessert. And then make sure it's a quantity where it's not going to spike your blood sugar so you won't feel bad. And then right after you're done eating, go for a walk or do an activity where you have to move, like play a sport, do something immediately. and you'll already be on the same track as you would have been if you didn't have the dessert and you just had the 3-course meal. And it's like, well, you got to have both, but you had to sacrifice something small. You could even do all of them. You could even go and like overeat and do that, but then it's going to be harder to like walk off or do the cardio to burn off a little bit of the extra. And it's not even about burning it, but more so just speeding up the digestion. So you don't want to slow your digestion so much by eating way too much, but it's like there's just a balance with that where you could have dessert every day. There's some people that literally eat cake every day, and like I think Terry Crews was talking about that. He was saying that he literally eats like a cake or something every day, like a small one, or something funny like that. And it's like you could totally pull it off, but it's a little bit harder to, because then it's like, oh well, you don't get to have as much protein then, because some of the calories are taken up by that, and then you don't get to have as much high quality micronutrients unless you're supplementing. So you just got to pick and choose your battles on that. All right, Midra time. Let's go. I'm kind of worried. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3. And then Midra's completely fair. He got this. He was a really fun fight. I enjoyed him a lot. That's why you perma bulk in maintenance to cut. See, Liam, I feel like you're actually in denial, because if you perma bulk, then you can never cut in general. There's no way to do it. There is no maintenance. You're always in a bulk forever, and you'll slowly just get to the point where like one day you'll wake up and you'll see outer space and you'll wonder what's going on. And then you'll look in the mirror and you'll see like the Earth behind you being just like a fragment in the background, and then you'll be bigger than the planet and you'll be in outer space and you'll be your own planet. Because the bulk never ends. So it's like, that's like, as long as you don't get caught off guard by that moment that everybody hits with the lifetime bulk. I mean, like, at least like when someone says your traps are literally swallowing your head, you could like be like, yeah, like, I mean, I literally, like, I am a planet now. Like I am a solar system feature for bulking for that long. Oh God. Anyways. Man, I'll be honest, it's even harder playing this game and talking about this stuff with, I think I've had like 3 hours of sleep yesterday, and I slept pretty damn good the day before, but like I only had like 3 hours of sleep last night, so bear with me if I'm on some crazy tangents or things are just hitting differently. Like it's been pretty funny. Oh yeah, I can't even take a damage on this guy, I forgot. Oh man. Why can't we summon Melina here? We should be able to summon Melina all the time. Gotta sleep more. I know typically I would. Like I'm definitely not someone that advocates for purposely sleeping a little bit amount of time, but I also didn't want to go and take a nap and then actually sleep. So I was like, I'm just gonna do this, get this out of the way, do everything else I need to do, and then just sleep a little bit earlier. But the thing that happens with me that's the problem is if I haven't had like multiple days in a row of sleeping that little amount of hours, I won't be tired after a certain point. So I could have gone like the whole half of the day being tired, and then like, nah, I won't be tired. It's too late. And then if I beat Midra, especially right now, like right on this attempt, I'll never sleep again. So we can't afford to beat him right now. I wonder if there's an easier way of staggering him in the beginning there. Oh, I have enough time to do Craigblade before the transition. That's nice. So yeah, we should get a crazy stagger on him once the fight begins. It's funny because I'm trying to remember his attacks, but then like I was like completely safe on that spin there. That was weird. How tough is Midra at level 1? You got off defeating Commander Gaius and then tackled Mesmer. So yeah, I just started Midra. I think Midra is going to be easier though. I don't see it being that bad. Can I max out the music for this fight? I really wish I could, but unfortunately the fight that I end up doing on this is going to be in a video where later on I can't take the music volume down and keep the sound effect volume up as well as my voice. So if I wasn't doing that, then I totally would. But I don't know how I would be able to balance it back out because they're both on the same channel of audio, right? It's the only issue. Like, I wish I could put on the soundtrack outside of the game for you, or that we could listen to it on a different source. Oh, my God. Okay, that's really quick. Maybe what I should do to begin is not even buff. Like, go in there, kill him, just get the stagger on the tiny dude, kill him, and then try to see what we learn. Level 1 Radon will be insane. Radon and Bale are the two that I'm prepared to spend the most time on, but I think Bale might still be quicker than the Lion was. The Lion was crazy. I'm still shocked at how long that took. Like, it almost doesn't even make sense to me. Using Banished Knight's Halberd with Ice Spear, Hook Claws, and Venomous Fang on level 1, really? I guess you can use pretty much everything though, right? Like a lot of different stuff. So why a halberd and a spear? Or why are you using all those weapons? Is it just like a combination of the effects or something? If you want to be really extra, you could play the OST off of Spotify, but that would require some effort. Yes. And then also on top of that too, if for some reason, which this would make no sense, but I'm starting to feel like this is going to happen one day. If they wanted to be like, oh, the copyright company that owns that version of the song detected something, like maybe on the YouTube algorithm, it detected something slightly different than the version that was in the game, and then it copyright flags me for like playing the game music while I'm playing the game. That'd be crazy. Because I actually had it happen not too long ago where they flagged me for the Soul of Cinder soundtrack while I was playing DS3. Like on an old video that I had already had monetized. They literally demonetized it because of Soul of Cinder OST. I'm like, that doesn't make sense because that's in a lot of the videos I've made. And it only happened one time, so the company was like, oh, maybe we could take some money. But that's insane though, because if you bought the IP and you own a copy of the IP, you own the soundtrack for fair use, like while recording it, as far as I know. Why is this guy so spooky? I've never ran around with him before like this. I might be able to just keep spamming him with attacks. There we go. All right. No, so 1, 2, 3, okay. YouTube doesn't care about fair use. Well, so the thing is, it's not even YouTube. It's literally just the company that owns the copyright for that particular track, which they might not even own the copyright for the whole game. They just wanted to claim money over it, particularly on my video and probably anyone else's. But it didn't apply to every video, though. It's weird. Future law will be impossible to regulate. They're gonna like come to your house and be like, you were jaywalking at 2000 you know, whatever street, like at this intersection on a Friday last year around this time. We got you. Fist looks quite decent. The fist weapon, like Starfist, is really good. Just I need to like learn his attacks first and just see exactly how they work again, and then I'm gonna add more damage to it after. Do look into maintenance cut or body recomposition. Avoid the misinformation around it because it's everywhere. Are you talking about me, Liam? Like I should look into it? Oh, there we go. We. Thought he was gonna do it again. Ah, it's always slow after the first one from that side, damn it. Potatoes from Mars would have mad iron content in it, though. Venomous has ice and poison, which is surprisingly high proc. The spear does very good damage. You could switch, but it's doing okay. And the hook claws is solely focused on bleed. Okay, so you switch between those then. Okay, that makes sense. I was imagining you using everything all at the same time, and I was trying to figure out how the equip load would work for dodging the attacks, because level 1, you tend to have to be like really light on this game. It seems like the DLC doesn't like when you are like medium equip load, even like regular medium roll. It's pretty tricky. What do you guys think it's going to take for me to kill Radahn? I'm curious. I'm guessing like 6 hours or something like that, or more. But at this point, it's hard to tell. Oh, that attack. Okay. And then he opens the umbrella on it. Oh! Oh, it's that simple. Oh, I see. Oh, and that's the easiest attack right there. Okay. I see. I think you could actually just duck the first part of it completely. Also, I feel like Midra would make a very good high fashion model for Fashion Week for Halloween specifically. I would vote his fashion #1 for Halloween if they did like a show that was particularly just for, you know, the we'll call it the undead variety to be polite. And he's also got a Christmas tree inside of him at the same time. He's ready for 2 holidays at the same time. Most prepared Dark Souls NPC for any kind of holiday occasion at this time of year. Like, I almost want to be Midra for Halloween, but I don't know how I would do that. I'd have to, like, Photoshop my head or something. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty good. Just regular R2, just to see what the timing's like. Regular R2. 2 of the daggers, 1, okay. And then just ducking underneath. Oh, I didn't... Oh, why'd that not work? Stuck on Mesmer's second air attack, not the attack where he does the jabs and stomps on the ground. Not the one where he does jabs. His version of Waterfowl. Okay, that one, when he takes off to do it, you roll forward 1 time and then wait a second and then roll backwards again. Because there's only 2 parts of it that hit you in the entire sequence if he starts it from, like, you know, a few feet away from you. Like, unless you're literally in, like, touching him when he does it, there's like 1 part you dodge at the beginning, then 1 part right after. And if you actually even watch the VOD on the YouTube live tab from yesterday, you should be able to see me killing him in many of the fights, dodging that attack as well. It's not too bad. There's many ways you can do it, though. There's more than one way, for sure. Without a doubt. Okay, I don't even need to worry. What am I doing? That was really funny. Funny turn of events there. Okay, phase 2. And then he has that explosion, but what happens? Oh yeah! Okay, so the difference is in phase 2, he can do like the beam, basically, right? I think that's the only... Is that the only difference? Seems like early phase 2. That was super early, yeah. Could set your head on fire and die as fashion. I'd have to get like a really big like Cheerio or like a donut or something like that to put on my head first. Maybe I should go to like Krispy Kreme and get a really dry, crusty donut that fell under the counter like a week ago, and then just make sure it's a big one, and I can set that on fire. Maybe put some candles in it or something. Tried spamming rolling, it doesn't work. It sucks that like you would think that the solution for everything in this game would just be spamming the roll button would work eventually, but it actually doesn't, unfortunately, on this part. I have a suspicion that FromSoft's legal team actually hired like advanced scientists and psychologists to come into the game and like change the way that like a player would play it in the DLC to make it impossible to do that. Like they just don't want you to be able to roll to escape anything. They're like, no, you're just gonna sit in this situation and you're gonna enjoy it and die with no escape. What? All right, so Midra phase 1, pretty good. I think we have that down well enough at this point. I don't think I have to roll that at the end. Probably doesn't make any sense. Oh my god, okay, that's a different attack. Whee. Oh yeah, and then the stab can happen right after, but that's a really good hitbox for it. Yeah, you can just do that the whole time. Okay. That one saved me a lot on the first playthrough, I remember. There's that. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. I went backwards. I shouldn't have done that. Always sideways. Agreed. Miyazaki admitted he sucks at these games. You think he's offended that people got so good at them? That would be funny if he actually got offended. I feel like he just enjoys the fact that people plays them. I would have a really hard time imagining Miyazaki having like a fragile or big ego in general with the way that he's presented everything, and also the way he made the game too. But that would be really funny, like having him like even like fake react to something like that, like getting salty about people beating it, would actually probably make the game even more popular. Like I think he's too serious or like straight up of a guy to do that though, but that would be hilarious. I feel like Kojima would do something like that in my opinion. I feel like Kojima would give us the satisfaction. But as far as I know, Miyazaki's like very shy though. Apparently he doesn't like speaking publicly at all. Or like even like on audio in general that often, so. And I'm sure his English is not like, again, immaculate compared to, you know, some of the North American developers and stuff, so. Okay, here we go. I can probably hit twice. Yep. Nice. 2 of those. 2 for 1. 3 for 1. Don't go backwards. I'm gonna not have enough room. When the corner is not enough. Boy. Oh, and he could do like the waves on the ground too. Okay. Too busy learning how to make better Souls games than to learn English, to be honest. Good on him. Remember in an interview, he was like, yes, the world is full of pain. That's what these games represent, on some My Chemical Romance vibe. That's awesome. Yeah, no, he has had some interesting like comparisons with the like the flow of the game to like, you know, just the meaning of a lot of things with life. It's interesting. Even some of the what's it called, the references that he has, like Berserk, I believe even some Studio Ghibli related anime stuff he's a fan of. Berserk alone though is enough to be like, yeah, you're pretty hardcore. I think he's legit on a Spielberg level. Oh, 100%. Like without a doubt, he's definitely very, very, like he was meant to do this, 100%. Like there's no mistake that he ended up in that position. Like the story of how he got there is really interesting, but I think it was just like the perfect series of things. Oh, why did I go backwards on that? I'm trying to think of why I'd go like roll backwards for anything. I guess because I'm thinking of the dagger attack, but I can walk backwards first, and then that should miss. How many rune arcs do I have? Got 300 and 300. Is that 323 in total? So the question is, do I use that many on Radon? I don't know. Elden Ring isn't even close to the kind of game he wants. He has something in mind, but he wants to experiment with these games first. Interesting. Experiments to us look like God games. Well, that's the thing. There's so many people that say this game's bad, though, for like a lot of reasons, or they get way too like meticulous when critiquing it. But it's like, or do you actually think it's bad, or is your standard not even like accurate to what you're saying? Like, are you really just being that guy talking shit about the game? Because like a lot of people will buy a lot of games now and they'll just say they're bad, but it's like, why'd you buy it though? And why don't you return it if it's bad? You know, Steam has the 2-hour refund. Ah, damn it. Elden Ring is your favorite game ever. Bloodborne is your second. You'll play anything he makes. I think that's the biggest thing you could have as an achievement, is the fact that you even saying that you'd play anything that he makes, like without even looking into it necessarily the same level as other games. I also trust pretty much anything they make at this point. And I'm sure they'll make things that are not the genre I like, but they have the best track record out of any developer that exists, I'm pretty sure. I don't think they've missed a single time in general. Like, they made an extra game that no one talks about really, that has nothing to do with this, but that doesn't count even in the timeline. Like, its performance or whatever happened with Deracine, I wouldn't say that even counts for any of this stuff. Like, every normal thing they make is incredible. Gaius might be the easiest fight in this DLC. Really, Gaius being the easiest fight. For me, I would still rank him pretty up there. Oh, god damn it. I'd rank him pretty high, but I got to go back to him and play him many, many more times and play the other bosses again. Because I think the Flower would definitely be harder than this fight, and probably even, like, maybe harder than Mesmer? I don't know. Because the stupid Thorns attack. Thought Midra was easier than Gaius. Yeah, Midra doesn't have a lot of health, and he's also not, like, his attacks aren't crazy. Haven't done level 1 yet for him. That's fair. Yeah, that definitely changes a lot of stuff, but I think Midra is basically, like, so far just as easy as he was from what I remember in the first playthrough. I don't know why I did that. Come on, man. Focus, 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 focus. Come on, just something before we go. We've been going for a while, but just a little bit more focus, like 20 minutes maybe. More focus, that's it. Just get a good fight, maybe kill him. If I killed him in 20 minutes, that'd be absurd. I would actually cry, but we'll try though. Okay, that's a little too close. Maybe I should wait for those attacks every time and not go for an early one. You thought Romina was the easiest fight, most balanced boss you faced in the DLC? I could see that, definitely. The problem is, I guess, when you only played it one time, you have no idea, like, if it's really that bad, or it's you know, maybe you did something wrong. With that one, it could be either or for me. I think that it was not that hard, but I could see it being ridiculous for this for some reason, with all the conditions. like the aerial attacks, and I don't know. Just trying to land a hit on her was kind of tricky. Okay, I'm gonna chug this right away. One more. Okay. Cool. Cool. Oh yeah, I'll take that too. Yo. Why'd I go backwards? Okay, we can stagger back to back on Midra, like really aggressively. Wow, that's pretty damn good. Starfist power, yeah, definitely. The power of spiked crack tier and stone barb at the same time. Ron, what's up, dude? Whatever emotes you tried to use, they spelled themselves out there. I don't know if that was on purpose. I almost like the fact they're not actually images. Like it looks better. It's funny. Maybe that's a YouTube emote though. Is that supposed to be? They actually show up in YouTube chat. Sorry, you used it properly. Never mind. My bad. I thought it was like a typo and it just showed up as the text. I guess I can't see YouTube emotes in the combined chat. I have to turn that on or find something that lets me see them. Yeah, so he's a 2-hit stagger. Wait, and then it staggers him out of stagger by hitting him normally. So any hit in general, you can't do a combo on Midra, unfortunately, with melee, I guess. Unless you maybe... Well, it seems like even before he falls down, you'd have to hit him like twice as he's falling, kind of. You know you play too much when you start looking at the Iron Ball and Starfist as a cheat weapon. Well, what doesn't have the potential to be a pretty crazy setup in this game, right? There's so many different combinations of stuff that I would argue that there's probably dozens of builds that are just as effective with different amounts of time they take to set up. But they all are pretty equal in a lot of ways for different reasons. But like they still have not made a game like this in that regard too, which is cool. It's like you're able to do a lot of everything, and it still not be better than anything else. Like magic, for example, is not handled in a way that's absurd. It's like actually somewhat balanced, even maybe underpowered in certain cases, and people aren't even liking that. But better than it being like a different level of gameplay where you're just deleting everything. Okay. Crouch. I thought he was going to get the stagger for sure. Oh, man. Something weaker like a dagger wouldn't, unless Midra's just that weak. I'm thinking it has something to do with like his character model and the way that they allowed him to stagger, but a dagger might work, you're right. I don't have a weapon that is upgraded to that level that I could hit him with other than the fists, unfortunately. You like Elden Ring because it implies the ringtone is ended. It's pretty funny. It also implies there is a ringtone. That's true. Who even said that in the first place? How do we know that there was a phone? Where is it ringing from? Why is there sound? If it's that old, like maybe it was invented before sound, right? If it's Elden, that sounds like it's before audio and color. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, what? Okay. Cool. Yeah, I definitely want to get a Midra Halloween costume. It's gonna show up on the porch literally with a a sword that's like taller than me that looks like an umbrella, and then I'll just go tan for like maybe 20 years straight until I'm beef jerky. Then they'll resurrect me. Maybe they'll cryo freeze me or something like that, then like save my body after they figure out how to cure me from deep deep hollowing in real life. Then all I have to do after that is just get like some sort of thing that's like a donut looking head thing and set it on fire. They have Randy Savage pull you up from Earth. Yeah, and definitely if Randy Savage is involved, I'm trick-or-treating in any costume. That doesn't matter. That'd be an epic moment there. Like, I'll go trick-or-treating as a frickin' adult, dude, if Randy Savage is coming with me. Oh, come on, dude. No! Stop it. All right, okay, I'm gonna play this one smart. I'm gonna give myself 5 tries in general, like literally 5 times before we're done, to see how far I get, and really, really try my hardest, because I can feel that I'm like really tired. And I definitely need to eat. I haven't eaten like food, like good food, so need to do that. And we've been going for a while, but we made it to Midra. I'm gonna beat him tomorrow regardless. Like, I'm definitely not gonna stop till he's dead, so he's gonna be dead, and we're probably gonna be able to get to Bale at least. So I'm not worried about anything, but I want to give it like 5 solid attempts that are worth it. Because we made it pretty far. We could definitely stagger him a couple times, get phase 2, and then just learn something. Do something that's productive on this fight. No excuses necessary? Yeah, exactly. This is the only shot. We have 5 lives. That's it. No, we don't even have 5 lives. We have 1 life. That's the truth right here. I don't know how that hits. That's so weird, dude. I dodged. I pushed the button before it even swung. Oh, maybe I have to go a different direction when he starts that one. I don't know. I swear I actually did that though. I feel like I got robbed on that one. And I will literally not admit that unless it genuinely feels weird. So something's hitting me really early on that. Dodge too late on the first attack. That's probably what it is, yeah. It looked like it was pretty clean, but it was a bit sloppy on the first attack. They killed trick-or-treating. Even when we got old, we could go around scaring kids. Now they do it a week earlier at 5 p.m. Oh, wait, so you guys have like an agreement where like the area does it on a day that's not Halloween? I heard someone was complaining about that recently, or might have been like earlier in the year. I'm trying to remember who it was. I was talking to somebody and there's it was a friend of mine. Like they're one of their parents, like they still give out candy or whatever, and they were saying like in their neighborhood, it was in I believe New Brunswick, somewhere in New Brunswick, Canada. They were like, yeah, like they didn't do it on Halloween. I was like, I've never heard of that before. But hey, that's a thing apparently. Does that count as an attempt? I didn't say, ugh. I said 5, that's 2. Maybe we should do that more often, and then I could actually be aware of how like the quality of the attempts are. We're gonna min-max every single pixel and molecule of everything. I'm gonna be like literally like getting IV drip of Gatorade soon. If anyone knocked down your door not on Halloween, they're getting your usual piss off response, sorry. Well, I think that like for them to even be able to do that, everybody has to be notified that it's a different day. Like you have to almost agree to it, right? Or something like that. At least like from what like I heard of, they had to inform the whole entire area that they were doing a different day. Like it was agreed upon by, I guess, majority of the people that own homes there or something. I don't know. Again, this is the first time I've ever heard of that, and I was thinking also what like that'd be so confusing, but I guess because of like the day it falls on the calendar, it matches up better. I don't know if I count that one. I feel like we get an extra because that was like the very first attack. Oh man. We're not counting that one. We're gonna get 4 more. It's a mulligan. Yep, definitely. Can't agree to that. Kind of like when people do Christmas lights before Thanksgiving. You cannot. What do you? Okay, like here's some hot takes that we can get into. What about Christmas lights 24/7? Like literally, just you always have lights. Maybe they're not turned on all the time, but you just have them up like all year, like seasonal lights. Not even like annual lights, not even seasonal. And like we'll just say they're white lights. They're not even colored. Like they're just white lights, but they're Christmassy. Okay, I thought that was going to be bad, but apparently it worked. Okay. Okay. Couldn't see. You're a fan, less work. You're a sucker for Christmas. Okay, so it depends on the holiday then. Okay. You went to a store once that was 24/7, 365 Christmas themed, and they shut down the next time you're in town. It's pretty funny. I can imagine that becoming a little bit too much for sure. Yeah, the reason I asked that question though, I've lived in places where like the lights are installed in such a way that to uninstall them, it would be quite a bit of work. And anybody that's lived in that place, like all the different people that have lived there, if it was rented or whatever, they just left it. And you could turn it on or turn it off. But it didn't bother me. It doesn't matter at all to me. So I thought it'd be funny to see like who that actually gets going, like who that gets juiced up. But also another thing too, for me, I can listen to Christmas music any time of the year, and I actually have Christmas music on my playlist, on both, on the royalty-free playlist and actually on my real playlist for Spotify. So like it doesn't matter what time of year, I could always listen to Christmas music, especially remixes like lo-fi and like other types of mashups and stuff, because some of those melodies are just the best, right? Especially the jazzy stuff too. I don't know about Mariah Carey, but you know, everything else. All the classic ones. There we go. Okay, we finally... Oh, we did it twice. The 2-time, dude. Okay. Whoa. What is going on? That was a different fight, dude. That was a completely different guy. They replaced the original dude. There's no way he's the same person. That guy went to like Tibet and trained with the monks for 5,000 years and freaking literally learned their entire bloodline, came back and then decided that he hated me and then killed me. Nat King Cole. Nat King Cole is always good for sure. Bing Crosby. Bing Crosby song is an all-timer. Polar Express, the theme for Polar Express. I can't remember what that sounds like. I don't think I've even seen the full movie before. That's really funny though. Polar Express. Wasn't that like a like kind of a bad movie, or was it actually good? The trailer looked like it was pretty bad when I saw it in theaters when I was a kid. I was like, I don't know if I really want to see that. And I didn't really have any friends that talked about it ever, so I don't know if it's good or not. Here we go. We can actually get a crit. And get another attack when he gets up. Maybe even 2. Okay. It's so funny at how aggressively that staggers. It's actually like, it's cartoony, dude. That's so funny. I don't think I've seen anything in this game in general stagger back to back like that, even without having some sort of thing that does it. Okay, there I'm not sure. I genuinely don't know if we were supposed to run there or not. Oh, man. It's Gen Z's Christmas tradition? Okay. I literally thought that Gen Z wasn't born when, what is the Gen Z date for the cutoff and the start? I thought that Polar Express came out like literally in like 2001 or 2. Maybe it's a little bit newer than I thought. Because I remember that there was a movie theater in a mall that I used to go to that like got taken away pretty quickly after going to it. And it was around the time that the movie theater was still in the mall. And that would have been when I was probably like 7 or 8 or something like that. Probably 7. Probably about 7, yeah. Starts out 2000. Okay, that applies then. That's fine. But still, like that'd be weird though if it's a Gen Z thing and like it came out in 2003 or 2. How did you figure out about it? Who told you about it? You know? I feel like Midra is the one that actually likes Polar Express and spread the word. The staggers are stupid in phase 1. Oh my god, I gotta get out of there. That's not good. It's like barely an escape. Okay. What's he doing right away? Just gotta get in there, I guess. Oh. Oh! I got lucky. I got lucky. I got lucky, guys. Oh no, that was such a good attempt. No. I learned a lot there though. I learned quite a bit. You guys watch TV when you were 3? That's also another thing too. Like watching TV when you're 3 must be like a trippy concept because like I don't actually even think that I'm trying to remember like when I saw my first VHS tape because like we didn't even have cable that had channels other than the news until I was like 8 or something like that. Or no, I was 7 turning 8 and I remember the very first time I ever hit a remote and saw a program that wasn't the news was literally it was like YTV or something like that. And that was 2000 it was going on 2003. It was like between 2002 and 3. So I wonder what I even, like, what did I even do before that? Like, what did they do to me? Because we had VHS tapes. I wonder if I just, like, was like movies were put on or something. Maybe I just played with toys. Who knows? I gotta actually ask my mom that and see, like, what happened. Because I wonder what I was even entertained by. Like, I can remember a lot of stuff from that time, but I can't recall what filled in the gaps of TV. Because as soon as that, like, got unlocked, that was a bad thing. That was definitely not a good introduction. It took like a whole, like, I don't even know, it was like a decade to escape. Well, no, not a decade. It was like 8 years to escape cable. And then it still kind of looms around randomly. God. I'm sure the story sounds really funny to someone that was like born before TV was invented, and then they're like, TV at 7, they're like, I didn't even, like, it wasn't even a thing. Oh man, that'd be so funny. Like, what are you talking about, TV at 7? Oh my god. Perfect, okay. You should have enough room here. I was wrong. Certainly not. Okay, because of that, I want to try one more time. That's it, and then this is actually the real one more time. I promise you that. I promise you, it's the real one more. they still were wired to either the radio or the newspaper. Time is a flat circle. Damn. 3/4 and walked into your sister watching Silence of the Lambs and it screwed you up for a while. Oh yeah. Off to get dinner. Thanks for the stream, Liam. No worries, dude. Thank you for hanging out. Good discussion as well. And I'll see you soon. Thank you for making me realize the the weight of the situation with this game and the fact that we have Elden Ring, but we don't have Elden Rang. Like who finished the ringing? Like when was the ringing finished? And why was it a thing in the first place? How'd the hippo go? So I didn't actually kill the hippo. I killed Jory, and I got to the boss. Basically, Jory's the boss before this one. I got there without having to kill the hippo at all. So I tried it for a little bit, and then I skipped around it. And Jory took literally like an hour and change, and then this has been the last, I want to say 45 minutes or so, maybe less. It's gone pretty good too. We actually got a good attempt on Midra, but I do have to go, unfortunately. So I'm trying to figure out how to like pretend that it's not as bad as it is, that I don't have to go, and that'll be okay. But I'm gonna cry myself to sleep while I think of Midra being alive if I don't kill him right now. So we have to kill him right now. Did I mention right now is critical? Oh man. Oh, we should probably do front stabs as well. I keep forgetting that that does the higher damage. Makes more sense. Was already going into this right here. There we go. And then the stupid attack at the same time as the other one that no one can see you because you picked the craziest looking color of all time, dude. Frickin' yellow. Oh man. Any website for this, for the fitness stuff? There actually is a website I have finished. I just have to upload a testimonial advertisement for all the people that I've worked with so far. And I have a waiting list of people that have not responded yet that I'm trying to just very quickly get all their feedback on. I'll probably make the website live and just add extra submissions to that advertisement as I go and keep updating it. But the thing that needs to be done now is figuring out how do I provide you guys with fitness plans that are not like hands-on with me coaching you, like, or specifically consulting with you on Discord and having a call. How do you pick something that I predetermine that's right for you out of a certain amount of categories, and how many categories are there? So I've kind of narrowed it down to losing weight the most effective way, and there's building muscle, and then there would be like basically just trying to become more healthy overall, just making some changes, like some basic stuff, right? But the problem is when you get into like weight loss, weight gain, all that, like there's specifics. So I might have to go into detail with more different variations of plans, but I'm gonna have to test at least a few different iterations like that, and then have them available for people to try for like a very low price compared to what I'd offer for coaching, and then see if they like them. Essentially, the pricing would be literally like a quarter of what it would be for coaching. It's like $50, because I charge 200 American, or sorry, no, 200 Canadian, 150 USD, roughly 200 Canadian for a consultation, and then making you the plans and everything like that, and keeping up with your goal until you hit it. But this would be everything that's included in that, other than you can't message me on Discord. Obviously, you wouldn't have me added, but you'd be able to get a lot of what I've put into making plans for a lot of different people and boiled down into different categories. So I'm aiming for around $50 for the plans. It might be even cheaper though. Like the cheapest possible is the goal, but it is gonna have a lot of thought put into it, so it's kind of hard to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna make it nothing. It's mainly just to make it easier, so people that can't afford me like working with them directly, like, you know, it's possible, and also more people might be convinced to try it because it's like a lower risk for you to spend money on, right? But anyways, with that being said, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna do Midra tomorrow. So I'm not sure exactly when we're going to be live. It probably will be earlier than today, because I do want to do a longer stream than today tomorrow. I want to do at least about 6 hours or so tomorrow. I do have some stuff I do have to do later, but I'm going to try to go and like right up until that moment I got to leave. So I'm going to get on probably a good 4 hours earlier, or maybe like 3 hours earlier at the minimum. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Here is the socials. If you haven't checked out the other YouTube channel from the main one that you might be watching the stream on right now, there is a long play channel that has this whole playthrough eventually on it. It does have my whole first playthrough going up, and I think there's like 2 more parts to go, and then this will be coming up in the full sequences of every stream that I did for it. So anything unedited is on that second channel. Definitely check it out. Main channel obviously has all the good stuff on it. If you haven't seen it before and you're on Twitch, check it out. There's a music channel if you want to see some drums and guitar. There's another channel other than that. There's a 4th channel I haven't told you about that I've already gotten done making. Like, 1 video is finished and uploaded. There are 3 in the process of being edited, and there's a 5th one that I just filmed some stuff for today. So that's a whole nother thing. I'm going to get into that once it's actually established, but then I'm going to stop making channels and we're just going to calm down. So that is that. Check those things out. Definitely check out when I'm going to be live on the Twitter and on the Discord if you want the updates on that. Hello, everybody. Hope you guys are having a good weekend. We do a very short intro today and just jump right in, 2 minutes fresh, right into the game. Let's see where we're at. We got 25 hours, 50 minutes, 23 seconds on this level 1 playthrough. It's quite a lot of time, actually. It's gonna potentially approach the territory of where the first playthrough was, potentially. We'll see. But that's the level 1 character. We got only damageless fights is the rule for this run if you haven't seen it before. If you already have, we made it to Midra. And we have quite a few things left, but the only hard bosses left that under, you know, my own discretion of playing the DLC once would be Bale and Radon. And I think Midra, we got him down pretty well. I think we can get him within like an hour or so. That's the goal. So yeah, I'm going to continue doing that. Hopefully you guys are having a good day. Galaxy, what's up? Ballad, how are you doing? First mate, getting paid to watch. There we go, man. You're getting paid on a weekend to watch. Even better.
Let strength be granted,
Okay.
so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
That back. Boom. Ballad, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Yeah, there's... Oh, never mind. I forgot he could do that. Yeah, no, I'm excited to be doing this run. I wish we could have streamed yesterday because we would have been much farther ahead on it for sure. I apologize for anyone that expected the stream. There's something that came up that I literally just couldn't not tend to. It was important. Again, nobody's hurt or anything. It's all good, but it was a bit of an emergency. So we're back. We're going to do a longer stream today to see if I can at least, I would say, get to Bale maybe, or maybe kill another boss on top of Midra. At the very least would be nice. So Mad Galaxy, some random person keeps copywriting your Ocarina of Time streams over the song of Ocarina of Time. Really? Like an individual? Is it holding up though? Are they succeeding with it? Okay, I'm gonna save the physic flask for phase 2. It takes 30 days to remove the claim. Damn. That's interesting. Oh. Okay, not 3 of them. Oh, here we go. Here's a 3rd. Oh, of course. Yeah, right into the umbrella. The stabby stab. Oh, not even the umbrella, just the regular stab. Like at that point with them trying to copyright claim it, they might as well just steal your content and re-upload it or something like that, because it's going to take longer for you to figure that out, right? So just lost rev for you. They do it to thousands of channels. Damn, yeah, that's it. That's that's rough. Don't know how their channel holds up at all. Oh, you mean like people that actually steal the content, or do you mean like people that just report the copyright? Like you can definitely, there's a built-in system where like it shows you when people are stealing your content if you have an account that's set up with, I don't know if you need to be a partner, but like I get every notification if I go into the thing and check and see, like there's people that steal my stuff all the time, like almost every week or whatever. But Yeah, you can terminate them like with just a click of a button. Like you can get them screwed over. I think that if anything though, it actually is an advantage for people to steal your content because it's going to promote you more. Like more people are going to know immediately that it's not you and that it's reposted, and they're going to try to find you. So some of the best people I've seen with their content literally have gotten success off of other people stealing their content. So at a certain point, it's not actually a downside. It just depends on how it's being done. And they're probably not going to be able to make much money off it, or if anything, anyways. So the real power play is to convince the person trying to copyright to steal it, and then make it seem like you're mad about that, but then don't do anything about it. And hope that they're like cross seas, like maybe appealing to an audience that's not natively English speaking, or maybe like again not North American predominantly, because then it might appeal to a whole nother audience too. Why not run straight to Midra? Free hits at the beginning of the fight. Is it? I can try that and see. I thought that no matter what, he would just keep spamming that attack, because I did run to him one time, but I might have not been quick enough. I remember I died pretty fast. Mana, how's your weekend going? What's up, dude? And Casper, how are you doing too? The skill issue. Oh, he did it. Okay. There's a free hit right there at the very least. Good call on that. I think it might be a better trade-off to hit him twice as he's getting up instead of doing the riposte on this guy, which is kind of funny. Oh, I forgot. Oh, it went over my head. Can I escape this? Is it even possible? Yeah, unlikely. Maybe you... Oh, you could probably... I think you can dodge the explosion, can't you? Because I think I did it by accident on the first playthrough, and I was really surprised. Doing okay. How about you? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Definitely, I'm very, very excited to finish this run. Or, like, not even finish it, but just play more of it and do the... I want to do the Radon fight really badly. Sorry you got stuck at level 1, that sucks. I know, I mean, like, the game won't let me level up every time I try. I mysteriously have my PC turn off every time I get to the level screen. So I decided to not even open it. Okay, here we go. We're gonna run right away again. Oh, again, didn't dodge that right. The timing on running into him immediately is kind of weird, but it's worth it though. It's definitely worth it. This is fully up to date. Yeah, this isn't the previous update for the game. Thank God. I do want to roll it back to the old update and see what it's like though. So if there's a spare day where I'm bored and I want to do something that's like maybe for like an hour or two, very quickly on a quick stream, I might roll back the update and just load up Radon and see what it's like. But yeah, that'd be like a random occasion. If you run correctly, you don't even have to dodge. Okay. Good to know. Ah, there we go. Nice. Hit him with 2. Oh! Oh, I see. Immediate stagger. Oh. Oh, cool. Okay. Here we go. Wasn't running in time. Yeah, I think you can iframe the first part of that, but is he gonna fly in? He did. Nice. Does he do? Yeah, he does that. Okay. I love the music for this fight so much. So good. Oh, I don't know why I rolled again. Oh, I know that attack. That reach is pretty bad. It is, yeah. You'd think with the spikes on it, like they would give you some sort of leniency where like the edge of the spike, even if it's like one single spike, could just touch the dude. It's easier if you stop missing, nerd. I'd like you to know, String, this is 2024 and my feelings are hurt. Can't be using that kind of word over here. Can't you Scarlet Aeonia strafe his second phase transition? Maybe. Like you go underneath him, is that what you mean? And then he goes over you? You guys think that Midra wears dentures? I feel like he has a... I feel like he has a set of grills, like golden teeth, on his dentures. Okay, we're gonna get the front stab, and then I'll go for the follow-up on here. The big damage. Oh, see, I missed that. That I could probably hit in between on the last one. Oh, see, like okay, the only issue there is that he did the quickest possible attack he could with the follow-up. I assumed he would stagger, so I went for that extra attack, and then like it wasn't even the issue of dodging the first attack he did. It was like that because my recovery was so long, it made me dodge that first attack later, which normally would be fine, but then you can't clear the second one, so you have to go like early. You have to be kind of sloppy on the first one to get the second one perfect. Oh, man. Close. Very close. I almost have a feeling that we're going to get this right now. I have one question though. Is anybody ready to direct me to the next boss after this? Can we have a team of people navigating if you want to volunteer? Because I have no idea how to get to some of them at this point. I'm going to probably have to like check back on a video or something of how to get to Bale again. I have a guess. I have a guess of how to do it, but depends on which one. I kind of want to go to Bale right away. See what he's like. And then I guess we're going to have to do Santa Sax on the way over too. Pretty sure you have to do them. Maybe you don't. I think you do. Ooh. Kneecap. Oh! On that one, I might want to hit in between. Stagger. Beautiful. Oh, that one's so rough, dude. Ugh. Okay, fancy flick of the wrist looking thing from the outside means that I gotta roll twice, like immediately. I should do Skeleton Horse Guy next. He's fun and quick to learn. Putrescent. Future remix. Putrescent. Seaman sax can be avoided. Okay, perfect. Man, we got some pretty funny dragon names now with the newest edition that you just mentioned. Now I'm all caught up. We got 40 sax, placid ball sax or something like that. And then we got seaman sax. That's funny. I like that. Violate, what's up? How's it going, dude? How have you been? Ooh. There's no way you're doing another one. Oh, you know what? I wonder if, like, maybe the attack I use to stagger him, if it is a light attack, if I can keep hitting him after that, and then not get that weird stagger that he has that knocks him out of the animation for the critical. This fight is almost down to a science now where I feel like we could do it hitless, like, pretty effectively with even just this setup. It's looking pretty good. Oh, you can even go in on him right away. Nice. That's cool. Not expected, okay. Oh. Oh, I get greedy for the stagger every time. Don't try to stagger, just survive. That's it. The curse of the spiky balls is literally just getting addicted to stagger. Epsilons, how are you? What's up? Ignore Xanax and some some grunting. The flavor dialogue? Wait, what? What's the flavor dialogue? You're talking about like Egon or whatever his name is? Oop. Egon is the dude of the DLC. He's definitely the DLC main character for sure. Maybe a Forsaken one or a Fallen hero, but definitely he's the main character of the DLC if we had to pick one. Voting DS3 no hit inspired by me, really? I appreciate that, that's cool. How's it going so far? Oh man, I didn't roll early on that. I always enjoy people's feedback on how hitless is, like when they're in the early stages of it, because I've heard so many funny interpretations of the beginning of DS3. Like, there's so many similar outcomes, but just the breakdowns of how high wall is, or how Vort is, or getting to Abyss Watchers, especially the swamp. Oh my god. So, I think it's worth everyone trying it just to see what it's like, but that first little barrier you have to get across of doing it, if you're in that stage, is always interesting to hear about. The rando thing's picking up fast. Do you mean the joint randomizer or just doing like one? Like the frequent randomizers? Because I'm still going to be doing one in between this run or at the end of it. Again, I didn't stream yesterday, so I wanted to make up for the fact we would be doing this yesterday. And then I'd have to push the randomizer till tomorrow probably, at the earliest. But we'll see how far we get. We'll see if we can maybe even wrap this up tomorrow. That would be a miraculous amount of time. That'd be very quick, but maybe it's possible. I don't know where to go. Like, again, you got to do like a pre-roll, like an early one on that. Oh, you're saying like the ones that are co-op. Okay, cool. You can try that and see. How about then this week we do it? Also, is the whole point of that randomizer specifically for me to pick up as many items as possible? Like, do I just beat the game and then pick up as many things so I can help you? Because, like, that's easy. On DS1, I can do that. No problem. And if anyone's curious what we're talking about, we're going to be doing a run as long as everything goes to plan. The plan is that we play a randomizer of DS1 while Galaxy streams a randomizer of Ocarina of Time, and we find items for each other in each respective game that help the other person complete the game. So I thought that'd be a cool idea. Ooh, stabby stab. How come we didn't get the stagger? Oh, the physic flask, that's why. Okay, so maybe I'm just gonna save that for phase 2 and go wild. Oh, that's... Oh, he could do that too. Okay, overhead and then into like the glide attack, so it's no longer like the 2-part quick swipe thing before he glides away. Maybe he can do both, I don't know. Does the audio sound good to you guys? I'm trying to think. Wait, oh, maybe it's on my end. Yeah, my headphones were glitching out. I couldn't even hear the sound. He doesn't always go flying after the big boom. I guess so, yeah. Like you're talking about like the phase transition attack, right? Yeah, he doesn't necessarily have to attack immediately. And then the attack he can do out of that can be pretty much anything that he would do at a distance, I'm pretty sure. So getting closer would be a really good idea. Unless he can save up the attack and use it as I'm approaching. It's probably better to just run in on everything. Again, as soon as that one happens, I'm always patient waiting for it, but I don't react quick enough. Because the reaction's literally like an incorrect roll for the first one, or it's like a very sloppy, very, very sloppy timing, so. Maybe being unlocked? I don't know if that would make any sense, though. I gotta figure out something to be able to like react to that quicker. Because I don't want to like pre-roll or early roll everything just in case. We get in the habit of that. I went early because I thought he was going to do the thrust. Crimson, what's up? How's it going, dude? First half of Dark Souls 3 is the hardest, Epsilons, and the second half is pretty easy. Soul of Cinder, Dragon Slayer, Armor Dancer, Watchers are the hardest bosses. Watchers are hard because phase 1 is pretty random. Yeah, there's a bit of RNG on phase 1 for sure. It also depends on how you do phase 1, because there's a couple different ways. Like there's a setup to get a lot of damage within the first 10 seconds, but then if they don't give you the RNG for that, there's a setup for that RNG, and then there's like the base method of running in the circles, and then there's like freestyling essentially. But on phase 2 even, like you can like run. You probably already know this, but I only learned it a little bit later. You can literally like sprint into the spot he's gonna show up in when he slides, and then backstab him on before he can even recover from the slide attack. And then that alone gives you enough opportunities to win based off that, which requires no dodging at all. But if you capitalize on everything he can do phase 2, it's so fast. It's such a quick fight. Like Abyss Watchers in general can be done calculated and safely very, very fast. But that's the difference of the difficulty. The RNG becomes a lot worse if you let it go on longer, obviously, or you don't like maximize the damage right away. Again. Twin Princes are not that easy. Princes are like weird because the difficulty increases a lot based on like 1 or 2 situations that are not likely. And then, well, I guess it depends on how you look at it. Like, there's a glitch that can happen that's really unfortunate. There's the false teleport where they hit an object that's like, there's a lot of objects in the arena. If they hit a table, they can't confirm their spots. They actually have to reinitiate the teleport. Then they'll appear locked off, so you won't be able to track where they are, right? So they could do an off-screen quick drop or something. That's the worst possible scenario of all time. And if you can react to that without seeing it, like fully, and you know what's gonna happen, that's the only thing that's like gonna consistently happen over time, once in a while, that is actually hard. And then there's a glitch where they can appear in the wall, and then there's also magic being reintroduced again in phase 1 multiple times, in which you'd have to have a plan to avoid the magic, right? So I think magic's the second hardest when it comes back twice after the introduction, and you can't reinitiate the fog gate method. And then also just quick drop off screen, locked off forcibly by the table being the teleport. But like, luckily, you don't even have to be good at any of this stuff to do hit list. Like, that's the nice part. Like, you can do it without even, you just are gonna lose every time that happens. But you know, eventually you'll get a run where that doesn't happen anyways. So that's the nice part. So like a lot of Princes is very easy, but like those aspects make it ridiculous because they're not completely fair in my opinion. Oh, he's spinning. Oh, is he? Ooh. Ooh, going wild. Okay, we have the physics class still active, so I gotta find a way to do it. Probably, oh! Chug it. Oh! 2 stabs, I'll chug it right here. Bad. Oh! Yo, so lucky. Stagger immediately, maybe? Here we go. Yo, I don't know if I've ever seen that before. What? Why did he keep turning? He's like trying to look at us. Imperial Legion or Stormcloaks? What is that? Imperial Legion or Stormcloaks? You agree what you said is the reason why you watch almost every no-hit DS3 existing to get good, learn the strats? Not a bad idea, definitely. So you have the most amount of runs. You watch my old runs because I have the most amount of them. That's fair. I would say the old ones can teach you some things for sure of like what not to do, or like it gives you a comparison of what's changed. So that is actually valuable. The latest guide I have, if you haven't, like, you probably have seen the guide, but if you haven't, !guide in chat, there is a link directly to one that I would say has some pretty good methods. It's not the most up-to-date, but it's my most up-to-date guide that I've done. And it's much better than the original guide I made, and any run I've done that's not commentated. Oh. Oh! What? We got lost for a second. I wasn't sure what was going on. Oh, man. Curbs, how are you doing, dude? It is going to be an awesome stream. I'm excited. Empire's forever. The Stormcloaks are just Viking LARPers. Yeah, what does that even mean? Like, what is... That is that like a Skyrim reference or something like that? Oh, Skyrim factions. Okay, yeah. I was going to say Stormcloaks sounded like something that a dude would say in Skyrim. I wanted to say Star Wars, but then I was like, okay, I'm on a very slippery slope because there's going to be fans of both that are going to eat me alive for the lack of knowledge there. Yeah, Skyrim, I played it, but it's like one of the few games I say it time and time again. I could only play it like, on average, I'd say 20 minutes at a time, and then it would start to get really hard to keep playing. Unless I was modding the shit out of it and trying to see how I can make the graphics better. Like, I probably spent more time modding it just to get the visuals to look really cool. Or figure out how to make it work on a PC that wasn't that great, versus even actually beating the game. And I tried to do a second playthrough of the main game one time, and I couldn't even get through it the second time. It was just really hard to... It's a little bit too slow of a game for me. And like too much of an escapism kind of game, in my opinion, versus like, you know, arcadey challenge. But it's cool, though. It's cool how like people have literally remade it into like something completely different at this point, kind of like people are doing on this even, but on a whole nother level. Cool. That was kind of scary. Okay, so now I have to find an opportunity to chug this. I'm just gonna chug it when he gets up. Oh, he didn't even do the thing I thought he would. Now he did. Ooh. Oh my god. The over the head thing is crazy because it actually works. And that's wild. That's wild. Want to know God Run 3, you curious? So the thing is, Epsilon's like putting that much time into challenge runs, or one challenge run doesn't make any sense to me. Like I'm a content creator more than I am just like someone that likes to challenge myself. Like making content is my favorite thing, especially videos, like the edited videos, whether it's like a play-by-play from a stream, whether it's like literally scripted and I write it and we get all the footage outside of that. So I won't let like a run that long come in the way of me being able to you know, still make other videos and stuff. And because I don't like to just do runs all the time, like I like to have a variety of stuff that I do, it's hard to justify, because I could run one run a week that is just to have a video, just for the sake of like, so there's something, and then still do a video a week and then still do like that run outside of it. But all I would be doing is playing this game, and then I wouldn't even have a lot of time outside of that to work on the other channels or even do personal things, because it takes like an effort of, I would say, minimum 8 hours a day for like months or even a year or something like that to do a run that's that big, right? For the average person, it would probably be even more than a year. So it's like, why would I waste that much time when people will watch it, but they won't watch it as much as watching like 100 videos I could make in that time that I really enjoyed making. That's another aspect too. The satisfaction of it's there, but not like, it's not enough satisfaction for me to care, put that much time in at this point. Now, if I had nothing else that I was into, if I had no like other goals or anything, or I didn't have other channels even, or other pursuits, like I literally wouldn't even, like I wouldn't think twice. I'd probably do it. Because I've tried stuff like that in the past. But it's, yeah, the trilogy was the most I think that would make sense for me with the time frame. At least for now. If one day that changes, like it'll probably be because I found a way to make time for it that made sense, and nothing was sacrificed in the meantime. That's a cool attack. That's a cool attack. That's a cool attack. That's a cool attack. He only is doing cool attacks right now. Not the greatest RNG. All good though. We still have the physic flask. Just don't want to use it at a bad time. That timing right there would have been good. He's surviving over here. Oh my god. Oh, under his weapon again. That's an amazing punish. I love it. It's a consistent. That's so crazy that that's consistently working. Oh, I got greedy. Why'd I do it? Yeah, he's got some really cool attacks. Oh, man. The real challenge is not to play as a Khajiit with a bow. I would always play as like an orc or a human with a bow. And then I'd shoot the mammoths and get like the slow motion kill cams and stuff. And that was like the extent of me enjoying Skyrim, is literally the slow motion kills with the bow in like the you know, like random landscape that's miscellaneous, not even a mission. I would go and eventually, like before I stopped playing it, I literally would just go on like lunch break and stuff like that when I would come home sometimes. And I would just shoot a mammoth and be like, yep, that's good. I'm good. Stop getting greedy. Yeah, what the hell? That was such a good attempt too. Like I actually survived so many things we haven't even really seen back to back, or a lot of. So that was really good. Alzaman, how have you been doing, dude? Welcome back. Have you played the DLC for this? Oh wait, I think, did we talk about that briefly? Oh my god. Ooh. Okay. Cool. That's actually a really good recovery if we made him do that. Probably get more damage than if I just punish him missing the first part of that stab before he explodes the weapon. It's a good one. Ooh. That one's tricky. The fire behind him. It's tricky. It's like you can make him miss you and then maybe dodge like just the line on the ground. The key is to light roll and memorize attacks. Well, if you didn't memorize the attacks, you probably wouldn't be able to beat the the game, to be honest. So that's just like a basic like thing you have to do to play. But yeah, level 1, light rolling definitely makes more sense. Like there's a lot of situations you get into in the DLC where your placement is not good enough, and it usually can be determined ahead of time that if you rolled in this, you know, for this many feet here, you're already not going to be able to get rid of this next situation nearly as easily, so you might lose an opportunity to punish. You have to work really hard, in my opinion, to medium roll, so there'd be no point of doing anything but light roll on a run like this for sure. I'd even recommend it for a first playthrough to try out light rolling, just because it's so much better on the DLC. Main game doesn't seem to matter as much. Like there's some bosses I would even say are easier with shorter rolls, because you can punish them without having to move backwards to them. Like even that situation right there, I kind of ended up farther away from them. But the stamina consumption and like the burden that you have to have for having the armor on, all that, it's not that nice. Interesting. Oh, one more. Thank you. I'll go for another one, and you are staggered. Just gonna chug this, and then we'll use this as the opportunity here. Ooh. Ooh, so close. Have I beaten the hippo? No. So you don't actually have to beat the hippo for all remembrances. The goal on this one was just to kill every remembrance boss and anything that you need to do to get there. So I had to do Jory to get to here, obviously, and then I also had to do, or I'm gonna have to do, what's it called? Leda to get to Radahn, obviously. Do not be greedy. I didn't think that was greedy though, because I did a light attack. I just keep forgetting he can instantaneously make that magic pop out, because he doesn't do it that often at that point. He tends to do the other special attacks. You're not doing Bale? I will be doing Bale just because Bale is like a lot of people like Bale, and I figure he should have been Remembrance. Oh my god. He's eating me. Maybe he doesn't have dentures. Maybe he has teeth still. It's light work for me. This is definitely not easy. You know, this level 1 run's the hardest. It's the hardest DLC there is, in my opinion, for level 1, and for anything. So, yeah, I've been on this character for 26 hours, 30 minutes. Definitely not easy, and we're not even done. We're still not even into the hardest fight, and we have a couple hard ones definitely finished. But I got to move pretty smoothly through it if I'm gonna finish it before 40 hours is up, I think. The trick is to make it feel like light work, right? We can make the illusion that it's not that bad. Some of it actually isn't bad at all. It's pretty fun. Oh no, he transitioned already. Kind of seemed a little bit early for the phase transition there. Oh, that music is so good. I love it. When the bass comes in, that's just nuts. Of course, again, the quick. And I knew he was doing it, and I pushed the button, but it didn't matter. It was like a frame, maybe 2 frames late or something. So close. Oh, boy. Boss has no poise. Well, so to be fair, I am using like a crazy amount of stagger on him. I have the spiked cracked here for charge attacks, and the axe talisman stacking with each other, and then I got stone barb to make the stance break easier, plus Craig blade, which makes staggering really easy on the weapon. And the weapon itself has a lot of stagger ability, and I'm using the heaviest attack. So like all those things combined definitely help for sure. So like, even if you might even notice that if I ran out of the physic flask, I can't stagger him nearly as quickly. But out of any boss we've played so far, he is the easiest to stagger for sure. Only downside, you can't hit him multiple times when he's staggered because he'll break out of it, and then you don't get a critical attack, which I feel like they did on purpose. Like, they probably knew, it's like, if we're going to make him have that little amount of poise, like, it makes more sense, more realistic to who he is as an enemy, but we're going to make it so you can't do a combo on him when he's down. Maybe there's a weapon or a magic that can, but yeah, regular attacks seem to knock him out of it. I thought maybe I could stagger him out of that. That would be hilarious if that worked. Oh my god, that'd be cool. Maybe you can as he's going up. There. I don't like being near this wall with the fire. I need to be in the middle so I can see better. The flame is too frenzied in my opinion. Ooh. Easy clap. 46 minutes. I think we were live for 2 minutes before I started, so 44 minutes, and we got him. Nice. And I think I put about, like, what, like an hour or less in yesterday? Or the last stream. All right, Midra's dead, so now we got to get to something else. Something that we can access. I think I have access to the flower right now, the Shadow Tree avatar. Like, I could literally just walk out and do that. So that's an option immediately. We could just go right in and do that. That one seems like it's kind of tricky. And then Matir's questline, we have to go and do all the shenanigans over here. So we're probably going to do Matir last out of everything. I definitely want to go to... Jagged Peak would be down here. So to get there... I'm trying to think. Putrescent Night? Okay, and then that's another thing too. So Putrescent Night's under the map, right? I'm trying to think of like where you go to get there. It's by the coast. Like the coast over here, right? I'm trying to remember. Let's try the tree. Let's try the sunflower first. Favorite Dragon Ball character? Dragon Ball, I can't really remember like the original one. So I couldn't tell you. From Dragon Ball Z though, it was like for the good guys it was Piccolo, and for bad guys, definitely Majin Buu, for sure. What about you guys? The tree will be trouble, you think so? Oh no. Let's try it out and see. Southeast coast. You have to go to Cerulean Coast for Putrescent? Is that where he is? I can't remember. Down in the ravine. Oh, okay. I'm gonna die. I'm dead. I'm dead. It was good. I'm dead before anything happened. Midra's Remembrance should give us the big frenzied nuke. I haven't tried that yet. Is it good? Is it better than the Placidusax nuke that was from the Convergence? Oh, you're saying it should have given you the nuke. Sorry, I didn't know. I thought that maybe that was the magic that he gives you. My bad. Okay, there's the hand shot. Can we get the head? I've never fought the Shadow Tree avatar like this, by the way, so it's going to be like doing it all over again to a degree. Some questionable hitboxes as well, so it's one of the harder ones for level 1. Fire Infusion could be better here. It's a good idea, actually. Do I have the ability to even do that? Let's see. No, that's probably what, in Gelmir or Volcano Manor for the Fire Infusion thing. How do you make the controller input show? Exclamation point controller in chat, I think gives you the link to the website. It's gamepadviewer.com, I'm pretty sure. And then you just make a browser source in OBS and just put the link in from it and set it up. Oh. New favorite thing in Elden Ring is the bolt from the dragon. Is that the one in the base game? See, that's the thing. I don't know a lot about the magic. I probably use quite a bit of it at this point randomly, like throughout different types of playthroughs or whatever, but not like intentionally though, like probably a randomizer or, again, Convergence, first playthrough, DLC playthrough was like very basic, same thing as the first playthrough. The red lightning incantation. I think I'm referencing the same one. Oh, that wasn't too bad actually. Okay. And then there's an opportunity there. Okay, there's an opportunity there. Okay. Opportunity there too. It's gotta be closer. Ooh. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot the thorns are gonna pop after. Interesting. Yeah, the thing with him, like every time we can get his head even staggered one time, that's probably like the first phase is one stagger, I'm assuming. Because we do so much damage to him specifically. Crimson, have a good sleep. Thank you for hanging out, man. Fire pots. So the thing is, on this playthrough, I wanted to only kill things with a weapon that's melee based. I didn't want to throw anything or use any magic that projects from the character. Any spirit summons, anything that's like kind of cheeky in that way. I do agree though, fire would be better. So if we can easily get the infusion for fire today, I'll do it. If not, I think we're fine with just using this. The frost, it shouldn't be too bad. Looks okay. Oh, that's everywhere. Gotta be out of there. Can't see. Dead? Oh yeah, these guys. Ooh. Ooh. Nice. Phase 2 with that is kind of tricky, I remember. Ooh, almost. Okay. Least favorite boss just because of how annoying it is. This one, yeah. It depends, I guess, on which phase we're talking about, because like the first one seems fairly fine. It seems pretty fair. Second one seems kind of like the first one does as well. It's just like the AoE magic in the sky, I think. It's bigger. And then I think he can do different thorn attacks eventually. But yeah, like in phase 3, the thorns coming from a distance were really hard on first playthrough. I think it might have been, again, not light rolling for me. You like the gimmick? I think this guy's really cool. It's a really good way of doing a boss that's as silly as this looks. Like a flower or something like that. It's such a cool idea to try out at least. Am I rolling slower because of the water? I just realized that. Can we make him slam his head? Didn't have any blue, I don't think. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Forgot about that. Pretty. Oh, went a little bit early on that. Tragic event yesterday. What happened with that? Did Arby's open a new place somewhere? Oh, man. A lot of the trees combos are cut off if you dodge and run under it, but you want to be in front for the head generally. Yeah, that's what it seems like. You're right. It also seems like that thing where he slams his head and then doesn't do anything after that only happens when you're really close as a follow-up, or like almost kind of like underneath him in a way. Can't you just sprint the projectiles? The thorns? I don't think you can sprint them, but that's a guess. I don't know if I'm willing to try that at this point, like until we learn the fight better. Oh, here we go. Well, I guess here's the beginning. Yeah, you can't sprint it. There you go. Boom. Tried right away. The fire wet blade is in Redmane Castle. Okay. So that's something that we might be able to get, but does it make a huge difference on this? I don't know. You can jump over the attack he starts with. Yeah, so I want the head to slam after that attack. That's another opportunity right there. I don't know if it can slam twice very quickly, but that was really good. I just need to remember that that's possible. The Shining Head slam's a grab. Okay. Definitely good to know. Oh, I should have done the blue. Yeah. We beat Midra? We did beat Midra, yes. Max Holloway getting knocked out for the first time in his career. Max Holloway, sorry. Is that MMA or is that like boxing? Or something else? Like, is there even any like equivalent sport that's even that famous? Like, I'm trying to think. UFC, okay, yeah, MMA. Sweet. Getting knocked out for the first time ever, really. How long has his career been? Most difficult fight so far for me, definitely the lion was the hardest. Like the first one we did. I still think the lion is like, even if we had more blessing levels, even if we had more damage, it like on a technical level, it is definitely the most tricky so far. Because even bosses that have more attacks and more aggression just seem to, you know, the game flows better. Like Mesmer, for example, he attacks quite a bit more than the lion does from what I remember, but you can keep him centered and like the placement and everything is fine. There's no weird camera angle stuff. The snakes are the glitchiest part, but even that's not even that bad. So I think the top three on this run is Radahn, the lion, and probably Bale as well. But you guys are saying this guy's pretty hard. Cool. Nice. What? I didn't even see his hand. That was kind of like under the ground. Ralph, what's up, dude? He's 27-7 now. Okay. Interesting. So he lost 6 times before this last match. Well, presuming that he obviously, yeah, he lost by getting knocked out, right? But 6 times without a knockout, and then first time ever with a knockout. Do the thorns do holy damage? I have no idea. They should, because it's like the only thing that would represent sunlight, right? It's a sunflower, so I would hope so. It'd be amazing if they made this thing actually like make sounds or something or laugh. That'd be crazy. Or like maybe even some Cagney Carnation stuff from Cuphead, where it's like it literally just does jazz hands the whole time and like is smiling. Definitely getting the crit. Not forgetting that on this. Okay, how's the next part work? Damage on the beginning of it? No. Oh yeah, sprinty. Ooh. One more? Whee! You flying one more? Is it even possible to do another one? That would be fucking nuts. Okay, thorns. So do the thorns get more complicated on this part is the question. I went early on that. So that seems like it was my mistake. Like, or could it easily been avoided? And I'm trying to think like what changes, like I guess you guys could tell me, it doesn't really matter, but like what changes between phase 2 to 3? I'm curious. Is it just like the magic castings get bigger and thorns get more tricky, or is there like a lot of melee that's added? This flower is just Ebrietis reused. With the dashing attack, I can see the carryover there. Matir actually reminds me of Ebrietis the most out of any boss they've made though. Like in general, like any comparison I can draw between an enemy, it would be Matir and Ebrietis, and then right after that I would say like the Lion and Ludwig, phase 1. Definitely remind me of each other. Gandalf, what's going on, dude? How are you doing? Second phase has dash and the new follow-ups to old moves. Okay. You can jump over the thorns unless they changed it for some reason. You can jump them. Is jumping easier on it? Third only has the Holy Explosion, which is like the when it's about to die, right? Yeah, these thorns look like they're a little bit easier to dodge. Maybe you can run the ones like Rompel was saying in the first part, and I just didn't do it properly. Because I could see like a big difference with it. Like there's a row that's missing. I think there's three rows in the second part. Ooh. Okay, don't cross over until the very final one. It's magic damage, Saul? Really? The sunflower has magic damage? They did us a dirty. It's like the dancer blades having 3 different types of damage. It's like, this weapon's so cool. You can spin like a Beyblade, but no one's using it because it sucks. Crazy animations, but no utility anywhere. I remember I did dancer cosplay hitless on DS3, and to do that run, I literally had to start it on New Game Plus and do like level 200 or something to make it even work, because it felt like a level 1 character still. Other than the, I guess, the ability to use the armor and stuff. Okay, that's a good one too. I like that. No stagger though. Really? Ooh, I'm dead. No. Okay, don't chug things that early. Don't drink stuff. Only drink water in real life. That's it. Stay hydrated. Sponsored by H2O. Third has thorns AoE after some attacks. Oh, okay, so like it kind of just extends the reach of it and stuff. You can run down to the boss during the meteors. Like you can run straight forward and it'll go over your head. Like you know this for a fact. That's all I'm asking. Because you said that you thought Mikolash couldn't be poisoned anymore, and I'm pretty sure he still can be poisoned. We have to make sure that's like a tested thing, or that you have done that successfully. Otherwise, it might be dangerous for me to like randomly try it until it works, realizing that it's not a thing. I will definitely do that though if that's a confirmed fact, or that someone's done that, because it would be easier. It's a little bit of a different attack in phase 1. Ooh. Ooh! He actually got me from far away. Wow. Okay. Damn. Do you set him on fire? Wait, he can be like literally set on fire? Yeah, like I know that I could do fire infusion or buff a weapon with fire on this one, but I don't think it would do more damage buffing. I'd have to infuse the Craig Blade with fire, but then I need to go to Redmane Castle and all that. I don't know if that would do too much more damage even. Use a torch, that's melee. I could, like, but so he actually sets on fire? Like there's a animation for that? Could definitely use the torch if I have one. I don't know if I actually have one right now. Oh, he's not even doing the thorns, what? That's weird. That's really weird. Why don't you do the attack? Raw plus resin? I don't think that's more damage though, because again, like the fist with the frost infusion is so good. Like it actually, it activates, it works, right? And then it already has bleed on top of that, so changing it to fire would increase like the aspect of the elemental damage a tiny bit, unless there's a special thing with this boss. With fire, right? Like I bet you even if I hit him with a torch, it probably wouldn't do anything crazy, but... oh, this has madness, this torch. But we don't have the requirements. Nanaya's torch. Or Nanaya, whatever you call it. Don't think you can bleed a flower? That is a good point. That is a good point. We could use the regular iron balls. Try those instead. Fire Fist probably wouldn't hurt. All right, if we have too much more trouble with it, I'll think about going to Redmane. I just want to make sure that we're like progressing through the whole DLC smoothly. So I mean, we're definitely at a point where we could do this, and the damage is not an issue. 100%. There could not be Unless I'm missing something and it's going to get like way worse with the defense. Like the damage is incredible. But this guy's pretty weak by default in phase 1 anyways, right? So I got to land some hits in phase 2. Kind of lucky. I went under the arm there. Ooh. Spooky. I'll take that though. Punch your hand. Punch your hand. Where's your hand at? Okay, he doesn't want to get punched in the hand apparently, but he did get frostbitten successfully. That definitely worked. Oh, oops. No, don't disappear. Yo! Okay, we're good, I think. Oh, that might have been a cool combo, actually. I got more damage out of it because I casted all this stuff first. Damn, all right. Oh, there he is. Ooh. Immediate attack? You can. You definitely can go for an immediate one. Okay, cool, cool. Got thorns. Yep. Okay. It's 2 of them. We got here. More of this guy. Okay. Cool. 1, 2, and is there a follow-up? No. Perfect. Thorns on this. Cool. That's a basic attack. Cool. I don't know why I went backwards. So swipe from the outside and not inside out is thorns. I think. I'm pretty sure you can't swipe from the outside and not have thorns. Or like the one sweep attack I got hit by was the other direction. The run after this, Ragnar? There's going to be quite a few things. I'm not talking about it right now. We're just going to keep it kind of a surprise. But there might even be a run you see in between me completing this tomorrow, just depending on how much I get done today. So there is some stuff coming up. I can't particularly tell you like when or how or anything, but there will be some runs for the DLC. And there's actually some stuff planned for other games too. And there's even the first playthrough of Silent Hill, which I have to fit in. I think I might do that on Halloween. So the day, trying to think, maybe the 29th we start it, and the 31st we continue it in the morning on Halloween until it gets a little bit later. And I just see how much of it I can get through. That's when we start that. But that's a guarantee that'll happen that day. I just don't know when the times will be of other runs or what's coming first. Basically, I have a huge list of stuff for like the YouTube channel that has nothing to do with the stream, stuff that's to do with the stream, and then all the other channels too. So try to get done as much as I can for all of it, but a lot of recent times just been setting up all the new stuff that you guys haven't seen, and also again helping other people with their channels and all that. Oh god, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff planned. Oh. Ooh, I thought he was gonna dash away and I keep forgetting. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, Oh no. You think we can make the sunflower? We can make the sunflower into the Elden Ring equivalent of Red 40. What would be the correlation between Red 40 and a sunflower? Is that how it's like synthesized or something? Is that how they make it? Did I do Jory and Midra? Yeah, so Midra's dead as of like 30 minutes ago. Never seen this boss before, Mossy. I feel like it matches your name. Like you guys are related somehow. Sunflower or tree, Shadow Tree Avatar flower guy, and then Mossy. Like you're definitely cousins. So you might want to get used to him and like maybe like catch up, because I swear there's going to be like a family reunion where he's there and you're going to be like, what do I do? And then like you're going to be that dude that doesn't have anyone to sit with and stuff at the table. Oh my god. Don't do that. Okay. Oh man. You assume it was the easiest one? Midra? I think Midra was a little harder than Rolana, personally. Rolana was very easy, like scary easy at a certain point. But I did learn the fight pretty well on the first playthrough, so maybe that's why. It's hard to say like what the reason would be. But I'm pretty sure even Rolana took less time in total. But yeah, I don't know. You have to go back and check and see. We tried just talking to the flower. I'm gonna try right now. So I'm just trying to pass through the water here, and maybe you could sign this little piece of paper that says I beat you so I could show my boss. Oh, no. Okay, he's becoming hostile. I have to use lethal force. Never mind. It's like, oh, how pretty your eyeballs are. The many eyeballs you have, Mr. Tree thing. What the hell? It could have made him have a human face. That'd be cool. Oh, what? Oh, he started that right when I was attacking. I wonder if that's because I wasn't underneath properly. I was like too far back. Since I feel like he only does that when you're in front of him. Sorry, Hexray, when the boss does the triple charge forward, P2 onwards, the second dodge is super early. The third one's more delayed. Okay, that's good to know. So right after he begins it, second one early, third one wait a bit, even if we're close. Plants do grow greener when you talk to them. I totally believe it. Like the energy that you put into a lot of things can affect like so much of it. Like it's actually even just the simple idea that like vibrations in terms of sound can change cell structure, right? So we don't really know a lot about that, but we do know people have given flowers a lot of love, or plants. They've grown really strong and, you know, lasted a while, and then there's people that didn't do that and they died quicker. Yeah. So we definitely have to enjoy this fight. We can't sleep on them. We have to be like, oh, you're so cool. What an experience to fight a giant flower. Like, thank you for entertaining us in this duel, my good sir. Wanted the blue bar to be lasting there, but it was not. It's okay. I have the wrong talismans on, actually. Okay, let's not make a repeat of last time. Let's actually switch it quickly. There's the delay for the third one. Nice. What we got? Oh yeah, so that was really early on those. Doesn't look too bad though. Ah, man. Can you roll a persuasion check to convince the sunflower? Is that like Dungeons and Dragons? Looks like a boss from Bloodborne. A lot of the DLC from Elden Ring it reminds me of Bloodborne. Some of the basic enemies, some of the bosses, the areas, the atmosphere. That's why I was saying it's like, in my opinion, the best DLC, because next to this one, Bloodborne was the most impressive. But like at the same time, I can totally see why people don't like it too. Like if you didn't like it as much, because it just depends on what you're expecting. I was like, hey, you know what? I don't expect anything in particular, but I hope it's worth the money. And I think it's more than worth the money for sure. Like if they added more cutscenes for context, that would be nice. It would actually almost be a complete game by itself, in my opinion, that would be worth the price of a full price game if they just made it more cohesive with story elements by using cutscenes when you get into the beginning of it and all that. But I guess they don't have to because you already played a lot of the game, and obviously what they did include in terms of cutscenes and all that is enough to give you the point. Yeah, I could see it being like its own game, actually. It's pretty crazy. Oh, no blue bar for that, apparently. Oh, I tried to go backwards with it. It's not even going to be worth it at that point. I should just go back in. Do you consider the setup to be an essential part of the run? How do you feel about spawning and items and rushing from boss to boss? For runs, it kind of takes away the value of playing the game. Like for me, it's not fun all the time doing the setup for certain things, but at the same time, my goal is mainly to start a character from the beginning, like you just bought the game, and then see the credits without anything that you wouldn't be able to do yourself at home, just by playing good, and that's it. Like I don't want to pull any tricks or anything unnecessary. I'm even pretty hardcore with practice, where I make practice harder for myself like that too. I don't use a lot of the stuff other people do. But my goal is basically to emulate something that if you were at home and you put the time in, you could literally do the same thing, even on a console too. Like that's the whole point. It's always been the standard for me. So if I don't do setup for certain things, it must be a particularly special type of run. Like this one, for example, I wanted to just do the DLC because it's so big by itself that it feels like a complete game. So I did start off at the DLC rather than somewhere else. But if I did a hitless run, for example, it would feel weird trying to say all remembrances and then, for example, starting off with items and then going back into the main game after doing the DLC or whatever, right? It opens up doors to things that wouldn't make any sense if you allow that. So sure, you could have categories that do, but I do a lot of the ones where you definitely start off from the beginning. I don't know if that extra hit does anything there. I wonder. You guys can let me know. Like, does the damage I'm doing when he's down on the ground, other than the critical, count? That attack's still the same. Wish Romina had a better build-up. Pretty underwhelming for being one of the 3 mandatory bosses. Yeah, I think getting there was the weird part. Like, her as a fight was good, but just getting there was weird. Definitely the most out-of-place transition, I think. Bents, what's up? How's it going, dude? Oh, that was still bad. Okay. Got the DLC code for 15 euros. Definitely worth it in your book. That's not too bad, actually. That's less than what it costs, right? It's about $10 more or less cheaper, right? Or something like that. DS3 Miracle Run again? Oh no. Yeah, definitely not. That was a good one and done for the hit list on that one. Although doing that on this game would be fun. Like doing a, like you only use miracles, but you also have to do hit lists. That'd be interesting because you have so much setup, right? But you could do anything you want. Like there's so much more freedom. So maybe I'll try a run like that. Even if it is longer, like it'd be cool to make it just super calculated and silly with how safe it is, and then just take 4 hours to do it. It'd be hilarious. Oh god. Okay, jumping worked there, nice. How did that wrap around? Was that because I was too close? That looked like a glitch, yeah. It seemed like it was trying to trail like behind me, but then it couldn't find out where it was going, and it went backwards into itself. That's really weird. Stop playing the DLC at the boss. That's the next evolution of Renala, similar to Pontiff. Can anyone tell me how much that part of from the complete DLC? You're saying how much is left, like, after that? Is that what you're asking? That attack on phase 2 I gotta get better at right there. Like the sweep. Because I'm thinking so much about the thorns ahead of time that I just delay my action on that. It was silly, I don't know why I did that. Some nice damage from the spiky balls. It's not too bad, yeah. How much percent into the DLC is Rilana? It really depends on what you did before that. So if you just went and did everything required to get to that point, that's probably less than 10%. Like in terms of even just map coverage too, probably less than 10%. Maybe even 5%. I don't know. It's hard to say because like there's certain things you need to do to beat it, and then there's things you can leave. But just traveling to the things to even unlock them that are required is still quite a lot of like footwork on the map. So for including everything you need to do, not just boss fights left and how long they take, that's probably under 10% by quite a bit. I don't know what. Wait, he did the head slam and then it wasn't with his face down. What do I punish that with normally? I thought I did a charge attack on that before and it was fine. You can do her first thing. Yeah, especially if you go there right away, then yeah, 5% or less. Fox, how are you doing, dude? How's the streaming been doing as well? I remember you said you were doing full time in the meantime until the next gig. Using Shadow Blessings? Yeah, I have 11. level 11 on it. So almost at the soft cap. Okay, maybe he can recover pretty quickly from that one. Tree got bodied.
Soul of the wasp, drawn from its vessel.
Manual Tricks, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate that. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. And also Hoffman, I think I said thank you for the resub. Oh, oh, I'm not dead. Yeah, Hoffman, thank you again for the resub, man. Oh. Oh. Okay, we're pretty close. No thorns, maybe. That's kind of nice. I like that. I think I like it. It's a bit quick though. I feel like that attack got faster. Oh, that one goes all the way out there. Ooh, be careful. Yeah, it's delayed. Oh, man. What do you expect, Wish, for next from FromSoft? You'd like to see a more reduced Dark Souls back to beginning, maybe DS0? Timeline ahead of all the games? For me, it's not... I don't really have like a preference for like the setting or anything. And then I think that it would be good if they tried to push forward what they achieved with Sekiro further, and then take elements they succeeded with in this and combine those ideas. That'd probably be the coolest thing for me next. But so I don't really have an idea of like what that looks like in terms of like the setting and like the concepts, the characters. It's more so just the way it plays, like the genre of it being more action biased, but like, you know, still having really light customization RPG elements, but just pushing that quality even further and the scale further too. And then one thing that'd be cool that I've talked about for a while. Oh, damn it. I guess we can practice on this one. We might as well stay alive to practice. Yeah, one thing I talked about that'd be cool is dedicated servers for multiplayer, and then putting a lot of emphasis and R&D into the multiplayer of one of the games that are like this, or making one that's dedicated in the first place. Because the PvP and all that is cool, and there's a lot of depth that can be discovered in it here and there, but it's not like a full package. It's kind of like an incomplete idea. So if they polish the PvP to the point where it's like you could actually have like some level of competition that's regulated over it, or it's like pretty balanced, that'd be amazing. Problem is though, to do that on a game like this doesn't make any sense, like to make it that balanced. So it'd be more so just dedicated servers at that point. And then it's like, is it worth it? Are people buying the game for multiplayer? No, usually not. So I think them making a dedicated game for multiplayer is cool, as an idea. That was a really weird, like a backtracking single arm attack 2 times in a row. He moved backwards in the second one. It's weird. Oh, he can go into that immediately? Was that like just me being placed poorly, like being farther away? Because he's never done an attack that quickly out of anything unless I'm like maybe not directly underneath him. I think I should have been closer when he started the spin. I kept running towards him the whole time. Because I swear even that would have missed me as well, even if he did do it, so. Thanks for sharing your opinion. No worries. Yeah, if anyone else has any takes on what the game could be, I'm very curious. Surprised you haven't heard rumors. Something would have leaked. That means that somebody is like able to know the project though. So it's like, who would know the project that'd be able to leak it and keep their job, right? A lot of people get out of the industry or like they leave their job, then they leak stuff. But if you're inside internally and still working for them and you've leaked information, I'm pretty sure that like would violate NDAs and stuff, right? That wouldn't any longer be active for somebody that maybe had left. That's my take on it. I'm not sure if that has anything to do with it, but I'm pretty sure there's some level of like risk at, you know, doing that when you're working for them still. Like I find like, isn't it like a lot of the time the people that are salty or something like that, like the people that are angry do that, like as like a spiteful thing. It still applies when you've left as well. Oh, there you go. The crackdown is coming. Better hope you didn't spoil a single thing about a game you worked on. Boop. Running away on this one a little bit. Boom, going backwards, right in front of him. Nothing funny. Beautiful. Oh, one in the wall. That was even better. Nice. There's. Oh, the thorn attack's stupid. Do I go inside on it? It almost seems like I got to be closer and not farther away when he swipes now. Those NDAs are still active even if they're fired, hence why they can get sued by companies. Well, those people are taking risks then. Damn. Yeah, think of it this way. Like, imagine you weren't able to know anything about a title coming up that you were looking forward to, or like whatever the potential title would be. You'd probably have a lot less fantasies of like what you'd want in the game, and then you wouldn't have time to think about that. So by the time it comes out, you have to appreciate it for what it is a lot more, without any kind of bias that you could have conjured in your mind. So it's like, I think that's a healthier thing to not actually be able to know, because a lot of the problems come from the expectations being ridiculous. With all that time you have to be like, oh, this would be a cool feature, this would be cool, I wonder if they're going to do that. Oh, but what about this company? They made this in the meantime. It's like, well, so many factors, you know, when making a game. And they're not going to fan service everything. So like, I think people like almost want fan service, but also like they despise fan service at the same time. It's kind of weird. It's almost like an entitlement for an individual to get what they want, but then like they don't see the greater good of everybody. And then it's like they'll still buy the game anyways and then complain. So it's just that's the bad side of the culture when it comes to making games and movies and other stuff nowadays, I think. Like, aside from the stuff that actually just sucks, because there's stuff being made that's garbage for sure. But for the stuff that's a good effort and it achieves what it's supposed to, like what they set out to, and it has creativity, that's like it's a hard thing to appreciate for some people. Physic Flask right away. This right away. Running away right away. Right away, right away. Boom. Wait, you can also hit him on the startup too. I keep forgetting about that. Ooh. Oh, I shouldn't have ran. Oh, okay, I see how that works now. I can get pretty close by using the second part to my advantage, I think. Trying to go inside on that. Inside on this one. Head slam right there is nice. Beautiful. Cool. Beautiful. Love it. Good reach. Grab. Just grab up thorns. The grab doesn't have thorns. Beautiful. Taking off. Oh, he's not taking off. Beautiful. Can't see. He did it twice. Dude, that's crazy. He did the worst attack he can possibly do twice. Like, worst in terms of, like, it's like the shittiest attack he has. Like, it's not even that hard to dodge. He could just, like, walk away from it, but he did it twice. Oh, so that's a good PB right there. I think that if we have, like, I actually like this fight. It's not too bad. I think if we have that down consistently now, we should be able to get it soon. Just depends on how crazy the third part goes. Will there be any tournaments in the future with other streamers like those Eric organized where you, Hob, McDrunkard, Brioche, Kwitty participated? Unfortunately, Kale, the days of that stuff is gone. So I'm not even, like, there's some people I'm still, you know, close with or whatever, but there's a lot of people, unfortunately, that I probably don't, like, won't associate with or talk to again when it comes to, like, some of that stuff. And it's not even, like, a bad, like, it could be, like, literally just not even because of bad stuff. It could literally just be because I don't even think they stream anymore. They're doing different stuff. We're all doing different things. Eric, he just runs the agency now for like the creators and all that. That's what he's focused on. I talk to him here and there. He has no plans to do tournaments. I've asked him many times. And I think it's good that he doesn't do it because he was volunteering a lot of his time. And there's a lot of people that took it for granted and were like very spoiled and like rotten to him behind the scenes. And like it became so ridiculous trying to babysit people that are adults just to be able to like give them something to make them more popular for free. So it's like, and fun. So like there's that aspect that really kind of triggered him, and like, you know, there's that, and then there's also just the idea that like when it comes to competing on this game now, I think it's in the scope of randomizers and the bingo and all that. Like that's a much better idea for longevity. But if I got invited, if someone like maybe organized something and there was the time that I had made for it ahead of time, like I already knew it was coming up, maybe I would do a tournament again at some point, like participate. It just takes someone organizing it, and like just from like the headaches that we ran into, even me helping him organize them in some cases, and Faraz also helping, like we saw some stuff where it was like, come on dude, like this is not worth it. And that wasn't with everybody. That was just like there was just certain situations that were like wild, but other than that, yeah, well, I guess we'll see what happens in the future. I very much so am willing to collaborate with people, but like I'm a little bit more selective of who I associate with when it comes to this platform, I'll be honest. And I also am not really involved that much when it comes to like consuming content anymore when it comes to gaming in general, so it's hard for me to even keep up with what's actually happening. I'm just hearing about it from you guys. Like a lot of what I consume has nothing to do with this stuff. It's mainly just I have to watch gaming stuff to do research and understand what's happening once in a while, but I usually take big breaks. Then I'll come back to it, even playing games too. Like there's been months where I haven't played a game at all, and then just like come back, get back into it, it's fun. The dopamine's there, it feels good, but can't be doing that like all the time either, so. Yeah, a lot of things over time, I guess, change with the way the landscape changes. Nico told you about that. Oh, the bingo, yeah, the bingo. Yeah, Domo's bingo thing is probably the closest thing to those kind of tournaments, but obviously it's not hitless, so there's a lot more flexibility. That's why you're here. Your channel's great and you have a really solid vibe. Luck, I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. Oh yeah. So he started the agency, and then that's like his focus, right? So the tournaments were something he had the time to volunteer before he did that full time, and I'm really glad that they happened. They were fun. I wish it was still a thing. It's just like the days of like the platform even being the same, but like it's so much different now. So. And it's not a big problem. It's actually good. Like there's a lot of good difference, but you can't just expect people, unfortunately, to want to do those things, find them interesting, get along with each other, put the effort in that's needed, and then you got to get people to volunteer to like commentate and stuff like that. And now there's, you know, so many more opportunities that are probably more important to focus on. Even for me too, like when I got invited to the bingo league the first time, I said no, but not even because I don't like it. I think it's really cool. Mainly just because I don't want to put time into it. It's just not something I want to take a day of my week every single time when they say and be there. I just don't want to do that. As simple as that. And then they, there was a second opportunity where I said yes, because I did actually have more time to make in the week for that, because there wasn't as many other things going on that I was trying to work on. So that was the second time. And then they found, I guess, I don't know, there's a miscommunication or something, but I didn't get selected for it even though they asked me. And then a third time came up where Domo mentioned like he doesn't know what happened with that second time, and there's like maybe miscommunication or something. So I think they still want to have me as a part of it. And maybe I will be in the future. But I understand totally when it's like people don't even want to say yes to things, not because they don't like the people or the ideas, but simply just when you make content, like you have to really choose the time frame of how you do everything intelligently if you're managing a lot of different stuff. And you don't want to be burnt out on it either. You want to be enjoying it. That attack is so funny from that close. It's like a Slinky. Imagine Shadow Tree Avatar Slinky throwing him down the stairs as a kid, just watching him rubber band down the stairs or something. Be funny. I think it was a big commitment. It is, yeah. Anything where you have to take time out of what you already planned to do that people are wanting to watch to do that means that it's like better served with it being like a good thing for your audience, right? If your audience wants to see that, amazing. I know some of you guys want to see that here too. And then it just depends on, are you like actually good at it, right? Like, do you know what to do to be good at it? Fun. Like, make it fun, right? Super competitive, exactly. So it's also one of those things too where now it's so niche in like the group of people that do it. There's just like the definitive people that have played it for thousands of hours or whatever at this point, or even probably done a good amount of bingo out of those hours. And you could be new and like maybe catch up and stuff, but it's like people are going to want to watch the people they know that were recognized as the people that did it before. It's almost kind of like there's like this there's a legacy credit to be given from the viewer. It's kind of like for example, even me, like there's things I did where you'll give me credit for it still to this day, even though it doesn't even matter now in some cases to me. Even it's just like it's cool, but like people will still be like, oh, like, but you're better than this person because you did it first or because of this or that. It's like, but that's cool, like in someone's mind if that's how they feel. Like I'm not going to tell you how to feel about it, but that's the kind of mindset there is around consuming things. Sometimes some people like they hype up like certain groups of people and recognize them as the only people that do it, even though there's tons of people that might come into bingo later on and be like crazy at it, and maybe they get like some growth from it or whatever, or they actually get up there. But I think the legacy people that started it will be regarded as the bingo people still, even if people come into bingo and are really good. It would take a lot. It would take a lot of like randoms just showing up and like doing crazy stuff. So that is like, in my opinion, more of like it's almost like an episodic series that they've made, not so much even a tournament. It's just like a series that you can kind of extend into seasons and, you know, just make it, it can go basically forever as long as there's an idea you can use, or sorry, like a game you can use it with, right? So yeah, I think that and then randomizer races are always going to be like the smartest thing now. Even for speedruns too, I think a lot of people do like the randomizer speedrun tournaments. Weed. That's one way to dodge that. Attack with the hand. Oh, damn it. I waited because I thought I could like time it how I usually do, but I was way closer to the middle of them. Ooh. Time becomes less when we get older. Good luck with the run. We'll call it a day. Maybe I'll see one of you at Nico stream. He's still going for God Run 3, getting closer. No worries, dude. No worries. I'll catch you soon. Kale, thank you for hanging out. From Software played Arkham Asylum and decided to make their own Poison Ivy. They played oh, you're saying like this boss? It's like trying to get a world record on Super Mario 64 while trying to learn the route. Yeah, exactly. Like it's maybe not that extreme, but like it's approaching territory where there's a legacy benefit where like it's almost like, for example, if I enter a tournament for DS3 or when I did back in the day, and then I'm playing against someone that's only played the game for like maybe like 6 months to a year that way, there's almost no way they could have seen as many situations and glitches and all these weird things. So if it comes down to me performing the way I intend to, and then they perform the best they've ever had, I'll still know more information about something that they won't be able to do anything about because they didn't generate that many outcomes. So it's like it's not even like a good test of skill at that point for time investment, even because like some of those things are random that happen. Like they're not even supposed to be, it's not like intended or anything. So with all intents and purposes and things are intended, sure. And then there's the extra of like, well, if you really are someone that's like very methodical and you can't not follow like strategy or like certain instructions, then you will crumble in a tournament because like you're gonna have to adapt to random things that you can't reset on, right? So then the person that played 1,000, 2,000 more hours immediately, like the gap in effectiveness is huge then, right? But only when those things happen. So it looks like it's like close in comparison until that there's those weird situations, those nuanced situations, and then it's like the skill gap is huge as soon as that happens.
Let strength be grand.
I'm just gonna take a really quick break for like 3 minutes to get some water.
So the world might be mended.
And we're gonna come back and beat this flower.
Watching for years. So.
Kale, thank you for the 2 months, dude. Welcome back. Watching for years. So the weather. That one flower over there outside just. Oh, press enter before being done. Okay. I like how it kind of trailed off into something that was a mystery. I want to watch the one you do where the game switches every few minutes with all Souls games. I really want to do that too, actually. I didn't put that on my list, but I'm going to add it right now. Give me a second. Because that can be done pretty soon, actually. So game switcher, I guess. Cool. All right, I'm going to be back in like a few minutes, guys. In the meantime, enjoy my character just menacingly staring into your soul. I try to steal it because I don't think he has one anymore. I'm pretty sure he sold it to do level 1, so you're right back. Was talking and muted. Perfect. But guess what? The game audio is not muted this time. Ha ha. Ha. Oh shit, I moved myself off the screen. Ha. There we go. All right. Sunflower. Headphones. Okay, now my headphones work properly. Cool. I can actually hear. Hello? There we go. More in terms of optimization than the strategies with the Mario reference for the bingo. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's like I think it's also game sense too. Again, like if there's enemies in areas when you're doing randomizer and there's like a common denominator for the situation of what you would do, and you haven't generated that situation with different weapons and different types of strategies that pop up after like hundreds of iterations, you're still at the building blocks of that, right? So it's like, oh, I have this weapon, I've never used it, or like I've used this kind of weapon but not against this guy. The amount of intricacies could be in the tens of thousands in terms of relevant things to know. And obviously like the priority of that would decrease as you go down the list. Like there's probably only like thousands of things you need to know that are important, but like there's probably tens of thousands of like microcosms that actually could be utilized depending on how many things you've seen in different combinations. With how big this is, especially if we're talking about the full map, like that's just 200 and something bosses plus like regular enemies. I don't even know how many varieties there are of regular ones, but you know, definitely hundreds and hundreds. So yeah, it's almost again like you'd have to have the equivalent knowledge of most of the games they've made before combined together, just to be pretty competitive in that type of run. Oh god. I wish that the sunflower could be retextured to have a face that smiles at you. Like, I'd probably beat him so much quicker. You know, what's up, dude? I haven't seen you for a while. Haven't seen you for a while. You know? You know what I'm saying? You know? Get it? Oh, God. This flower's making my jokes worse. Watch too many people? No worries, dude. No worries. Appreciate you still coming back here. Oh. Get out of the area. Oh, wait, what? What was that one? Was that the regular swipe or was that a different attack? That joke was never made before. You made it twice. Did I actually do it twice? Oh, no. I think the big problem with that isn't that I did it twice. It's that you remember after that many years. We need to give you, we need to like tap into Yuno's water supply and put more sedatives in it or something. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. All right. Allegedly in GTA 5. That's why I said that. It's not actually a real thing. Oh. It's like, wow, that your comedy's so good, but the only reason it's good is because the guy told the same joke 100 times, but everybody in the crowd is on something. There's something in the water they gave them. It's a pretty good attempt. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, the fists are not even in the same area code. We're on the moon with McDonald's Wi-Fi on 3G. iPhone generation 2 or something like that. Broken antenna. And yeah, that's pretty rough. So I think today, like, there's a chance that we not only beat this guy, but we might actually be able to get a third boss, like 3 in one stream. Maybe even before the 4-hour mark, which would be incredible. So I'm thinking this guy, I don't want to make any like actual hard guesses, but if we played as good as we have so far on the good fights, I'm thinking that he'll be done today, regardless. Like 100% done, but just, yeah, I want to see if we can actually make it to Bale as well, and then maybe even get a good attempt on Bale. Possibly do Putrid. Because Putrid I think I can kill fairly quickly too. Putrid's not too bad. Fairly quickly being like 3 hours or something like that. Let me go. Yeah, that's kind of glitchy, dude. It wraps around. It's basically so that like if you actually don't dodge at like the perfect time to iframe it passing through you, it'll keep tracking, right? So like dodging it successfully by spacing it does not work. So I guess even if you could run it, you'd probably wrap around again. I don't know. Maybe that's like just a glitchy instance that happens sometimes and not all the time, but we've seen that like what, 3 times now? Thought jumping was easier. Maybe it is. I don't know. I haven't tried the jumping too much because the rolling wasn't a problem on that attack. I think that I jump more on the attacks where I'm already in the middle of it, like and he does the AoE after a swipe or a slam, not the long distance one. Oh, that was kind of sloppy. We're just gonna practice on this one. Oh, never mind. Okay, maybe I can buff at the beginning and not die. Again? Oh, no, never mind. Where's the head? Oh, no! Okay. 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 Can we hit something? Maybe? Oh, there's a double. So that overhead with the one arm, that's a huge opportunity there. It's bigger than I thought. Oh, the neck hit with the double too. That's pretty good. So aim for the neck. Perfect. I'm gonna do a double on that part too. Shadow Tree hitless run where I'm the boss and the Shadow Tree is learning. Sounds pretty crazy. Here we go. Whee! And then back up on the second part. Or actually don't back up, sorry, that was the opposite. Back up here. We're a little bit closer. Why'd I go with the direction of that? That's silly. Wild attack. Still the same as always. Again, he can do that if I'm not really close, I think. But again, it goes over my head if I'm close, it doesn't matter. Even if he does do it. It's gotta roll like right into... Oh, but the thing is though, if you touch his body and he recovers from that attack, can he do like the thorns around his body right after? Because there's an attack I haven't seen as much where he like slams his head and then protects his body with the thorns. So close. Nice. Whoa. Okay, whoa. Wait a second. Wait a minute. God damn it. So that one overhead with the right hand on us facing him is probably to the right for the dodge, or if I'm already strafing left, then just keep going left. Dodge twice. Because I think the thorns are delayed. I don't know why I keep going that direction. But good practice. Also, I want to be close on that swipe for the follow-up, but in phase 2, I'm not sure if it works the same. I want to go for it, though, and see. I forgot again, that doesn't matter. No blue. That's the around the body one. So straight down. It's got to run and jump. Ooh. Don't get why they felt the need to give this guy 3 health bars. That is a good point. Like, he could have progressed into the same movesets, or even, you know, like kind of did like all the breakpoints in 1 health bar. But at the same time, though, I think it was supposed to be kind of a joke or a surprise, because they did the same thing with Frida. And that did surprise a lot of people. Star, I do know that, but I was asking people, is it like a different type of weakness than actually just being weak to it? Is it like a special condition or event or whatever that happens where he sets on fire? Or is it just a bit better? Because I'm doing a lot of damage already. Like, that's definitely not the problem. It's more so just knowledge. And execution for the stuff that we're learning too. Like, luckily, this is one of the few fights that damage is not a problem. Or maybe I shouldn't even say that. Like, I don't know. My tolerance for what damage, what is good damage to me is very different than what might be good damage to you guys. Like, if you can see yellow, then that's good. If it's just red and there's no yellow on the reduction, that's rough. Definitely rough. Also, just to verify again, guys, like, is hitting him before you do the critical doing anything at all? Just wondering. I'm going to try to see where his health is right now and just pay attention to that. I don't think it's making a difference. Again, because we ended up in front of him. Ugh. It damages it mentally. Okay. Gonna be the same since you have cold proc. However, fireballs is nice because you don't have to talisman swap for flame Grammy strength. Oh, you're saying the talisman works for both, like pyromancy and that? Yeah. The thing that's I guess like one gripe I have, even though you could totally do this, and like I would still say for anyone else this counts as level 1, I just don't want to throw an object at the boss. Like I don't want to throw any projectile to do damage or use any magic, even though I know I could. I even have Glintstone Staff 25 on this character. Because whoever made the file decided that was a good idea to get to the DLC. But yeah, I like to just, like, I want it to be not only just melee, but I also want it to be a challenging melee format where I actually have to, like, know the hitboxes very well. It's like minimal cheese, just straight up gameplay, I think, is more preferred for me. But I definitely want to go back and do something with level 1 that's optimized as well and see. Maybe a speedrun. Or like a glitchless speedrun. Be pretty fun. The wraparound on that's wild, dude. It's kind of funny too because it doesn't even seem like it's gonna happen. It doesn't. You can't see where it's coming from. It's like, oh, you dodged it? Nope. Or it's like what it feels like is like you're shaking hands with somebody, like you've finalized, like, you know, like your interaction with them, like you're saying bye, and they slap you in the face like with their other hand or something at the last second. Like it's so weird. Francesca, welcome back, dude. What are you doing for Halloween? I have no idea. For the stream though, if we have time to stream in the morning, I want to do my Silent Hill 2, the first playthrough. But I also want it to already be started, like a couple days before. So my goal is to, on the 29th, do some of that, which would be, I guess, 2 days from now. So on Tuesday, I'll maybe start Silent Hill if we have time. If not, then maybe just the beginning of it will happen on Halloween. We'll see. As far as stream goes, I think that's about it. Just something with a horror game. And again, I played all the good horror games for the most part, other than Silent Hill right now. Ooh, stagger. Give me the juice. Oh, here we go. Again, I have a habit of doing that, even though we don't need to. What Shadow Tree level am I, Gabriel? I'm level 11 for Shadow Tree. Dead? Ooh, maybe not. Ah, so close. Oh, I could even hit him there. That's pretty interesting. Wall. Yeah, the wall just dissipated the magic completely. Which is really funny. I love that. And he is doing the overhead there. That doesn't affect anything. Nice. I can't see. Head slam is fine. These are normal, and then the last one's still the same. Getting stamina back. What are we doing here? Maybe thorns? No thorns, nice. Wall? Wall did not block the magic. And then I was paying too much attention to his overlapping attack. Mental damage is the worst. It's because you would be using Marika's Seal. Oh, sorry, you meant fire on Starfist particularly. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. To use fire on the Starfist, like, I think the best route with keeping the bleed would be the infusion, right? Like, fire infusion with Craigblade, Ash of War, but I have to get the Whetstone from Redmane Castle, apparently. Like, again, I don't even know where that is in the base game, because I've gotten it probably, but I don't remember how I did on the first playthrough. We've never used fire infusion intentionally for anything, as far as I remember. I am curious, with the amount of mentions of fire, though, I'm really wondering how different it would be. Past the Virgin Abductor. Oh, in Redmane, so that would be... Oh, what level is that on? Is that like the main floor? It's another thing, too. I can't even remember what Redmane Castle looks like on the inside, other than if you do the event to go right to Jaren and then do Radahn. It's been like probably over a year plus since I've seen anything from that area without doing that. crazy that I can't hit that now. Dude, like, what do? You literally have to be bad. You have to be like late at that. You have to have bad timing
Let
to get it
strength be
properly.
granted, so the world might be
Oh
mended.
no. Maybe. Oh, you know what I could do though? I could
So
always
the
just double
world
roll it
might be
every
mended.
time, just in case that happens. Or again, maybe
96
the jump
decades.
is the only way now. All right, let's try jumping thorns right away. Let's just see if we can jump thorns phase 1 and see how it works. Flame art from the Flame Knights. I don't know what that is. I guess. Well, you mean the dudes that are in the area where Mesmer is, right? That's wild. Okay, let's see if we can jump these. Whee! Whee! Okay, yeah, jumping it's not too bad. I don't know if it'll fix the problem with that thing popping up late, but we'll see. Such a funny attack. Ooh, I can't see. That tree is going nuts. Oh, I thought he was gonna do the other one. He did the spin. He only did one thorns. How often does he do thorns once? Hardest boss on the run so far has to be the lion, Silky. The lion is the hardest so far, by a decent amount. I think that the only thing harder than that will be maybe Bale, but definitely Radon. I think everything else will just be kind of similar to the other stuff that we did, or even easier in some cases. Might be position based. Yeah, I think I canceled like the follow up of him doing it, but you would think that if he's doing attacks that are long range, close range, like waiting to do them, that he would also do the opposite too. That was interesting because they actually caught air on an object and went into my head before it even hit my feet, as far as I can see. Skyrim randomizer, are you gonna do it? You should combine that with some sort of challenge like you did before, where you have to do like hardcore mode or some sort of survival kind of thing, or even like a deathless or a hitless or something like that. What's for dinner, Purple? I have no idea, dude. No clue. What about you? Oh my god. Rip. Every rose has its thorn, Sag. Can I cook, Silky? Yeah, so for me, I have some friends that were like really high-ranking chefs in different cuisines, and were trained by people that like passed down some crazy knowledge. And then like, again, some of them did it as a career, like for a long time. So I've cooked for them and they've enjoyed my food. So my standard is that if a 4-star or higher chef likes your food, and they actually are pretty damn good from like, I'm a foodie, so like from my opinion, they are really good cooks from their food. I would take that as like, I'm pretty decent, definitely above average, but I don't like to put in a lot of effort for myself because it's just a waste of time, right? So I mainly like cooking for other people. I still cook for myself if I feel like it, but it's not the same type of time frame investment. Like it's a shorter investment. It's like a light version of the actual thing I would make for other people, right? So like certain seasonings are discounted. Like I'm cooking stuff like, you know, like it's just very fast. It's like a speed run. I think I was talking about how when I had my set eating that I ate like for like the beginning of the year, it would take me 10 minutes to make dinner every day or less. And I even made dinner and ate and came back within 15 minutes or less when I took a break from streaming, and that was a full meal. So my goal was to try to prove you can cook like literally anything that would be enough nutrition that has actual like single ingredient foods in like 10 minutes or less and eat pretty fast if you make it a certain way. But yeah, that was the go-to. So I'll try to like make things very speedy, but with people, it doesn't matter how much time it takes. Cool. Ooh. jumping got me killed there. Okay. Ah, man, that's a tough one. It's like running and jumping and doing the jump at the time I would normally roll seems like the only way to do that, because like the iframes like kicked in for it and I survived, but then I had lingering damage still, so you can't land in the tracks of where it was if you do jump, which makes jumping not actually easier. It just depends on how you do it, I guess. Unless I somehow didn't jump the full length, but I'm pretty sure I did though, or the full height. Play it slower and move further back if you predict the thorn trails. Yeah, that's the thing. So like, for example, I'm pretty good at like doing just the regular dodge on it. It's just, I'm trying jumping because there's that extra thorn that pops up if you dodge it early by a little bit, but dodging it early doesn't feel that different than dodging it perfectly. So that's what the hard part is. I don't know why I healed there. Didn't need to. Trying to do the blue. Maybe I should end up in front of his face on purpose on the first phase for that attack particularly, because I'm going to have to do it on second phase as if he is going to do that attack every time anyways. But he did a different one that was good. Wow, can't even get that. Crazy. Oh, he got stuck. Uh-oh. I see. I tried to dodge the swipe. Maybe it's because I'm trying to figure out what it is that I'm doing, because I don't feel like I'm hesitating. But it could be placement based, because again, I'm standing still and I'm closer than I normally would be going into the attack. Like I'm not going in, I'm just standing still. Because I was anticipating the thorns, but then I'm like, I'm a little bit closer. Maybe I should just be moving no matter what on that. What tiers am I using for the Physic Flask? I have Spiked, Cracked, and Stone Barb. The Physic Flask. Boss difficulty ranking so far. I'm going to actually be making a tier list, Gabriel. So like there's going to be a video coming out that's in depth breaking down on a casual playthrough what I would say about each fight that is a remembrance in the DLC. And then also from a perspective of doing this run and having to do them perfectly at the lowest level. So that'll come out in the coming weeks. And you'll have the actual like official ranking that I have, but hardest in the DLC definitely Radon. The others, it's debatable like how you compare a lot of them, but Radon definitely is the hardest. I think that like genuinely, if I didn't make that the choose, like I could troll people and make that not the final boss on the tier list as the hardest. I could make it like second hardest, and people would lose their mind probably. I almost might even do that as a joke. Like, because I think it's like just a consensus that it is the hardest. What a way to die, dude. I love it. Oh, man. Put Rolana as the hardest? That'd be amazing. Bloodborne or Sekiro sequel, if you had to choose one? Definitely Bloodborne sequel for sure, because Bloodborne has the ability to be a sequel with much more freedom of design, whereas Sekiro sequel wouldn't be possible to be understood or appreciated with how narrow the room for improvisation, variety, and improvement is. It's like pretty much a complete idea by itself. It would just be a continuation rather than like an upgrade, in my opinion. Especially following the same story elements and having to like actually make it relevant and tie in. It's gonna be really hard to do that. Bloodborne's so like open source, and like the logic of how the fictional world works doesn't really have a limit to how you'd segue into it, in my opinion. So from story perspective and just like the actual subgenre of the game, I think it makes more sense. I don't know why I jumped to attack. In one of the Sekiro endings, didn't they say there was a dragon to the west? Yeah, they leave room for like you could segue out of it, but again, like Sekiro is an idea to execute a game that's made with action and those mechanics that way, that you can't really improve upon them that much more without changing the concept. So to make a cohesive sequel or improvement upon each game, Sekiro has less going for it in that department, like less possibility, whereas Bloodborne, like there's not really a way to go wrong with it as much. It's really hard to go wrong because it has so much more free-form elements in it. Like even the way that, again, like the story works and time works and stuff like that, you could literally make up anything and it would make sense. But Sekiro has to follow pretty rigid guidelines, I think, to make more sense. And then it's like, well, people even like that. It's hard to say. I don't know. So it's not that you couldn't do it. I would love to see it for both of them, but I'd like to see it for Bloodborne first if I had to choose a sequel. I think the easier thing for Sekiro would be spiritual successor for sure, because then it's like no strings attached. Like if someone doesn't really like it that likes Sekiro, it's not like they can be like, oh well, I have, like it's supposed to be Sekiro. It's more like, oh, same thing as Bloodborne and DS1. Like you can't really say that just because someone doesn't like Bloodborne, they're not going to like DS1 or vice versa. There's actually a lot of people that like one or the other, people that like both, and then if you like neither, then you weren't a contender anyways to buy the game. So the spiritual successor route I think is always better in general, but also like that's what Miyazaki seems to like quite a bit. He doesn't like sequels from what he said. So Chum Charts DLC is the best DLC they've made overall. I think it's the most impressive piece of content they've made in general for certain things. Like it's even more impressive to me in certain respects than the main game itself. Obviously, the main game itself's it's still more important because it's like what made the game. But there's things they did in this that I really do appreciate, and that aren't necessary for me to like it, but it takes it to the next level. So that can happen, apparently. Couldn't do anything because it's in the recovery of that. Really wonder if he's going to make the next game open world. Either way, people are going to buy it. Like, it's going to be like a similar result of what it achieves, I think, in terms of people responding to it and buying it. Either way, because there's so many people that want more of open world, and there's people that don't want it. And they kind of still offer both in this. Like, there's still density and also like a big scale of everything with the density inside of that. So the simplest solution, in my opinion, is just going to keep increasing density within the open sandbox, right? If they even go open world. And then there's a certain point where it's not even really going to be the same type of layout as anything else, right? It'll just be its own thing. It's already kind of its own thing, but it'll be really, really like a subcategory of open world for sure. And then it gives it, you know, both parties what they want, and it's hard to complain. Though I'm sure it'll happen still. Well, that was a nice double hit right there. Aaron, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream today? Lock-on points seems like targeting gets lost sometimes. You mean like they could have done better with lock-on points? Is that what you mean? Made a ton of progress in DS2. Nice. Are you doing a first playthrough? Appreciate you coming over here to say hi. Anyone coming from Aaron's stream? We're trying to kill everything in the DLC level 1, but we have to do the fights damageless. It's the goal. So I'm sure that explains itself. We're on the flower. We're on the sun tree right now. Or the bird tree avatar. Sorry, sunflower guy. Shadow tree. Whoa. Can't talk while playing. Ooh, nice. Oh, you're saying having one lock-on point versus two? Yeah, it's actually funny you mentioned that someone was saying that for the lion, that the lion should have had multiple lock-on points, or like quite a few of them. For me, that's never made anything easier. It's actually like way more complicated because you can't have like one set perspective on how things happen, and if it shifts to a lock-on point you're not trying to do intentionally, it creates more error, like room for error. So it's better to just stick with one consistent way of like perceiving it, in my opinion. Obviously, like ergonomically and geometrically, there's an objective better way of doing things depending on lock versus unlock, and the player having the ability to play good enough, like push the buttons good enough. But that's like where you get to like a territory that's unnecessary, because I think everybody can kill anything in this in so many different ways. There is no right and wrong. Even people, again, that are playing with one hand could do this. No hands even, I'm sure. It's just that you have to find like your own adjustments for it. Nice. 1, 2, head. 2, 3. I check the blue flask before I do that riposte there. I think that's a smart idea. And get the physic one, maybe even later with the physic one, because I'm going to be fighting him quite far into phase 2 anyways, right? How can that not work every time? It's a tight window to hit because his head dips. Okay, cool. Regular thorns. Overhead. I couldn't see it. It's hard to say that though, like that's because of actually not being able to see it. I might have just, my brain might have been thinking of something that is irrelevant. Like I have to be able to clear my mind a bit on this fight, and then just die to certain things that I'm trying to anticipate, because like them killing me without me doing a reaction is better than me reacting to something that I'm anticipating that's not happening, right? So I'm training bad muscle memory, so I should just like die to things straight up and not move if I need to. Because I think that, yeah, I was anticipating a completely different attack. I was thinking way too much on that. I'll try to do the full rebuff. See if we have time for that. I don't think we have time for Craig Blade, unfortunately. Oof. Okay, that doesn't go too far. We're good there. There's the head. So we got 2 attacks on the head there, guaranteed, if I just make sure I connect. Funny attack. I love it though. It's so funny. He's doing it twice. How many times? How many times did we get it? I can't see. Yo, what was that? That's new. Back pedal. Maybe back. That's a back punish. I don't know. Because I went so far into like where his body was. Haven't seen that one time since fighting him today at all. In the next game, you hope it won't be open world because the running around and all that. That makes sense. Like, it's nice they have enough things they've made now where there is something for everybody. Like, you can't even really say if you don't like RPG elements that they're not catering to you with because they have Sekiro. You know, they have games that have less of that, like Bloodborne 2. Thematically, they got a lot of themes, but I'm just wanting to see like a combination of the quality of something like Sekiro with this. That'd be amazing. And just, you know, better like mainstay mechanics, like things they just keep for the future that are adding dimension, like they actually make sense and matter. That'd be cool. Which boss would I say I'm comfortable with level 1 no damage DLC? Definitely none of them at this point, but if we had to pick someone that I probably am the best at consistently repeating, it would be something pretty easy, like maybe Midra or something like that. At this point, Midra or maybe even Rolana. But I would say those don't even count because we haven't beaten them that many times. Ooh, that didn't touch me. Okay, that's unfortunate. Bad hitbox. That clearly was not close. That explains why, like, before it kind of seemed weird when that attack was coming out of nowhere and then hitting me, because I was, like, still so close to him that I'm like, well, where's the pocket then? Is there one? Because there was on the first playthrough, I remember that. So the difference is very small. It's like you can't see the hitbox at all on that. Or you can't assume it's going to be like what the where the arm ends, unfortunately. And that's annoying because like they've conditioned us to like, you know, get over the bad hitboxes in the past, and then they actually made really tight ones, and then they're reintroducing things that don't have the best again. So it's like, oh, what is the bad hitbox? Where is it going to be? we still have full blue. Just gonna use Golden Vow, get the critical really quick. Two-hand. Oh, get it. Thank you. Perfect. And then right back into Physic Flask. And then Craigblade, and we should be fine. See if we can actually get the hit on this one right away, too. Almost. It's so close. I don't like the way I did that. It must have been a miracle or something like that. I didn't realize how hard that was. It's proving to be the most difficult thing to connect on this. Can't tell if that attack is... Wait, did he get... He didn't get bigger. No, I was going to say, like, something looked weird there. It was the hill. Nice. Good stagger. So again, the Physic Flask helps with that one. Oh, I should have got the crit on that, too. Oh, wait, we can carry it over. I forgot. So I don't know how the emergence works on phase 3 off the top. I think it's the same as 2. And I'm just looking for more follow-ups with Thorns. It's got the same thing. Oh, what is this? Oh, this is like the big nuke. Yeah, it is the nuke, okay. And then is dead for a little bit. We get some extra damage, go back. Okay. I thought that happened in like the last quarter of his health. Main gripe with obtaining recipes, you can say whatever you want about Bethesda games, but experimental crafting, mixing up things is way better there. Yeah, I think crafting in this game is not really... Like, it's cool. It definitely, like, it gives you more of a reason to have something to gather on the way to a place. Like, it's kind of like a side objective in a way. But then it also, again, like, when you don't have the runes and you've died quite a bit and you only have materials to make things, it can help. For sure. I think for like a newer person, for someone that like knows what they're doing, like making the stuff's only really important if you're using like certain methods or, you know, whatever. You could just pick up items and probably not even craft a single thing and do pretty well. If they made you more dependent on it though, I will say it probably would ruin the game. So like it's good that it's sort of like just a feature you don't have to get into too much. I enjoyed it on the first playthrough quite a bit though. But then again, I also don't enjoy Skyrim really, so it's kind of hard to compare. Trying to like maybe like go in there and hit him before he takes off. Yeah. I think that actual engagement of hitting him early is not worth trying to do late. It's too close. Because then I'm gonna have to reintroduce like my method for escaping that attack. It's gonna have to be like the window's gonna have to be like redesignated, if that makes sense, and I'll have to commit to that then, and that's completely different than the other one. So might as well just stick with going for it early. If it misses, that's what we expect, and if it hits, then it's literally a miracle and it's Christmas, and we're good. I'm trying to think of what attack I can even do that maybe has a higher reach as well. Not even sure, because it might be easier with a quicker animation. Just need the height though. Ooh. That weed is pissed with underscores, exactly. It's XXXXX underscore pissed underscore XXX360 no scope Mountain Dew Doritos. If you get more than one P3 explosion, the one that comes after shoots 3 rounds of projectiles instead of just 1. Ooh. Okay, I guess I'll try my best to adjust to that. That sounds pretty insane. I don't know if I saw that on the first playthrough or not. Watch The Boys, Silky, like the show. I've seen the first season, I believe. And I think I saw 1 or 2 episodes of the second season. My uncle really likes it, though. He tells me to watch it all the time. I can't really get into shows, I'll be honest. Like, scripted content like that is not really that enjoyable for me these days. I like to usually learn things, so if something doesn't teach me something... Like, if I don't learn at least 1 to, like, 3 things a day, or expand on something I already know, it's maddening to me, so... It's hard to watch just things that don't give you some information. Or help you. Like, I understand entertainment, for sure, like, decompression, but even there's some educational stuff that is pretty relaxing, too. So, yeah, I haven't really gotten into, like, series in a while, I'll be honest. Like, there's some that are really good. Like, I really enjoyed Daredevil. That was a great show. And I've enjoyed... I liked Squid Game quite a bit. And then also, I was talking about how on the trip that I had for snowboarding with Cheese, we watched Solo Leveling at the end of it. And that was fun. That was a really good one. But I think we have to wait until, what, next year for the rest of it? It's pretty short. We're so far away that I'm inside. Oh, wow, that's amazing. Oh, maybe not. Non-fiction guy? No, it's not about fiction. It's just like if I can't watch something that's like a tangible, applicable thing in real life, it's hard for me to like put a lot of time into that. Unless I've been doing a lot of that and applying it and I need a break from like just like the same subject or something like that. But really, like anything you find on a TV or like a streaming service, for the most part, like there's some things that are good. I'm not going to deny that. But if it didn't exist ever again, it would be probably like the most unnoticeable thing to me versus like just people making things that are more creative and stuff like that, right? Or, I don't know, I guess things that might be able to help you. Oh, Domo, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it, dude. It's kind of funny. We must have summoned you because we were talking about the bingo a little bit. People were talking about how there used to be some hit list tournaments that we would do. And I was saying how like the bingo is almost like a better version of like a tournament. Or something that people can like watch people compete on for the longer term because it has the variety and like the game's so big. That's interesting you showed up. There we go. For anyone that's coming from Domo stream, we're doing level 1 for the DLC. I beat the game or the DLC once. So this is the second playthrough, and the one condition is that though I am allowed to use the Shadow Blessings, I have to do each fight damageless. So even if we got hit and survived, like I would still practice the fight and stuff, but I wouldn't be able to kill the boss. Otherwise that'd be like a reset for the run, which is not good. And we have quite a few done so far, but we're still not through all the hard stuff yet, including this guy. And my blessing level is 11 at the moment. Nice. So physical flask. I'm gonna use the blue as well. In Bingus when Kraboke. So like we were talking about that actually, and in the future there's a chance that I'll definitely give it a try. It's just a mashup of like making the time for it and then also like being able to do it and not like waste people's time for their entertainment value, because I don't really know a lot about this game in comparison to most people that you would consider quote unquote like, you know, streamers or content creators of it. Like even a lot of my viewers have played the game more than me in terms of hours, so it's like there's no way for me to even if I started now to catch up on a lot of stuff, it would probably take till next year and then some to even be like looking like I've done that stuff. But like I have a plan to do a lot of things along the way until that day may come where I will learn more about the game. But I definitely don't put a lot of time into it. It's very hard for me to play, to even full-time stream these days, like to put that many hours in. So I do plan to get better at the game though. I said by the time I get to 1,000 hours, I will be what I consider good, and we're still quite a long way away from there, so. Level 1 hitless DLC? Maybe sometime. I'm not really as big of a fan of hitless these days, but I might do damageless for, like, just the DLC to start, and then do the rest of the stuff after. Just not exactly sure when that would begin, because there's a lot of other stuff that I want to do too. But this is kind of a build-up for that. This is definitely, like, testing how much I can learn to carry over to something like that. Dumbo, I'm doing good. Thank you so much for asking. And I hope your stream was good as well. What were you guys up to? What's happening? Whee! Big damage. I think we've been on this guy for at least, I want to say, an hour and a half. Yeah, but, well, maybe an hour 40. So we're overdue. We need to do this soon. I haven't made it to phase 3 yet. I got very close. Still getting tripped up on like a couple basic situations in phase 2. Oh my god. That was wild. Bingo week 6 matches? Okay, cool. He was farming Dies of Cringe in chat. Is that an emote? Whiskey TV. No worries, dude. Welcome. What's going on? Technically, you got to part 3 and died? Yes, okay, so I made it to part 3. That's true. And then I died from the explosion. Because I forgot how that works. But yeah, the goal is we killed Midra right before this, in this stream. I want to see if I can get to a 3rd boss and kill a 3rd boss today as well. Dude, I'm crouching and rolling the thorns. What? It's pretty wild. Death by the hand. That's kind of disrespectful, I feel. What's the challenge, Whiskey? We're doing a level 1 DLC. So level 1 character. And then the one condition is if I beat a boss, it has to be damageless. So full health going in, no health reduction items, and then no damage or hits stagger. Also staggers too. I do want to include staggers on it. So I don't think I've been staggered yet in a fight that we've beaten. But that's it. Ooh. The wall maybe blocks it, yeah. Oh, no? No? One of them maybe? Yeah, that's rip. Bad thorn timing. Like, him overlapping other attacks with that attack is probably also the next hardest thing, besides just learning phase 3 right now. Ever end up putting fire on the fists? Yeah, now OBS is better again. Interesting. Yeah, so did it crash on both platforms or just one of them? So yeah, I didn't put fire on the fists. But, did you kill the stream mana? Yeah, it was your fault. Why'd you do that? What the hell, dude? Yeah, I was saying that, so I don't actually have Redmane Castle fully open from what I understand. I think you have to go through there to get it. I actually have no idea where the location of the thing is to get it. And I was thinking, like, we're already doing so much damage that, like, that's not really my problem. So should I even go and do that now? Is it worth it? I don't think it would make a difference, like, with the time investment it would take to do that, and then this as well. But, like, again, unless it's, like, some sort of hidden mechanic that has more to do with, like, this being a special fight than it just being the resistance of the fire. So if it's, like, astronomically better, then sure, but... Twitch streams offline? That's interesting that it wouldn't work with that. I don't like the bit rate, dude. Anyone that did refresh, I do appreciate it. And then anyone that's on the YouTube stream, I guess everything was fine. So we're good. Oh, why'd I roll early on that? Did Craigblade wear off because I put the one away? Is that how that works? That's too far into him. That's a good attack. I like that combo, but it's too far back. Oh, man. The boss has negative 40 fire absorption. And then what would be the result of that? Like, how much better are we talking? Like, if it's... How many hits on the whole fight will it take off that, like, from what I'm doing now? Like, if let's say I kill him in 40 hits total, will it be like 30 hits or like 25? Or will it just be like one less? Skibidi Avatar is kind of boring. Mana, really? I actually enjoy this dude, like more than I probably should. I didn't think I was going to, but I actually have been enjoying the fight. Thoughts on Colossal Greatsword? Like you mean like the class of weapon? I like the Malekith Blackblade, so for me, I think that's a Colossal Greatsword. That's the one I've used the most. It's pretty damn good. I like the whole like crouching and then being able to poke people very fast too. The class is Colossal, but the name is Greatsword. Oh, okay, wait, you're saying like just, is that the one that looks like it's from Berserk that's in like all the games? I'm not sure if I used that one before. But it used to be pretty damn good in DS2, I remember. And then also, I think it was the Lothric Knight one was really good in DS3. I don't know if they like nerfed it or something. Oh my god. The one that's just called Greatsword, yeah. So I think I know what you're talking about. Like I know what it looks like. Definitely can't recall using it for any extended period of time though. Died again. Just for a heads up, guys, if anyone's on Twitch and you want to keep watching the stream without it crashing, just until we figure out why it's doing that, you can just come over and watch on YouTube as well. Like, I am live there too. But, obviously up to you. I apologize. I have no idea why that's happening, but we don't have a lot of time to figure it out either. We gotta kill this guy. And as long as we're live on 1, we're good. Ooh. Okay, what do we got first? Not doing it on purpose, man. No, it's all good, dude. It happens. It's a thing. It's a thing that I'm aware of that's real, so we're good. It do be like that. Oh man, I thought he got staggered for some reason, so I rolled back. Don't make you go to YouTube. No. I mean, it's higher quality, so I mean, there's that bonus, but if you don't like the platform, then totally understand. And like definitely watching on Twitch is important too, but yeah, it seems to not be an agreement with something to do with the bit rate, but the bit rate's not set to something that, like, I've never changed the bit rate. It's always been the same. So I don't know why it won't support it as much. Texa, what's up? How's it going, dude? Thank you for the good luck too. Higher stream delay? Yeah, there is. I think there is a bit of a delay on Twitch versus YouTube. But that's also hard to tell now because we have restream chat, so it's like that might connect people through both chats into the main one slower. Since that one software I was using recently that I switched out of and back to this one from, that one didn't connect to YouTube for 30 minutes when you go live. Which is pretty ridiculous. And then it would sometimes disconnect and then never reconnect for like a day or two. Definitely not trying that one again for a while. Oh, there, I got a punch. Nice. I'll take the punch. Ooh. Can't see anything. What are we doing? Ooh, there's the stagger. There's no crit after this that we do. We have to wait. So going that far away is not necessary. Ooh, I tried to walk up and then hit, but it didn't work. It's kind of trapped in there. Is this the first time in phase 3? That was the longest I survived in it, but like that wasn't too bad. It's just mainly like there's very small things you got to fix. Someone that has too much knowledge on the lore. Yeah, Prof is literally like Vadi's ghostwriter, and no one would have ever revealed it if he didn't come out and just start streaming himself and making videos. But I'm pretty sure we've proven that Vadi has been having Prof ghostwrite for him for the whole time, and he's finally taken revenge by doing content. Oh, got grabbed. Nice. Smushed. It's funny that every other time he hits you, you don't slide out from under him, but then like at some point you just shoot out from underneath him. Don't want to distract you, but you want to ask your opinion if you think Ronnie was justified in doing what she did to Godwin. Yeah, so that aspect of the game, like, I know a little bit about Ronnie, but I don't know anything with her affiliation in that regard. Like, I just... I'm pretty sure... like, just the introduction of the game and all that, with her in terms of, like, her being, like her soul being put inside the puppet or whatever, or something like that, like, that's basically all I know. That's about it. And also lore for me, like, I could learn things for lore, but it's not interesting. It's not the reason I play the game, so it's hard for me to retain that information unless I start to care about it a lot. I think that might change a bit with this one in the future, because there is a video I'm writing right now that requires lore, and I've actually consulted with Prof, who is mainly a YouTuber that does the lore related stuff, and he gave me some guidelines to follow for the script I'm writing. So there will be lore baked into certain things I do from time to time, but it's very basic compared to, like, the deep dives that people do. I think that stuff's really cool. It's just like, I couldn't be bothered to care about that more than just the gameplay, unfortunately. It's very, very difficult for me to pretty much get in a story of anything, really. Unless it's a movie or something like that. Like, even books, like, the stories in books don't even necessarily matter as much. Even though, I used to read a ton of fiction, but now it's like, can I get something out of it? I don't know. Or am I having fun doing it? Not on this character. Also, though, I don't really know which weapons you can use level 1 on the DLC, but it'll be fun trying them for sure. I tried quite a few on the regular character. YouTube dead too? Damn. Do be like that, apparently. Okay, what I'll do then, I might have to locally record this then, just in case. He's too high up. Guys. He's too high up. Has anybody ever seen that? That's balls. That sucks. That's like probably the most shitty thing I've seen in the game. Like, and it's not even a glitch, just like most shitty straight up thing I've ever seen. He's literally too high to get the crit. It's funny. Tried to go for the heavy, but then he can go for that immediately, so I gotta wait. Backhand blades are surprisingly good on level 1 with dex tier, successive attacks, and tier talisman. Backhand blades, okay. I'll have to remember that. Turkey leg is still OP in level 1. What weapon is the actual, what is the turkey leg supposed to be? Like, what's the name of it? Put the knife a little too deep. You murdered it? No, you're good, dude. You're good. Oh, I should go for the head there. I got a little greedy. I was like, Emo Sunflower goes to Hot Topic. I swear to God, this Shadow Tree avatar definitely has a closet that is exclusively Hot Topic. And then for a rare occasion, like a rare classy outing, maybe Zara, but mostly Hot Topic. Weird that he did that close range. Very strange. No, again, you're going into a trap as a follow-up after that. I got to remember, like, don't punish anything after Thorns on right hand in general. Like, don't even, maybe a light attack. Definitely not a jump attack though. Ah, man. Oh, yeah, see, that's way safer to recover from. Oh, why'd I buff that and then take it off? I was thinking maybe 2 hits there. That'd be crazy. If we actually could. Probably a low chance. But if we could. Oh, a little bit too late on that. I was thinking of like waiting later because I thought we were farther away. Oh, I just saw that comment at the top. I care about the gameplay of books. Yeah, that books reference, that was not the best way of explaining it. Basically, I used to like stories and books, and now I could not care. Like, I could die and never read a fiction novel again, and I would be maybe even possibly happier. It's very, very potentially, very much potentially the case. I think a lot of that is, though, like, for me, the creative stuff with stories, like, I'd rather write a story than read someone else's story. For writing and written material, at least, in the case of fiction, I think that'd be a better use of doing it. And there's already so much fiction in a lot of other stuff that it's like pretty easy to get enough stimulation to the imagination there. But yeah, this game seems to be really good for the story for sure. Just gotta do a lot of detective work. Ooh. Just gotta punch him 20 million times in the face. There we go, nice. Favorite non-Souls-like game? At the moment, if you count Clone Hero as a game, it would definitely be Clone Hero. If you don't, then I guess Eliza P doesn't count. So Street Fighter or Gran Turismo 7. Oh, that was like pretty early. Okay, so we can practice on this one at least. And we should be able to hang in there to actually do that. That's the good news. You played some platform fighters. You enjoy Brawlhalla? I never played Brawlhalla before. But I guess the closest thing to that would be Smash, right? So Smash Ultimate's pretty cool. For sure. Like, I think at one point Smash was my favorite variety game. Like, my variety games, like, usually shuffle between, like, Smash and, Smash, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, or, like, whatever else the equivalent fighter is at the time. Some sort of fighter, and then, like, Gran Turismo and WRC I definitely have played a lot, so, like, those have been top two for variety when it comes to racing. And then, yeah, Souls like Liza P definitely still has that. I forgot. Damn it. Truth is stranger than fiction. Sometimes, yeah. Oh, Blood Fiend's arm is a turkey. This is called the turkey leg. How are those fists hitting that hard at level 1? So Muscathor, basically this guy's very weak. When you hit him in the head, you do a lot of damage. So it's a combination of all the things I'm buffing with and the fact he's already really weak when it comes to defense on the head. I think it makes sense if you see how many phases he has and how much you have to go through to actually win. Like, they could have just made it look a lot different by having 1 health bar and then, like, you just do less damage or he has better defense. They just made it look worse because, like, now it has 3 health bars. Greedy again, dude. Why am I getting greedy? Oh, we can't be getting greedy this far in. You haven't played the DLC yet, so you have no clue how bosses work. This one is one of the only ones in the DLC that has 3 health bars. So think of it as if you combined, like, you combined all of them, and you just take the damage I'm doing, cut it to 30% of what it is, 33%. That's roughly what it would look like if it was structured as a regular fight. And then everything else would still be the same. But it's the only thing that I guess makes sense without them, like, making you kill him at a point where the health bar is lower and then he comes back with, like, a random amount of health and all that. But you can actually damage him, though, from the previous phase and carry it over. Like, it does give you a critical. And I think that was because they found maybe it was too much BS for, like, the average person to, like, have all these attacks, all this stuff going on. It be a little later in the DLC, and then they don't give you a chance to, you know, speed up the fight or whatever. Because he's not super accessible when it comes to just walking up and hitting him. You have to make him do a lot of stuff with his head. That was a bad dodge there. Okay, I'm gonna go to the washroom, guys. I'll be back in like 2 seconds again. Give me a moment. Oh, if anything crazy happens in the meantime, let me know. The clown does a cartwheel across the screen in my room. Let me know. Oh. Okay. Mission number 1. Do not what was the mistake? I was trying to think. What was the thing I kept doing? Oh yeah, don't do the jumping heavy attack on the right hand slam that changes in phase 2. Ever. Period. You do it and you get eviscerated. Or you get eviscerated by the thorns. That's also another option. So, toilet I did. It was harder for me, unfortunately. And I never could successfully do it on the part that's the most important as well. So as much as I do totally think that's valid for a lot of people, but it tends to be the case that there's a lot of things with jumping in this game that I don't actually do better, even with practice. And it's been the same case with a lot of other bosses too, so I usually just roll things that you jump. In certain instances, not in all of them, but in certain ones. It does make sense though with what you're saying. Like, I don't know why for me it's not working. But it should be good enough right now. Like, luckily the thorns are not a big problem. Okay, now he's under the ground. I guess that's better than him being floating. Magoo, I appreciate that. Thank you. Why do you say that? What makes you draw such conclusions, good sir? Oh my god. Almost screwed up again. Okay, no talking on phase 2. Ooh. That was very close. So you have to roll twice on that, I guess. And then by doing that, it'll probably make him do the head slam because I'll be in the proximity. So yeah, I probably want to roll on that again. Well made and have a great outlook on life. Oh, I appreciate it, dude. Oh, maybe I can get, yeah, I could probably get a follow-up on that. Pawsy, what's up, dude? How are you doing? I'm surprised you were summoned today. I wasn't playing Clone Hero. Usually that's what summons you, from what I understand. No stamina. I should have got a little bit stingy on it. Wait, I didn't switch back to the talisman. That's why. I was going to say that felt like it kind of drained my stamina quicker. Took you a long time learning away from the normal Souls behavior, rolling everything. Jumping works on so many things. One would think they don't. Turns out removing lower body hitbox is useful. Oh, 100%. Like, I think it actually is better for a lot of things, but for me, the way I look at it is like, if I'm not going to be like using this fight as like an important event, like like I don't have to compete against somebody, it's mainly just killing it. and we're already like done. We've done most of the work in general to complete it. Going and then unlearning that at this point would just be the harder part, right? So it's like, is it worth it? And I'd say yes if I can apply it right after this, but I don't know if I can apply it in a way that would make the time investment of doing it that way and failing on the stuff we already know worth it. At least for now. Like in the future, maybe, for sure. But sometimes there's just methods I do that are hard. The hardest thing you could possibly do, it's just way easier for me. So that's still the case. It's like the VSWED 2017 strats meme from way back on archives. Like, why would you run through archives this way? But then I made it through every time, right? Or mostly. Probably just as much as some individuals. But it definitely isn't as good. I will say 100% it's not as good as some of the methods. I do like that kind of stuff, though. I tend to just like kind of go into a certain method and then like that's it. It works. Ooh. Okay, wait, I got less damage there doing the heavy attack. What? Is the tree gonna block any of this, maybe? No. It's a pretty good combination with that attack. Okay. You like Clone Hero Posse? It's fun. I want to play it, like, every time we stream I want to play it, but it's just like I know I can't put too much time into it. I feel like Rolana is pretty hard to no-hit. Toilet, you do? Yeah, for this run, she was the easiest so far, ironically. Like, it was between her and Midra, and I think I still killed her quicker than Midra, so... yeah, it could have been because I learned it pretty well on the first fight, but she was like really quick to, like, you could skip phase 2 and 3 pretty much without even doing anything weird. Yeah, if you watch even just the, like, when I got to her for the first time and then how long it took to kill and how I did it, it's like it was really easy to stagger over and over and just like literally skip her phase transitions, or like you get the transition but she doesn't do an attack in that phase. And then at the very end, I think she escaped and did one thing that was a regular attack and I killed her, but I probably could have set it up better having known that it works that way. Kind of reminds me of like skipping Pontiff phase 2. Oh, okay. Cool. Apparently. Thought you had to learn her ridiculous combos. The combos you can't really dodge in a lot of cases that easily, like up close. So you kind of just let her attack and then miss you. And then you make sure you're in the range of all the follow-ups that have like long windows of recovery, and you can just punish those specifically, let her miss you with all the other attacks. And there's nothing she can do that's actually really that fast at that point. It's pretty simple to avoid a lot of quick attacks. Is Poise Physic even good here? Lasting 30 seconds feels like it's just a faster part 1. It's probably not worth it until later in the fight, but I don't know. There might be better choices with it. It's a good point. Shouldn't have chugged. Definitely should not have chugged. That's a funny name for Cooperator's Objective for Furlfinger. Or is that just explaining what the whole point of it is? So I'm going to take a very, very quick break right after this. I got to turn the temperature down. It's way too hot in here. It's borderline distracting at this point. the stamina regen physic, that would help a lot on this, actually. The thing is, I should be changing the talisman back, this right here, to make more sense. Because I was using that for every fight, but I forgot to switch it on the fog gate the last handful of times. Ooh. Double hit, nice. Nice. That's a weird one, but nice. I can't see. This is fine. Okay. Ooh. Nice. Yeah, weird timing on that. I should have gone forward if I was gonna do that. I always think that like means he's dashing away, but only because the head does almost the same thing. I'm pretty sure it might even be the exact same animation for the head, but I always think that it's the dash away or something. Ooh, that was really good. I think what the game's telling me is go for more of the jump attacks on this one. Oh wow, already. It's a good start. Nice. And that stagger phase too, like that flask definitely comes in clutch on that part. Just to do it even at that pace does help, but I think I could get the stagger even quicker than that, to be honest. Okay, where's he coming from? Oh, he's right there. Fuck. Run! No! Leave! Whoa! Okay, I think we're good. I have to run as far away as I thought. I keep saying get away, but we don't really need to. Not that far. It's floaty. Floaty's weird. Oh, he's doing it again. Oh yeah, this is 3 explosions, right? Someone said there's 3 things that shoot out. Yeah. So I have to continuously keep getting ready to run away the whole fight, basically, on part 3. Fire Spike Fist? I haven't, no. No, I was saying that the difference in damage for the fire seems like it's too negligible to actually go to the effort of getting the whetstone for it in the other part of the game. So only because, again, I'm not going to be using fire for the rest of the DLC, right? We've almost beat this guy, so it's kind of like, what would it do? Would it take off more than 2 hits that I have to deal to him to kill him? If it was like 5 hits that it saved me, maybe 3 even, like then maybe. But even that's not really a lot, right? If it takes off like 10 to 20 hits of him, like it's super crazy. Sure, but even just saving like 30 seconds of time wouldn't really like benefit me too much in this fight. Because the tricky part's not actually the damage I'm dealing. It's mainly just I need to get better at actually maneuvering certain things. It's still a little bit of information I got to get clear on and just not necessarily absorb, but prioritize differently. That makes sense. Yeah, this is probably like the most fairly challenging or like straight up fair challenge that is quite a, you know, nice fight in terms of your damage. Like, it's not actually bad, but it's like not also too easy either. It's a nice in between. I think they did a pretty good job. Cool. Like, I definitely like this a lot more than I did before we did this today, for sure. Cool. 1. Nothing. Oh, there we go. Bad prediction. Nice. Old school would have finished it in 2 attempts. This, yeah, definitely not. I think that it's funny because when I played these games like 70 hours a week, I probably was worse than I am now. Even if I put half the time in I do even now, I would still probably be much more capable now than I was putting all the time in, just because there's a point of diminishing return, to be honest. Like, even though that was a joke, but in all seriousness, I think that it's actually sad when I look back at how much time I put into a lot of the games. Like, I think I could easily have done the same thing, if not better, in half the time for everything. Like 50% less time, easy. And like, I think anyone can do that. It's just a matter of like, how aware are you of like your process, right? Like, how much are you willing to like prioritize that? And then how emotional are you too? Or how attached are you to like the game? Like, what's your affiliation with it? Some people, I think, take it very passionately in the way where it's like, you know, when they win, they're very excited. When they lose, they're very beaten up. But like, some people take it to a level where they get, you know, so frustrated they get in their own way. And I definitely did that a lot more than I should have. So I think I could have saved like half the time. Well, obviously that doesn't matter. There's no regrets. Just, it's interesting to think about. With the explosion, if you delay your dodge a bit, you can dodge both the explosion and the projectile. Oh, nice. That's a good way to do it. So if I have to be in that bubble, you can dodge the AoE itself. Is there positioning required for the beams, or are they just kind of random? Again, I didn't think he's going to do... So he can mix up basically that or the overhead or the grab. I think about those 3 are the only ones at that point. Would Blue Dancer Charm help since you're naked? It could, but the stamina is more important to me. So, like, we could try changing out a crystal tier, like the Charge R2 one or something. I guess, yeah, you know what? Okay, let's try something different here. Let's do no charge attacks at all, and then so I don't have to use the charged talisman either, because I don't think that we're using enough of them to get the most out of it. Okay, there we go. My audio is being weird. What would we do in place? I guess boost stamina, recovery speed sounds better. Now we have 2 talismans we could switch. I could still keep on the stamina one and then use Blue Dancer now. And yeah, I guess we'll see how much better this is. A lot of stamina though, like a lot of room to work with. I could also do another talisman than this one. What would I do though? Critical hits? No, not really. Not sure what else would even be better. But yeah, anyways, let me try a Rune Arc as well. Let's do that. Rompel, no, I just don't want to go to the effort of doing it because I don't think that there's anything special with fire on this guy. Like, he might be weak to it, but a boss being weak to it versus you using something that's pretty effective still isn't a huge difference in damage when it's an element or something like that. It's not like the main mover of the damage, like the physical part of the damage and all that. Like, if he was completely resistant to physical damage, yeah, that would make a lot of sense, I think. But I don't think it's going to increase my damage by that much. It might be like, what, like 3%, 5%? Maybe I'm wrong, but again, that's why I was asking, is there a special event that occurs when you hit him with fire? Or is it like, is it more damaging to him versus other bosses that are weak to fire by like a significant amount where it's worth going and getting all that? Negative 40. It's huge? Okay. Like it's basically like kind of like cheesing the fight at that point. I'm still doing the charge attack. Ooh. There we go. Okay, cool. That's why you think Sunflower is the running for the easiest boss, level 1, plus 0, no blessing? Okay. Well, 20% resistance to physical, 40% weakness to fire. So a shit ton, okay. You already have split damage from the cold infusion. Okay. I'll consider it. Again, I'm having fun doing it the way I did it. The thing with me is like, even if I know something's better, I won't do it just simply because it's better. It's more like, depends on how much I enjoy it. So certain things I like optimizing, other things it's like, okay, we found out how to do it at a pretty decent rate. It's good enough. So, you know, what actually would need to change for me to do better? And I don't think I'm actually that good at the fight yet. That's the thing, right? So doing the fire and skipping, getting better at it might not actually help in the long term, even if it does take an extra 30 minutes or an hour or something like that. So I'd almost rather spend the extra time and have a harder time on it, if that makes even any sense. It might be kind of stupid if people think I'm just trying to complete this for this, and that's it. It's definitely a run that bridges into other things and will probably carry over. So that's why I'm not like rushing to go in and go get that, because I mean it does sound pretty appealing, but it also, it might have been better to have done right off the bat, so I didn't know the difference, because now that I know it's much easier, it's like I think it's also because I do like this fight. I actually enjoy it. If I didn't like the fight, maybe I would do that. Like Radon in the main game, I was kind of like that, where I didn't learn it properly for a while, and I still haven't done it that well, but mainly because I don't like it that much. Well, he did 2 backhands in a row there. Ooh. Where's the face? There we go. Again, I'm going like frames early on that now. Damn. This will help get gooder, yeah. It's a fun fight. Probably not for everybody, but yeah, like I actually enjoy it. I think that like First time I played it, I didn't really get a good idea. Because I stayed right underneath him and I didn't like learn how to perceive any of the melee attacks. It was mainly like, oh yeah, that doesn't hit me in this spot. This does. I can't see it, but I'll just try to like, you know, roughly do it. Definitely not properly though. The poised here, a stun one hit faster, which you would get anyways if you did charge R2 slightly more aggressively, but it's also your style, so you're quite biased. Even using level 1, sorry, R1 at all is bad with fists. Always better to tap R2 if the opening is small. Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. That double hit though, see? Like, then there's things like that where it's like, pretty good, because what other double weapon will you use on level 1 that hits like that? DLC worth buying? 100%. I'm not sure if the DLC counts as something you can refund on Steam, but I always say for a lot of games, if you have you have a PC, play them for like just under 2 hours, and if you don't like them, get the refund through Steam. You don't have to give a reason for it or anything. You can leave it blank. They'll always honor that. So for a lot of stuff that I wasn't sure on, I always went with that method. Beautiful. I knew it was happening. I tried to wait for it, but it didn't work. Damn it. Toilet, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for hanging out, dude. Have a good sleep as well. Music in this fight is great. The music in general in the DLC is really good, but I do agree, like, this fight has a pretty good soundtrack. I was just surprised recently with Midra's soundtrack, because I forgot that it had such a cool build-up in the second part. Difficulty increases a lot for the DLC. For about, like, half of it, I would say, or maybe, like, a good 40% of it. It is definitely a jump up, for sure. Oh, never mind. I think the DLC is easier than the base game, Justin. Really? That's interesting. So you think that, like, if you were to, let's say we're just going to compare even, I guess even Millennia and Radon would be a good way. And we're not talking like glitches or anything that breaks the game, but just the HP pool comparison, the damage per hit dealt, and the amount of attack variety, and possible combos at a neutral as well. Like, that's kind of usually how I look at the comparison. Because, like, if it has more programmed into it that's possible and also, like, punishes harder on all those values, then it's just subjective at that point beyond that. So, from what I understand, I think Radon literally is spec'd as, like, the most beefed up enemy there is just because of those numbers. But also, a lot of AI capability, or, like, his AI or his moveset's wild with what he can do. Just can't with Millennia, but you beat Radon level 1. That's impressive. I would love to figure out exactly what that is that made you very good at Millennia, but then, like, also having a harder time on her, because I almost feel like she's like the introduction to that level of difficulty. Like, I wouldn't even put them on the same tier. But again, that's like I guess the cool part about the subjectivity. Because, like, sometimes you could just be, like, really good at stuff that actually is a lot more complicated, has more information. 1, 2, jump attack, not charge R2. Jump attack. Okay, maybe not jump attack on that. It's a little bit rough. To be fair, the charge R2s are still pretty good. Like, they're not actually doing less damage by much, so yeah. Waterfowl. Waterfowl is pretty wild, but like all said and done, even if Waterfowl by itself was a harder attack than anything Radahn could do, he has so many more things outside of that that are so close. That's what does it for me. Has clearer flow than Radahn, but also doesn't she have like half the HP or something? Like, doesn't she literally die like much quicker overall? And then also her phase 2 is easier in terms of like the pursuit. Like she actually chases you down and stuff, right? Instead of idling. It's obviously a harder phase, but like she constantly kind of pursues you. And it makes it flow nice, but also the moveset is pretty much the same. And then you got frost pots that can cancel Waterfowl, so there you go. You know, Radahn, I don't think you can cancel anything he does that's significant, or to that degree, right? Unless you do a glitch or something that I don't know about. It's gonna do Craigblade again, actually. Most time to perfect. Actually, it takes a long time to perfect for sure. That's a good point. Why'd I do that? No reason. No reason. Starfists are OP. I don't know. I mean, like, again, we could have a conversation about what's good and what's bad, and there'll always be someone that says the opposite, or like multiple people. So I don't know. I have actually no clue. I like them. They're pretty good. The bleed is definitely better than not having bleed on Iron Balls if you can bleed the enemy. But yeah, it's hard to say. I don't know if they're OP anymore because there's so many different things you can do. Like, I think if you ask how viable they are, it would have to be also including the context to accurately assess it of how long it takes to get them set up and upgraded and what you need to do to support it as a build. So like this build's very like basic. There's not like a lot of stuff going on here. Doesn't take as much time, but if you were given 30 hours to set up a character, then yeah, maybe you could make some stuff that's like astronomically better. I don't know what level and what that would include though. So in the context of quick setup, yeah, definitely very good for the Starfist. Let's try using this. And then do one of these. And then Physic, and then Craig Blade. Don't forget about Craig. There we go. Nice. Nice. It looks so funny when you get shot out from it. That's my favorite part. Dragonslayer Great Axe. That weapon, was that even good? Oh, no, it was. Yeah. Dragonslayer Great Axe New Game Plus, DS3, one-shots, a lot of stuff in the beginning. Unless, like, we're talking about a Slayer Axe in this game, but in DS3, so good. Our buddy Craig, yeah. For context on level 1 Millennia, the hardest fights before her were Consort Radahn 8 hours and Sister Frieda 7 hours. You haven't beaten Millennia in 10 hours. Fair enough, okay. What was the time completion for Millennia on your first playthrough and Radahn on your first playthrough? I'm curious. Immune to bleed. So would the iron balls be smarter then on this one? Or does the bleed factor not matter too much? Because I know we can't really scale the weapon that much with level 1, but I wonder if iron balls are better. Thought that was enough to kill. Still rocking phase 2. I've done phase 3 to like maybe, I don't know how many hits I think I survived for like a minute and a half in phase 3 or so. Like we definitely had enough time to kill him so far in the fight, or like there's like one fight where it was long enough to have killed him, but I would have had to have capitalized on everything. And then like every hit that I landed in phase 3 probably would have had to have been a double hit, or there would have had to have been double hits earlier probably. Radahn first playthrough is 1 hour and 30 minutes. That's interesting, yeah. So for me, Radahn first playthrough was like double, or no, more than double the time that Millennia was first time. So we're gonna see, hopefully we don't have to have that be the case for the level 1 version of it. But I find that, like, I guess the longer you end up spending on the first time around, sometimes it actually does make you better at the fight than you could have been if you did it really quickly. Like in the longer term. Which, if you're not intentionally trying to get better right after doing the first playthrough, I mean, that is the value in that, than just having a harder approach to it from the very beginning. It's a little sketchy, actually, yeah. Getting pretty good RNG, in my opinion. I didn't roll quite to the left at the second part there. Interesting. So the direction was the issue, not even the timing as much. Oh man, maybe a bit of both, but yeah, like usually if I roll immediately to the side after that one, like it can't even be in the area, but I'd have to like go later in general to account for both by just like the tiniest bit. Bit over 20 tries for first Radon kill, over 300 for Millennia for you. Got kind of lucky with Radon and didn't learn much of part 2. That's interesting. So, and I'm assuming this is on pre-patch as well, right? Like when it was harder. 20 tries for that fight. Like I wonder what you were using, like how that would be possible even. Because I haven't even heard like people that do this for like a job. I've never even heard of anyone doing it that fast. That is like a yeah, they're making like a video out of it. Golden Halberd, is it that good? And also, if it was 20 tries, like also that this is like you just figuring out a method, not looking up anything. Like you literally didn't see anything and randomly got 20 tries. Cool. I'd say that's like incredibly fast. Poise Break started phase 2 and killed him during recovery. How? How much damage? How can you do that much damage to him though? If he's got 40,000 plus health NG, and then even with like the blessing level, like I'm wondering how that would work. It's good. It's good. 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 Frame rate on that one, man. Oh, interesting. I want so those don't track. That was like literally stationary or like static in that direction, or does it actually track you a little bit? Because now I'm thinking, how did I not? I don't think my roll avoided that part of the attack before intentionally. So it's like maybe unintentionally it went through me and I couldn't see that that was happening. So you do actually have to, that's weird because I don't remember doing that and then that actually happening that way. I remember it like missing me. Maybe again, I'm not remembering properly, but I thought it missed me and I just rolled early and then it just missed me or something. But yeah, that's interesting. I thought those were static. Oh, wait, he did it twice? It looked like he was doing something else, dude. Oh, man. Side roll after each explosion is usually the best way to dodge. Side roll, okay. Cool. Start doing push-ups every time I die. As much as that would be cool and everything like that, I don't think I would, I'd have a good time doing that, unfortunately. I think that's a really good thing for someone that doesn't exercise. Like if you don't have like actual, like a program or anything that you do, then definitely do the push-up cheat code on commercial breaks from anything, any loading screen, any credits from beating a game, any introduction cinematic while still watching. Easy cheat code. For me though, I feel like that'd be a little bit much. That would be not the greatest. Honestly, I'd rather play drums every time I die. That'd be better, or do something like cardio based maybe. Something that's a little different. Well, I'll figure out something to do like that one day, because we can add it to the marathon where you guys modify the game. That could be one of the conditions. Maybe like jump rope or something, or like speed bag. Like I have to kick something like over and over, repeated, like hitting a target of some sort. I don't know, something fun. Oh, it could be actually like even like 3-pointer across the room. Well, that didn't have enough, unfortunately, didn't it? Squats with booty cam? Yeah, I definitely would not want to do that either. Like anything that has to do with training, like that, definitely not. But great idea though for somebody that is trying to like use that as a cheat code for sure. Cool. Maybe you, when he pulls his head back, you could get the big attack late pretty easily. That goes up pretty far. What the hell? Oh man. No hit with drum set? Oh boy. That's another funny one too, where it's like I feel like I wouldn't like drums anymore if I use it as a controller for like a super serious run. Like it would have to be a fun run for sure. And also I'd be paranoid, even though it makes like, it's not like a super rational thing, but I don't like using objects, like inputting things on them if it's not to a certain goal. So like hitting the drum without there being a focus of it, and like wearing down the actual kit would probably be something I'd be concerned about, even though it probably doesn't matter. It's like I'd rather like just rip Clone Hero or you know, go over something. Yeah, let's think of something that actually is an interesting skill to work on every time I die, or in like a maybe a marathon type of run, like a special video that we do. Oh my god, that was close. The double's so good. Oh my god, that's amazing. I love it. I think I just canceled Craig Blade again. Ooh. Oh, wait, why? Man, it was just because it looked different. All right, guys, I'm going to turn down the heat because it's like way too hot in here, and I'm going to be back in a second. Give me one moment. Justin, have a good workout, dude. Oh, and definitely do this. Oh yeah, I definitely will. I want to get 3 things done today, not 2. So that's kind of the only thing. I think we're falling behind on the 3rd boss being an option. Like maybe not getting to it, but killing it. So I gotta hurry up on this one a little bit. But again, it's not good enough for me if I just do it to do it. I need to actually get good at it. It's part of the fun. So getting a bit better. There's just certain things where it's like kind of like there's a mind lapse of some sort. Where like I know the information for the situation, but like there's a fumble for like a second or less, and it's not good enough. You can't hesitate on this one. Got to be definitely anticipating like multiple scenarios at the same time. A lot more than something like Midra, for example. Like there's no anticipation of anything that's like too crazy. Dude, get stuck on the tree. Ooh, why'd I switch off? Okay, we're good. Good RNG. Nice double. Nice. Good tracking. Cool. Ooh. Ooh. Damn. Pretty wild. Didn't do anything there? Just the close range, okay. The frame rate's a little bit interesting in this arena too. I've noticed it gets a little low. No flame matters on this. Let's just do the normal buffs and then come back strong with the methods, with the skills. Okay, cool. There we go. We got that. Oh yeah, again, I'm screwed. Oh wait, no, I'm not. Oh, there's 3! Oh, that's the first time I've seen that, I think. I think that's the PB. You know you read it, non-fiction mainly, but do you ever read comics or graphic novels? I don't, Purple, no. The thing is, I did concept art for graphic novels, or like, I guess, like I did a lot of drawing of comics and graphic novels and all that when I was a kid. So I got my fix of like looking at images that are in that, like those kind of things, and like doing a lot of artwork, like sketches and all that. So I got that out of my system completely. I think that reading something, like let's say like it's Marvel related or like DC or something, like reading the comic book to me only makes sense if you have nostalgia from it because you grew up with that being a thing that people did. But when I was younger, like no one I knew did that, and there was a shop that shut down that had comics on sale for like really cheap. So I have like an early edition of Spawn, that I got for like almost nothing. That might be kind of valuable, but that's the only comic book I think I still have, actually. And then I believe my uncle gave me like a newer version of a Transformers comic at one point, but I never got into that stuff. It was always just watching the like the actual cartoons would be more interesting. I tried reading like manga multiple times too, but it was so hard for me to do it. You only wanted to get the Batman, so you did, and it was worth every penny. Like, honestly, if you enjoy, like, collecting or reading that stuff, definitely, like, do it. Like, if it brings you the joy. For me, I just never was able to, I guess, I don't know, like, the desire for that, it's just the time frame and how old I was, I guess. I think it was, like, when I was into those kind of things hardcore, like, even the animated series. It's probably, like, before I was even a teenager. It was, like, very young. But if I had friends that were into comic books, I bet you I probably would have been more into it, for sure. Maybe if I was born a little bit later. Or, sorry, earlier. What am I saying? Ooh. I don't know why I went for that. No problem. Oh, maybe. He did it twice. I can't tell what he's doing when he does it like that. Jeez. Haven't watched since the DS3 SL1 no-hit days. Good to see you again. Elijah, welcome back. I appreciate that, dude. Your name never changed. It was the same. So lucky in that the Sunflower did the triple blast the first time, so you saw it right away. Wait, so you're saying he could do the triple blast anytime? Or do you mean like the first time that you played the game, like you just got to see it in general? That would probably make more sense. Yay, can't move. Why can't I move through that? That doesn't make any sense. That looks so funny, dude. All the buffs, then boom. I am the Batman. Yeah, I love the new Batman movie is cool. For sure. One-handed introduction right here. Oh, and then he doesn't do the thorns. What is that? I play with one hand for a second and there's no thorns. Maybe that's the secret? Secret settings enabled? Oh my god. I'm gonna save the physic for phase 3. If we can even manage to do it, we'll see. Like, if we can queue it up in time. That one's a little fast. That's a little quick. Yeah, I guess I should be watching his elbow or shoulder, I guess, on the right arm after everything, just in case. Like, that was like super, super fast. It almost doesn't even look like the height of his arm even reaches the same like limit. It's like kind of like boom, little nudge. Alright, so just go for damage on this part, as far as the buffs go. No Craig Blade even, unless I have time, but we'll live a tight time frame. And then Physic in phase 3. Oh, I ran back. Not a good idea on that one. Unless he starts with this attack, which he does sometimes. It's kind of nice. Also wild damage. Oh, yo, I thought he was doing something else. That backpedal thing that he does is like, I don't know. I don't even know what the cue is for that. Because whenever he does it, he's attacking off screen, so I can't see. Just looks like he's moving, or he's about to do something else. Strong feeling that the thing's name is Carl. There's a high chance it's Carl. Also possibly Derek as well. Very, very possible for a Derek. Damn it. Your name on Twitch was the same as on YouTube? Not much of a shot. Yeah, Elijah, dude, that's fine. If you like to just watch and chill and not say anything, that's just as appreciated, so. As long as you're having a good time. Also, I appreciate you watching the other stuff we were doing. Did you catch the run before this one, or was it just the level 1 run? Ooh. We made it. Just the level 1 run. Watch the Jory incidents. Oh yeah, that's amazing. Mainly a VOD watcher. KO, I appreciate that. That's amazing. Oh my god. Can't see. Yeah, I'd say that's just as important for sure. So, I mean, maybe even more important sometimes. Because I mean, if I'm gonna make a video out of doing this run, it's like the final result of it, I guess. The master cut. Dead. Oh, he went over my head. Oh, because the hill, maybe? I still don't understand that. Trying to figure out how I can actually see that that's happening, because there's other things that I have to wait for, and I can't like do something preemptively just in case it happens, because it would get caught on other attacks, right? So I'm trying to figure out how can I see his arm if it's behind me. And then also, locked off is pretty tricky on this one too, but maybe that would be the only way, because then it could go like overhead or something like that. I don't know. Could be considered what Aggie considers a VOD frog. His community considers it's called a VOD frog. Where did that come from? Who made that up? Oh man. Yeah, I appreciate you saying hello. That's awesome. Ooh. Hope everything's been going well in life and all that. Also, and if not, then I'm gonna send the flower. I'm gonna basically beat the flower, make it my security, and I'll send it after whoever is bothering you. Whatever problems you get. Unless they're level 1 and very good at real life, then they're probably not gonna be able to beat it. Again, I pushed roll, but I tried to do jump for some reason. I want to try doing a regular R2 overhead and see if it reaches. Because I know that like the outer rim of his head actually has different damage calculation than the inside of it. And it might even change more than a couple times. It might just be multiple regions other than just the center and the outside. But I'm pretty sure at minimum it's 2 different regions with damage. Unless like maybe my attack doesn't fully connect on the edge and that's why, like it's a partial attack, but for some reason, yeah, I'm curious if I can reach without leaving the ground on that. That might be a better idea. Oops. Oh, see, the screen is trying to show me what's coming up next. Jagged Peak. It doesn't want me to go and kill Putrid. It's like, nope, you gotta do bail. Get it out of the way. It's been a bit of a year for you, which is probably one of the main reasons you started watching again. I have good memories of talking about metal while you're playing DS. There's been so many good times. We were talking about a bunch of stuff over the course of me, starting to stream a little bit more consistently again, and there's nothing I would change. There's nothing I would trade or make different in general. Only good things for sure. But I'm sorry that it's been like maybe a little bit of a tougher year for you. I think that if you need to distract yourself with this and that helps, then amazing. I'll do my best to accommodate that. If not, then again, let me know who I have to beat up for you. And I'm hoping that things get better for you too. Wishing you the best. I'm sure they will. 2024 was okay. It was a good year. Like it definitely, there's things about it that were cool, but like there's also things about it that could be improved upon in 2025 overall. But 2026 is going to hit different. That's all I'm saying. Mark my words for 2026. Something about that just seems like it's going to be crazy. he got stuck for a second, so I gotta go really quick. Yeah, there we go. Am I behind? Oh, it's a pretty cool way of doing that. I like that. Perfect. So we'll try the buffs here, and then maybe Physic Flask as we're running back in as well. And be ready for the triple big explodey. Physic Flask on the way back, and try to avoid thorns by getting there quick. Why'd I jump? Yeah, that's fine. We're actually good. Oh, yes. Yo. Here we go. Unfortunately, I didn't get to learn the triple attack that well, obviously, but I get the idea. There we go. That is it. Level 1 shadow. Sorry. I said shadow because I saw it on screen. Shadow Tree Avatar. Nice. The Shady Sunflower dead. You're sleepy? You know, have a good sleep, dude. Thank you so much for coming back and saying hi as well, man. It's good. It's really good to see you. Definitely brings back a lot of memories for sure. I feel like we turned him into one of these guys. Imagine the audacity of a naked man with spiky balls in his hand, punching you to death, and then running through your ancestors and just literally like I don't even know what the word would be, like unrooting them from the ground, like just running into them, breaking all your ancestors' bodies with my unprecedented level of magnitude with this level 1 guy. Slim Shady Sunflower. Time to pull the weeds. They should have made like a mini game, like Plants vs Zombies kind of stuff in there, or like a maybe farm. What is it called again? Stardew Valley or something? I don't know. Trampling its children with your balls. That's crazy. Okay, like now the goal would be before we're done today. I have about an hour and a half left that I plan to stream. Maybe like an hour 15, between an hour 15 and an hour and a half. What is the likelihood of me killing another boss? And if I was going to, which one would it be? I'm curious. We have Matir, the Putrescent Knight, Bale, obviously Leda on the way to get to Radon, but Leda and Radon as well. And I think that's it. I'm pretty sure. Oh, and then also Santa Sax would be on the way to Bale, which is not hard at all. It's fine. So yeah, I'll let you guys choose because I kind of just chose the flower really quickly because it was open. But in terms of other places we can go, there's nothing that I think I have open that I can walk right into right now. Start the dragon pit. So, okay, how do you get to the peak again from... Oh, wait, was it... Did you have to do Cerulean Coast? Was that what it was? Okay, let's open Cerulean Coast. Let's just do that. Why not? Could kill Leda in an hour? Good point. But don't you have to kill Putrescent to get to Leda? Or do you have to do anything that's the equivalent amount of remembrances to get to that part? Okay, how did we get down here before? Oh yeah, we went down there through... Was it like Bonnie Village or something? No, Bonnie Village is down here, isn't it? No, Bonnie Village is over here. Yeah, never mind. Romina and Mesmer have to be dead. Okay. So Putrescent is in Cerulean Coast. We know that, I think. I have the Oh Mother Gesture, I believe. Yeah, I do. So we can do all that. I think that's all we need. How do we get down here again? What is the way? It's like the waterfall there. There's something. I'm pretty sure it's from this side of the map, too. Man, that furnace guy looks pretty cool in the rain over there. Oh, Mother's from a tier quest line, if you remember correctly. Okay, never mind. What timing? You kill the boss and you manage to do the Tialier skip? I don't even know what that is, but you definitely should share with me how that works, because... yeah, we're not even close to the point of skips on this right now. Oh, wait, yeah, we go this way, and then you can kind of... you can kind of do the thing where when you have the map shard, the map opens up and you just look at it, and technically that doesn't even make any sense because I don't have the map shard for this part anyway, so that was a little silly. That church we've been to. It's where the one of the shadow fragments was with the Black Knight. Then we got, yeah, basically just down here, I guess. I still don't think this is the way, but I don't know. Something tells me it's not. Some unintended parkour on the rocks. Okay. That sounds kind of fun. Is there a path down here? No, there's not. No one saw anything. Oh, shit. I thought I could quit out. Should you do Demon Souls or Elden Ring? You finish Bloodborne, you're trying to figure out what game next. This one is much more value for your money. So if you want to get the most possible value per dollar, this game is better. If you want to play an older game before getting to the newer stuff, then you have to do Demon Souls as quick as possible because it is probably the worst one, in my opinion. Not that it's bad at all, but it's definitely the weakest. Shortcut to Fort of Reprimand. Do I have that? Oh, I do. Nice. Oh wait, you're talking about to do the thing you're mentioning, right? Okay, wait. Let me. Why would I get? I gotta look this up. I hate doing this, but I mean we've already beaten the game, so it doesn't matter. And my phone is gonna die, so I gotta be quick. Okay, wait, so it's still like that path we already went down over there. I was actually going to do that, but then I'm like, that's not even the same side of the map, so it just kind of takes you under the map for a really long time. Makes more sense, yeah. So we've already been in the area. I'm going to try to go off of that. Again, I have a problem. I don't like following like step for step. I like just figuring it out, so I'm going to go off of that. I'm pretty sure, again, it's just this area. So instead of taking the path that I went down originally when opening up this part, I think there's a second area it splits to, and it might be before this part. Who's this? Oh, that's okay. There we go. That's who we were talking about. That's the NPC. Wondering what you should play first. Oh yeah, if you have access to it, I would say Demon Souls before Elden Ring, just so you don't like end on a lower note. You can just jump off this cliff right here. Okay. Interesting. And does that get you to where I'm trying to go, or is it just into the abyss, like the forest? I'm trying to remember. Like, to go under here, you'd have to back up here, I think. What are you trying to get? I'm trying to get to Cerulean Coast right now. And I think that the way to go there is somewhere over here, but maybe I'm wrong. Because we've already been here before. It's just like the part where the path splits is something. I think there's like there's two different ways you can go. Again, me speaking about this doesn't mean anything because I actually don't know. I literally don't. I'm pretty sure though that it splits into two places you can go from here. Like I have like brief deja vu, but not much. And obviously the map was already open over here. Clearly I didn't get that item, so again, maybe this exact path I'm thinking of from the first playthrough. But yeah, now we're like underneath the other area, I'm pretty sure. Or wait, there's a crab here, okay. We're on our way, I'm pretty sure this is the right way. Hard to even suggest where to go when you're unsure where you want to go. I'm trying to go to Cerulean Coast because I'm pretty sure you have to go there to get to Putrescent, as far as I can remember. Again, like me saying remember doesn't mean anything because there's just so much stuff we've done. There's no way for me to actually remember it exactly how we probably should be. And then the peak's over there. Maybe this is how you get to Jagged Peak. Doesn't connect though. That's like on that side. I have a marker over here though, which means I was probably trying to find something originally. He is on the coast behind you through the cave down there. Oh yeah, you guys were telling me about a cave, right? You want to buy a PS5? Is it worth it for the exclusives? It depends on like what you have. If you have like a PC right now that can play a lot of games, it's up to you. I can't tell you if it's worth it. Like, if you don't like the exclusive games, then I don't know. If you have a lot of interest in most games on PS5, then buy a PS5. But there is a lot of exclusives for sure. There is definitely enough now where it's worth it if you like a lot. Like for me, it was mainly just for the Demon's Souls remake. Like I probably would have only bought it for that game and nothing else, but there is other games that came out. And also just because if you stream, you want to have multiple platforms. But yeah, like I probably, if Demon's Souls didn't exist, I wouldn't have gotten it when I did. Would have waited. Going even deeper into here. The ravine. See, the thing is, when people make names, like they mention things like that, even if that's the name of the actual place, I can't remember the actual names of the things in the game. I have other names for them until I've seen it like a million times, and then I have to know what the name is. I don't have a choice. But I don't really do well with names if I've only seen something one time. If it's like, you know, hundreds of things, right? It'd have to be more of like the context, the situation. So I'd be like, okay, this person has like this shirt on, it's this length, it's this color, they're using this weapon, they say this thing. That's way easier to remember than the name. Okay, we got a Grace down here too. Ravine isn't the name of the place. So you're saying like a actual ravine? At that point, then I'd be like, well, what is a ravine in this game? Because there's so many things that could look like one that aren't. What's being referenced, right? This is the difficulty of chat plays. Because it's not like you guys are wrong or anything. No one's wrong necessarily, unless you're trying to be. Or you just maybe made a mistake. It's oftentimes everything's correct, but it's like, how are we going to organize this to understand it? Well, you can skip over these guys right here. Oh my. I think I was supposed to go back up there, but I'm not 100%. Oh, no, I'm not. That might be for the peak. Well, no, the peak. Would that make sense? Okay, I'm not going to worry about that right now. All All right. Definitely worth it, especially since you get games like Bloodborne, the Insomniac Spider-Man. Yeah, for like the previous generation ones, Bloodborne huge for sure. I guess God of War if you care about God of War. I think one thing that might not have been like as popular, but I think is amazing is Returnal. That was a really cool game. Papa Smarty, I'm back. I am. How are you doing? Difficult to describe. That's the thing, yeah. It's like the description could be actually pretty damn good though for like a lot of people, and then it's depending on who you're telling it to. Okay. I see a big dragon. Wait, where's the map shard that we're looking for? I'm gonna die in a second. Oh yeah, we have to go past this guy anyways though, right? Or trip it on. It's okay, wait. Whoa, calm down. The way they did the lighting in this area is pretty cool too. Okay, here's the entrance. Remember this part. And then for the map, I guess we just roam until we can find it. I'm trying to remember where it was. It was off to the left. I remember the thing we went underground in was interesting too. Or like that was like, was that even to Putrescent? I don't even know if that was. Just go south? Okay. Yeah, so what's to the left is like over here. Tend to get to the Cerulean Coast with the dragon area. It's easier. You can jump from the red flowers to the blue flowers. Oh, you can like literally jump across it, kind of like in Caelid when you go to the Fort Faroth area from the Rotview balcony. Yeah, we're definitely supposed to go up there. But is there more shadow fragments, though? Do we get more blessing levels right now? Possibly. Look at these. Ooh, there's one. Ooh, there's not another one. Ooh, do we have enough to level? I don't know if we do. We might not. We do. Nice. There we go. Plus 12. So basically, that is the soft cap. It doesn't scale that much better after this point from what I've been told. I don't know the exact numbers, but again, a lot of people have said, like, after 12, it doesn't matter as much. We're still going to keep increasing it. But now, like, without a doubt, you cannot say, oh, your blessing level's too low, bro. It's just that it's not that good. It's like, if anyone says that at 12, I'm going to literally print off a picture of the stat page that says 12, and I'm going to find your address, and I'll post it in your window, so every time you open your window, you'll only see 12. That's it. I'll arrange 12 birds to deliver you 12 messages that all have 12 letters in it, that say the word 12, and then a number, 1, 2, repeating until it has enough digits to be 12 digits. I'm joking. Treat it like having 40 in a stat. That's what I was thinking, yeah. It makes sense. That's racist? Why would that be racist? That's numerists. It's like number prejudice. Where was I yesterday, Papa Smarty? Unfortunately, an emergency came up, and I had to tend to it. No one got hurt. No one's in the hospital. There's no one's sick. It's fine. But it was something that I had to tend to. I'm not going to get into details because it's a very dramatic situation, unfortunately, and it's still not fully resolved yet, but I had to do some... I had to do what the right thing was to do in the situation with my part in it, which means I had to drive quite a bit. I couldn't be home, and I got home at, like, I don't even know, it was like almost 10:45 my time, 10:30 to 10:45ish. By the time I updated you guys, it's a little bit too late for me to stream. But yeah, like it wasn't something that was planned. Like I genuinely had everything set up to plan and everything. And then this was like definitely more important. If it was something small, I would still stream. But yeah, because of that, we're going to be doing the randomizer run that I planned a little bit later. We're going to do it tomorrow or the next day, depending on how much progress we make on this. All right, so we could go through here. I think that's the next place to go to. And then this is where the thing is that you drop into, right? I think, yeah, the underground part, maybe, was it that? There's something on the coast over here. Oh, maybe this one. You looking for putrescent night? Yes. Definitely. Oh, wait, you have to fall off of the ledge over here, I think. Or is he actually in the area that's across the island? Go south as much as you can. Oh, damn, so I was in the area for it. What was I trying to do over here then? Someone was telling me to go over here and then drop down like way back when I did the first playthrough. And there was something in... like it linked to this area to that thing that I was just on over there. Could be by the tree over here. I just want to figure out what that was. Oh yeah, it was like this area linking to this place. For the Red Dancer fight. Okay. I was looking for the mausoleum, yes. Just wanted to make sure what it was. It's like when you're just casually pushing the select button 100 times per second, waiting for the menu to pop up. Will it even pop up? Can it even pop up over here? We got Larry the Lobster. Elden Ring Classic. We should make a soundtrack. Where it's like, maybe even Christmas inspired. It's like, deck the halls with balls that are spiky. And it's just like someone pressing the start button. Waiting for it to work. Did we actually just teleport to the south by doing this? Oh, oh, don't die. I saved it. No one saw anything. It's not actually even like a world record or official run, so we're good. Oh, man. We're on the ground now. Didn't see nothing. Nobody saw the title screen, and if you did, how much does it cost for you to forget? All right, there's this. This is the mausoleum, though, so... That's definitely not for putrescent. And... Oh, yeah, because we're on the island. That's why. Yeah, never mind. This one would be easier if you leveled up. It would probably be easier with a lot of different things, but at the same time, it's been fun. I've definitely enjoyed it. It's a big asshole. Okay. Can't miss the hole. It's impossible. Like, in fact, that we're already inside the hole, and the whole meaning of life is just to come full circle to realize you're in a hole the whole time. That's it. Why are you naked in the game, Smarty? It's mainly just due to the fact I can't really defend against anything. I'm level 1, so I'm gonna die really quickly. And so I want to be lighter. And there's also even items I have like this. Makes the attack higher if I'm lighter. But no one will ever be able to escape sleep. Sleep caused by the they look like gummy worm guys. It's like weird gummy worm like Japanese demon dudes or something like that. A hole within a hole. It's like the Batman Begins, right? They do sleep, they do, yeah. Oh, sorry, no, wait, it was the giant throwing the sleep pods, not the gummy worm dudes. Never mind. I was convinced they did sleep on the first playthrough. I think I said something about that. If I can imagine them having dialogue, it'd be whoo the whole time. There's definitely no way I will die from this fall. Oh, I thought I wasn't going to. Thought you were naked to show the bosses that Magnum Don. Well, that's like the backup strategy, just in case. That's like the last ditch effort, because I feel like at that point then it takes away all credibility from the run. It's like, oh, you won by that method. Pff, anyone can do that, right? You're mixing it up with the putrescent fall. Oh, this one you actually go down normally. Okay, yeah, I thought it was like the fall that you used to get into his arena, and then also I think isn't there one more that's like that? So I'm pretty sure you go underground, you fall once, and then you have to fall again into his arena. I thought this was one of the two falls. I mean, at this point, we could probably just say, like, I could pretend this is a first playthrough if anyone wants to play along. Oh, guys, I have no idea where I'm going. Oh, okay, there's some items over here. Okay, cool. Oh man, this area looks pretty decent. I've never seen blue in a FromSoft game before. It's pretty interesting. But streamer, there's Irithel. It's like, yeah, I never played DS3. I have no idea what that is. Oh man, there's a hole here I've never seen before. Where do I go? So yeah, how are you getting in here? You have to land on the bridge or something? Like what's the deal? Oh wait. Is there rocks? Yeah. Never mind. How's run going, Boost Cruiser? Actually, to be fair, for how long we streamed today, I'm very happy. And I mean, I'm happy to stream regardless, but like the results are actually pretty good. I'm hoping to potentially kill Putrescent Knight, so 3 kills in one day. That'd be amazing. But yeah, I don't know. We're probably just gonna make it to him at the very best. Now, if I could go even more wild than that, kill him and get to something else and actually be there for tomorrow, then we are cooking. We're like with just insane amounts of gas. How is your day going? How's your weekend as well? He's weak to holy? Okay. Keep that in mind. It's like streamer knows weak to holy, but still uses frost and bleed. Oh man. Did you miss the stream, Liam? I'm still going to be going for a little bit, so you didn't miss the whole thing. Got at least another hour. But again, if I beat Putrescent very quickly, then, what do we do? What do we do with the rest of the time? Like, what if I beat him right away? Should have had a backup plan. I don't know. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll play Clone Hero for an hour. Because I really want to play drums today in general, but obviously I can't stream from the drum room, so. Talk about your feelings. All right. Do you ever just sometimes get kind of sad? But then a little tiny glint of hope shows up and gives you a nice warm hug. And you feel glad. And instead of that, sadness, you feel gladness. But then somebody makes a funny face at you. And then you become mad. So we go from sad to glad to mad, and then we're back to sad again. Oh my god, he fucking poked me. Rip. I'm a poet, yeah. The brain's not running on much fuel today, so I definitely feel like I'm losing it a little bit. We're definitely going a little crazy. I definitely need to eat. I haven't eaten any actual food today, so that'll be the next thing to do. But hey, you know what? What better way than to beat Putrescent immediately than play Clone Hero for 45 minutes and pass out from being hungry? Oh, wait. It's like, but why can you fall that far? Well, because there's purple mist on the ground, and purple mist allows you to fall any distance you want to. Whenever I go on expeditions in the mountains or spelunking in caves, I surely take 5 pouches of purple mist just in case I have to fall 400 feet. I'm gonna make you glad mad, sad glad mad. You dissociate each feeling with a color so you can follow. Okay, wait. Let me do a better job of speaking about feelings. All right, everybody, big deep breath. Take in that oxygen. Let the oxygen caress the cells in your body. Oh, feel the epigenetics changing in your DNA as you oxygenate the body. Fully breathing with the sinus cavities open more than they've ever been. Ooh, the sinus is opening even more because you're using your nose to breathe. No more mouth breathing. No more getting sick. It's like, join me in posing as the full moon praying mantis. You get the sleep sword that's in this arena. Wouldn't that be the like one of the Trino weapons? I don't think I grabbed that on the first playthrough. Maybe, wait, no. Someone might have told me though. There isn't like, she's inside like a stalagmite, I'm pretty sure. It's pretty hidden. Oh, maybe that area is different though. Man, the DLC has so many things that I'm like, I don't even know if I'm confusing it with another thing I've seen. Velvet Sword of St. Trina, it's off a small ledge. Okay. So I've seen the regular one. We've used it in one of the runs before, just briefly. Guy's spinning. Why are you spinning? Why is he spinning like that? I don't like that. Yeah, definitely 2 of those at once. 3 of them at once? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. We're gonna have to probably take out the one dude at least. For some reason, none of your streams for the past 5 days are in the VODs, Felines. So the VODs for me, they get auto hidden because of the copyright and stuff like that, like the way it's set to it. So it protects me from being able to get in trouble from having copyrighted music, because I used to play so much music for the intro, and it would just set itself to that all the time. And what I've been doing is just encouraging people, if you want to see the VODs, go to the YouTube page and watch the YouTube lives, because it literally helps the stream more, or helps what I do more. And it's higher quality. So it's like, if you can manage to just go to YouTube and do it, I'll still make all the VODs published whenever I get around to like going through it manually, but I found it's like a better thing to just watch there anyways. I know it might be a little inconvenient for someone, but anyone that does that's greatly appreciated. It does make ridiculous impact compared to if you were just to watch on Twitch. Are you Jewish and black? What? That's a pretty funny question, actually. That caught me off guard. I look like I'm 28. Right said 27. I'm 24. Oh, that's flattering. Oh, man. Can we jump down? I guess. Wait. I don't think that's the area, is it? That's like a side part. Happy birthday, Purple. Thank you, dude. Happy birthday to the ground. I ain't part of your system, man. That ain't my dad. That's a cell phone. I walked up to the hot dog stand and the guy was like, hey, man, take one for free. I was like, man, what do I look like? A charity case? I threw it on the ground. I actually wish I remembered the real lyrics. Something like that. Good times. Anyone that remembers, remembers. And if you don't know that song, check it out. That's like prime YouTube comedy. Prime YouTube music comedy. Couldn't have been a teenager when you started viewing. That'd be weird. Well, I technically was... I think when I started streaming in general, the first time I ever streamed, I was 20 or something like that. Like, I was pretty close. How many subs till you reveal your birthday? We need to hold a concurrent amount of 10,000 tier 1 subs just on the Twitch. No join button YouTube kind of stuff. Just 10,000 concurrent regular subs for 1 month without it dropping below that number. Anything higher than that's fine. And then we will reveal the birthday. And that's just going to cost you a very small fee of $50,000. It's not a big deal. Pretty easy. Let's just round up some people to sub. Oh, big guy's actually chasing. It's probably not safe to even kill this guy now. Oh, you know, Assassin's Gambit would have helped in this. I think when I'm under here, if I go behind this guy, the other one can't get me either. Why do you keep picking up your souls even if they're 0? It's more of like a tendency thing. Like there's some things I do even in real life that they don't have any reason for them. I just like doing them. It just feels like I guess like less of an eyesore, maybe, or more ergonomic, maybe more preferable. So picking up the runes, even like sometimes I don't do it. Just sometimes it bothers me. I just want to get it away from the screen. It's not even like a repeatable habit. It's just like a weird thing where I just prefer doing it sometimes. Just from laughing, then not answering, you know you're right. You could guess whatever you want. Like for me, I just find it interesting when people guess those things in the first place. Because I've never had a curiosity of anybody's, like anything to do with that at all, actually. Like without somebody bringing it up, so. Maybe like beyond like overall background, maybe if they had certain characteristics that were really interesting or unique, it'd be interesting, but yeah, like I find that question interesting. So it's like, I laughed because I'm thinking like of everything I could say and the fact that it wouldn't even matter either way, right? It wouldn't make a difference for anything, but it is something that gets brought up a lot in real life too. Like a lot of people in my actual life, strangers, tons of people ask me that kind of stuff. And even on vacation, I got approached like multiple times in the same day by like random people. I'm just like, what? Like the whole restaurant that I was at was wondering that shit. Like everyone working there and the fucking guy that owned it. I was like, dude, what? Because he thought I was like related to him or maybe related to his background. I'm like, no. And then they got disappointed. And I'm like, well, you know what? Who cares? What's the big deal? Oh, I thought that wouldn't be able to get me. Damn it. What's my favorite legacy dungeon, Lacko? At this point, it's hard because I think that one of the best constructed legacy dungeons that exist is just Stormvale Castle, the very first area. Godric's not my favorite boss though, so if we could count, we count the DLC, we count everything. Oh man, it would be like maybe a tie between Shadowkeep and the Haligtree, or like the, what's it called, Elfheim, or what's it called again? The freaking area where Millennia is before that. Elfale. I really like Elfale. That place is really cool. Oh man, but it's also very simple in comparison. Stormveil is just made in a way that's just so impressive that it reminds me of Demon Souls when they did Boletarian Palace, and like my first reaction to how big it was, and just the fact that even like when you go back later, it just keeps going forever. It's like such a big area. Favorite Pokemon? It's a difficult question just because it would be based on the generation, right? Gen 1, Dragonite. Gen 2, Tyranitar probably. And then Gen 3 would be Gardevoir. And then that's all I know of Pokemon, just the first 3 of them. But there's a lot of like really close favorites. I think for original generation, you know, you got like Snorlax, obviously, Gengar, Blastoise. You got like Alakazam. Like there's a lot of really cool original gen Pokemon. And then for the third one too, like even some of the legendaries are I would actually pick over the regular ones too. Like Rayquaza's pretty sick. But it's almost like too easy of a choice to pick him because he's strong. And then Deoxys is pretty cool too. Like all the non like the one where he actually has a head and a neck, not the one where he looks like a fridge. That one's pretty cool. Vaporeon, I never enjoyed Eevee or the Eevee evolutions at all, I'll be honest. I like the funny looking Pokemon, and the ones that are just like incredibly ridiculous, like and strong and all that. So it's either got to be something weird or something, you know, kind of powerful, weird, and funny. I don't know. Metagross is pretty cool. Like Steven, the introduction of Steven and all the rock dudes is a good. He was a good rival because you know, they did Brock dirty. Brock wasn't that cool. Yeah. Like, and who else has rock types that is actually interesting? There's nobody. Like the frickin', what's the girl in the beginning of Gen 3, first gen, terrible. So I don't know. Maybe when you play the game hardcore it changes, but playing casually, I think that Steven's the coolest person when it comes to rocks. And then I think they had Psychic as well, right? Like Tauros, but basically only a bull, but you find it very cool. Tauros is very, very cool, and actually probably one of the strongest contenders to do, you know, make quick work of the game and all that. I remember him being super strong, even on the newest one too. I tried the newest one, and that one just has, I think, the previous gens in it already, with new starters mostly. So I don't remember seeing too many Pokemon I didn't recognize on it, but I tried the bit of the newer one, and it was like, Tauros was easily the strongest out of anybody I found, up to like almost the end. So, and he actually looked really good in that. The way they made him like black and all that is cool. Okay, if we recast assassins here again, will the dude in the distance even see me? I don't think he will. The one above could, but it's not looking at me. Oh! Never mind. Why not go invisible for the entire run? I mean, I'm not invisible by using Gambit. It's just the footsteps, right? And I have used it for a lot of areas. Going like, actually full invisible would be kind of weird. Like you could, but then it's like once you do, then it's like, why wouldn't you just do it on everything? And then also, why wouldn't you do other things? And it becomes like an unending, why wouldn't you do this? For me, it's more like just keep it simple. Make the areas not too tedious, but also don't go overboard on like trying to make the character the most min-max possible level 1, just so we don't have to spend an extra 15 hours setting up the game and all that. or whatever it would be. Dusclops. Dusclops is kind of ugly though, I'll be honest. Like for ghosts, definitely Haunter Gengar, and then even like the newer gen, I think, what was that dude? Sableye is kind of interesting looking, but he doesn't evolve, which kind of sucks. What I can remember, at least. I think of what else there was for ghosts. Oh, rip. I think I probably could have snuck around that side right there. Did that sniper just go flaccid? Yeah, they kind of like go curly. Gotta get that lantern going too. Bennett looked pretty cool. I like Bennett. I'm not sure how good Bennett is though. There's some other ones that are really awesome. Bennett sucked, wasn't that good. Yeah, I always based the priority over who looked the coolest or like the most silly, if that made sense. Like if it was silly in a comical way, like Snorlax funny, or even Dragonite I think looks so stupid, but it's actually funny though. Like stupid funny to the point where with how strong he is and he looks like literally a meme of another Pokemon, it's like perfect. It hit hard, but was slow and then also very easy to kill. Okay. Dusclops is your grandpa? That's pretty funny. Oh, man. Yeah, we might have to actually try a Kaizo or some sort of thing on like one of the older gens at some point. The problem is just like my knowledge on the base game is like 0, like for important stuff. So it's hard to imagine how that would be achieved, but I'd love to do something with that at some point. That's so creepy. Look, he's looking. Look at the eye. That's so weird, dude. I didn't even notice that before. Oh my God. That's terrifying. It might be the scariest thing in the game. Like, why does it look like that? It's like blinking, too. That's so weird. You like silly Pokemon that are also strong, like Ampharos and Azumarill? Yes, definitely. Also like Miltank and frickin' what else is up there? Clefairy, I think, or was it Clefable that was pretty crazy? Even just like straight up, like even Pikachu is pretty good. The realistic looking Mr. Mime, is that the one that's like the meme of him? I think I've seen that and it was terrifying. There we go. Okay, we got rid of that one. We can wait for this one to calm down for a second. What kind of angle was... Oh, okay, he has that angle. Never mind. They look so weird after they die. Why does he go back to like clipping through the wall and peeking at people? Headed to pubescent night? Yes, definitely. Oh man, Mega Salamence because it looks like a flying Quake logo. Mega Salamence. What does Mega mean? Like, is that like a new thing? Oh yeah, Salamence was also like a really good. Like I liked him in Gen 3 almost as much as Gardevoir, but the Psychic was just the better type overall in my opinion. Like just for me. But yeah, Salamence was wild. It takes so long to evolve him though, right? It was like level 50 something. Dude, the guy like literally like laid down. Why'd he do that? Why are these things so weird? I don't understand how this enemy works. It's like it was like standing up perfectly straight before, then curly. Now it's laying down, and then also it did that for no reason. Like I have no idea why it did it. Does that mean it's like fully de-aggroed or something? I mean, what? No, wild, man. It actually, like, it popped up there. If you have to invent the lore of the sniper enemies, what would it be? Basically, whenever you go bowling and you think the balls are going back through the gutter and then coming up through the machine or whatever and feeding you, there's a dude underneath the bowling alley replacing the balls with duplicates every time one comes through, and then the other ones that you actually threw into the gutter, they go into like this place down here, and they get really old, and then eventually after enough time the minerals bring them back together like magnetically, and they just start to have these weird electromagnetic tendencies, like creatures, but they're actually not even alive. They're just inanimate objects, and they emit the same frequencies of a microwave, but like 10 times the power, so you don't want to be too close. That's why you die. That is the scientific explanation of what they are. So they're Metagross? Yes. What is this place? I couldn't tell you the name. I don't remember. It's underneath Cerulean Coast. I'm sure the name probably popped up or something like that. Like, again, I couldn't tell you right now. But it's Cerulean Coast, but under the map. So wait, why don't those ones shoot me? Because he's laying down like they were, but then he's not doing the attack. The other one started up when I was over here. It'd be really funny if that path that was over there is not actually the way to go. I guess we could just try to sneak this guy to... Oh, no, there's another enemy. Yeah, never mind. That's a problem. Big problem. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I don't think this is actually, like, progression. Dude. What gives? Where are we going? We definitely have to... Oh, we have to go that way. Have you tried running and rolling? I have, unfortunately. That didn't work. Kill Radahn with the same HP? Yeah, the HP, like, it doesn't matter because we're like, when I do the boss fight, it doesn't matter, like, what happens health-wise or defense-wise. Like, if I get hit, I have to still do it again. So what I'll usually do is, like, there could be something Radahn does for whatever reason with this health that does keep me alive, and I'll try to stick in the fight, but I'm kind of looking to just get right to the damage list on it immediately for the fights. So I'll still have to kill myself on purpose after that and do it again with the condition that I'm aiming to do damage list for the whole boss fight array or whatever, the whole lineup of remembrances. But even if I did have something that could increase HP, like, the difference would be so small with not leveling it that I don't think you could even do anything to survive that much other than maybe armor, bunch of talismans, a little bit of HP boosting stuff, and you'd survive, like, you know, stuff by a fraction that would normally kill you. But what I notice is a lot of characters that are leveled get hit really hard in the DLC. Is this run damageless or hitless? And it's not like an actual run that's damageless or hitless. I'm just doing every boss fight damageless. And then the master cut of it will be mainly just me breaking down those fights and getting into the gameplay from that standpoint. And there'll be the long play version with all the parts of me going through the whole game on the second channel. Also, doing it this way gives me a really good read on how to make a tier list for this DLC, for difficulty and all that. So, like, it's going to help for that video to write the script for it, and it's also going to help with actually doing a damageless run eventually. Oh, I can't get up the rock, dude. Got stuck. How much more of this area is there? I think there's like... Oh, yeah, you jump off over there. So the grace that we need to get to is where the bull is, I believe. You're gonna have to kill that bird. The bird's really hard to kill, that's the thing. So, I'm trying to avoid that. Not sure if you can get to him this stream. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, 30 minutes? Maybe. Got to get past the skellies. Ooh. Skelly dudes? I can't remember where those are. Is that the next part? Oh, I tried to roll as if this guy was attacking, but he wasn't. Killed the magic lady? That's a very broad question. Which one? Magic lady. Like a boss fight that's major in this? Changing nighttime even in caves reduces the sight. Ooh, I forgot about that. I didn't think it applied to anywhere that's already, like, that doesn't have, like, the sky or whatever, because I didn't think you could change the time of day and get different lighting inside, but we'll see. The one with the blue and orange powers. Yes, definitely. Yeah, she was the second enemy in this. Sister of Renal. Oh, yeah, so Rolana, yeah. Yeah, luckily she was, like, very easy. She's fun, but, like, she's a little too easy in my opinion. I think that it would be more fun if they made her have more health. Like, just, or not even health, but maybe the ability to not be interrupted on phase transition so you can't one cycle. Could have made it a bit better. But then again, I'm not going to complain about that if it's an advantage when doing runs. I did enjoy it. It did kick my ass a little bit first time, but not as much as I was hoping for how cool it looks. I tried to roll it, dude. I couldn't tell when he was going to do it. Oh, this guy. Most people complain about the difficulty, really. I've only heard people say Rolana's really easy, and then I originally thought she was, like, okay. I was like, yeah, she's, like, a good challenge, but not too much. And then after this run, I'm like, oh, no, you really only have to punish, like, maybe 3 things in the whole fight plus the phase transition, and you can win as long as you have good damage. And especially the ability to stagger back-to-back, it's like, very trivial for that, because she literally gets up and then lets you hit her, like, 3 times, and that contributes to the next stagger, and then you have your Physic Flask running from the beginning, which you can still carry over to phase 2 if you do it within, again, like 30 seconds or something. I'm gonna punch you with one hand just to disrespect. There we go. Oh, again, I was focusing too much on the guys on the ground. How consistent do you aim to be before starting full runs, Breeder? Well, I mean, like the goal for me is that for anything we do in the DLC, like if I go and I play it, a higher ratio than 9 times out of 10. It's got to be like 98% of the time I win or something like that, or like close to that. And certain things in the process of doing it are going to become more accurate as we go, because there's going to be no way to put the time in that's required for like everything to get it to that level, but a lot of things will get pretty close. And then I would like to say that more than 9 times out of 10 I win, or just like 9 times out of 10 still not good enough for a lot of stuff in my opinion. I think it's got to be almost every time. And there's some things right now that I think with another 5 to 10 hours of a time investment with a plan or a strategy, it would be like easily. And then there's some things where it's going to take probably 20 hours plus beyond this point of like long-term working through things, trying different things to really feel like I'm like amazing at it. But my criteria for being amazing is like very different than someone seeing something amazing happen and be like, that's like, you're amazing. Because I don't think someone's necessarily like, they're not encapsulating the entire picture by you seeing one thing happen one time, right? It's got to be like redundant, like consistency, and also even still improving small things as you know, you put that time in, right? For it to be really impressive for me, like for me to be like, yeah, that's amazing. So I don't think I'll beat a damages run of the DLC and be that good. It'll just be enough to do it, and then I'll probably get better over time. Because even with the base game, I'm still not fully knowledgeable on all the stuff that I think is kind of common knowledge for a lot of people now. So I don't aim to necessarily be like textbook good, but more so good enough for now. That's funny that he forgot. So we can stagger the bird if it turns around for sure, but yeah, it's gonna have to forget, and I'm gonna have to get a good angle here. Oh, we got more over there too. Okay, next step, this one. I thought it was like a little purple person. That's a trigger, but not actually aggro? Okay, I see. Oh, shit. Hey, wait. He woke up. We're good. No one panic? It's fine. Is there any other enemies in this area? Could try to straight run to it, but I don't know, I find it easier when he's already shooting the projectiles right away. Yeah, that guy's getting close. We gotta be careful here. What are we jumping into in this situation? Anything immediately? Just explosions. Oh, wait, dude, that didn't even get close. What are we talking about? Okay. So it's actually interesting. I don't think we even have to necessarily kill the guy that I just killed. Or like when we killed the second last enemy there, the one that was like a problem up on this ridge. I don't know if we need to kill him. He might not have a line of sight, depending on how long, like how far they can actually shoot those things. But because of that, then we don't have to, technically we don't have to kill the bird, but the bird would chase us still, so. It's debatable on how that would work. Killing this guy just seems like it makes a lot of sense, because why would we wait? Be like really slow with it. 70% win rate on Margit so far. I want to try no hit run. Kind of fun to figure things out. Oh, you could definitely do it with a very high consistency depending on what method you use. Just depends on like how you want to do the run, what the rules are. There's ways to make it so consistent that like it would be shocking to fail, but then it depends on if you're having fun doing that, if it's challenging you, because there's some runs that just take a lot of setup, but you know, you could destroy everything. So it's made to just sit and do this. Nice. Yeah, okay, that bird's not a problem, then we're fine. And then, like, again, we could kill this guy just for, like, insurance, but I don't know if it matters. Oh, no, that goes up. Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna just cast this for the next area, and then we're doing the same thing, but quicker. I'm gonna use a rune arc for the endurance, too. And the Grace was right there the whole time. Okay, so then who's next in this area? There's some systemic gaming. That means you almost have to basically have a method to get through there. It's not like you can randomly do it level 1 unless you are using, again, bows, projectiles, whatever. Or, again, a weapon art that could shoot something, maybe. I would love to see someone Matrix the hell out of that. Basically run through the whole thing. No Assassin's Gambit. Nothing to conceal themselves at all. And then make it through consistently. That'd be amazing. There might be a way, but you'd have to really know the blind spots of how you're like hiding your back, right? And like all the angles and everything, the time you have to arrive at it, how much time you have to hesitate if you have to like, you know, improvise on something because you screw up. What's going on, Gusto? How are you doing, dude? Oh, we got these guys hanging from the ceiling. Oh my god. Didn't kill me though. We're good. Maybe? Okay. Or where are those being thrown from? Oh, the skeletons. This is what we were talking about. Nice. Not really, though. Not actually nice. There's a bow guy right there. Heal. Okay. Nice aim there, dude. We got Big Boy Blob. What about this part? Ooh, I don't know about that. What's going on? Ghost? Oh, yeah, Misbegotten dude. He's gonna try to, like, land on me, probably. Yeah. Definitely getting away from him immediately. Multi-layered Ring of Light. Did he fall? That's funny. Okay, I should have done that in the first playthrough. I didn't know you could actually even jump across there until, like, I think after I killed him or something. So yeah, he must be pretty easy to do this on this part on hitless unless there's like another skip or some sort of trick that's inbounds the game. All right, so we're here. We have enough time to do some attempts, and then the question is, will I actually win? I don't know. I remember the fight a decent amount, but I got hit a lot on Putrescent Knight. And I think if he hits me one time, I'm dead, so we'll see. He always falls off every time. They need to make enemies that can fly and jump a lot better. The flying part can be an asterisk, because if the enemy is a pain in the ass, then make them not fly at all. But yeah, other than that. Better flight mechanics, better traversing of uneven ground. Hey, horse. Yeah, horse comes back, then he goes again. So that's fine. I know all that. Intro attack when he jumped off. I couldn't remember that one. And then I know he kind of like glides and he does sort of like a Radon type attacks with the blade. And then I think the only thing he can do when he gets off is the spins. Oh, and then there's the magic transition where it's like you have to stand in a certain spot, I think. And then the second part of that, when that gets improved, it's like you can't even stand as easily in the spot that you do before. That's what I remember. He's immune to frost. Oh, okay. Let's go back to Iron Balls, maybe. The real question is, can he bleed? So like, I guess I could switch back to Starfist when we get to the Grace again, and then I'll do like heavy infusion or something like that. He can bleed, okay. Question is, can he stagger? I'll take 2 of those. We gotta figure out the windows to hit him with. Went a little early on the horse there. I forgot it has to pop out fully. He doesn't bleed, but he does stagger. Interesting. Beat this game 19th time. DLC 3 times. Need any help? I'm here. Gusto. I appreciate it. Thanks, dude. For me, I mean, like, if you guys want to give input for things, you can always like shout out advice and all that. I typically don't summon people ever like to play this game, and when I do, it's mainly like it's an actual like themed kind of thing, like where I summon you guys and then we have an objective or whatever, and we do a viewer run where you guys get to play and then I commentate, and if you die, I jump in. I've only done one of those with PvE, and then I did a ton of PvP related stuff like that. But yeah, other than that, like I typically don't go for summons or anything. So other than just like any kind of shout outs or tips or whatever, that's completely fine. I don't know what else we can do other than just get good. It's probably the only way. Yeah, so holy damage, that was something that was mentioned before. I probably could infuse with holy if I have the thing for it. Oh, I got a hit right there. Nice. And then also to separate the horse, you have to go left or right and then forward, I believe. Or even dodge them early on the pop-up, because they overlap a little bit with that type of recovery from the roll, I guess. I don't know if it's easier to actually roll that with medium roll, because the distance would change your placement in between them. Okay, wait, let's go back and check the infusion on this. Oh, wait, what? Oh, yeah. So Craig Blade, remove these from cold surface, apply Iron Ball, yes. And then if he's immune to cold, is magic worth doing at all, or is that kind of stupid? Dodge left and it works. Yeah, going sideways helps, because like if you're heading towards him, they're so close together. Magic is fine. Is magic better than heavy for this one, though? Also, I probably shouldn't waste too many rune arcs, but I kind of want to learn the phase 2 really quickly right now so we can get something done. Also, I forgot you can buff at the bottom too. You remember he's very weak to fire, really? Okay. Man, everything keeps pointing me in the direction of getting that fire whetstone thing. Oh, man. The one that's in Red Man. Oh, nice. Okay. I didn't die. That helps. And learn. Not sure if I was supposed to be able to punish that way. Then when he gets back on here, I think we can do some damage. Just want regular hits on that. Horse is fine. Oh, he doesn't actually do a lot of damage, to be honest. Nice. So this is going to be a little bit of an easier one to learn for the beginning, at least. Nice. That was perfect. I wonder if he input read that or if it was like just a coincidence. Suko, what's up, dude? Some enemies in the Elden Ring DLC. Putrescent Knight is weak to holy damage. They take significant amount of damage from attacks based on this attribute, which is great if you're running a faith build. Yeah, weak to holy was something that I even knew that myself, ironically, because we learned that in the first playthrough. But yeah, like what kind of holy damage can I even really do with this setup is the question. Wait, let me switch this back. And then we'll trade. When we do the talisman swap, I'll do it with the other one. So it's like right below. Double slam he does with the scythe is very easy to punish if you roll into him. Okay. Waiting for November 8th and November 14th. What are those dates? Black Knife Smoke. Someone was saying Black Knife Teach or whatever the hell it's called is pretty good for this one. On the first playthrough, someone mentioned that. It's funny that I can't hit him right there. It's like he's immune or something. Oh, I almost ended up where he was. I want to jump and then get risky with it and get hit midair. Ooh, okay, boomerang. Two slams. Horse slam, and then does he follow up? It's pretty quick. Not bad though. Easy. Ooh. Oh, and then he does that, and then he does multiples of those. I remember that one, but I don't remember it comboing out of the other attacks. Black Knife Teach damn near soloed Radagon and Elden Beast for you? Really? Damn. November 8th is the next Pokemon set, and 14 is Dragon Quest III Remake. Oh, okay, okay, cool. Nice. Rolling, what's up, dude? Collecting objects. If you're asking me, Francisco, I have some collections of things. They're not really like big or anything. And I'm not a fan of collecting things anymore. I had a little phase because I made a business out of flipping collectibles. And I paid for a lot of like my more important collection with the profit from flipping stuff. So I basically made the stuff pay for itself. Took a bit of extra money out of it and then just stopped. So I got into it more for the thrill of that than actually having the things. But I do have some things that are worth a little bit right now. And stuff to be sent off to be graded and all that. But nothing super impressive. Just it was kind of a fun thing to do during COVID. Oh my god. Or not even, was it even during COVID? No, it was like a little bit after, or still technically during COVID, but like a little bit after, like the peak of it or something. Ooh, but yeah, like nowadays, if anything, if someone wants to buy all the collections of every single thing I have, I will literally let go of everything. Doesn't matter. There's no sentimental value to any of it. And like even the personal stuff I have that I'd grade, and then any Like my Cuphead collection, I do want to complete it before I sell it, but I probably will sell it at some point too. So yeah, there's no value beyond just it was a fun experience. Like nothing's displayed, everything's put away. Actually, you could probably even see I sold the whole Spider-Man collection from the 90s as well. And there was a really cool story with who bought it, who actually ended up coming to the door. I actually knew the guy, and I didn't even know it was going to be him when he showed up. So that was a cool story. And then I'm basically just trying to get rid of the Star Wars, older Star Wars stuff. And then in terms of action figures, I think that's all I have. And then I have some newer stuff that, like, in the future will probably be more valuable. But not any complete collections or anything like that. Ooh. Oh my god. Can get Sacred Blade for Holy Infusion in Shaded Woods Church America. Shaded Woods Church America. Sacred Blade. Wait. I know where that is. That's over here, right? Abandoned Church, or am I thinking? Is this Shaded Woods? Is that what it's called? I'm trying to remember. There isn't a boss fight you loathe more than Commander Neil? The one that's in the Castle Soul or whatever it is, or the like frigid area, mountaintops. When did we get channel points back? Oh, that was like a week ago or so. I'm glad you noticed though. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying the channel points. It's kind of hard to do much with it when people aren't running bets or doing anything else. Like I think I need a moderator to help with that, but I did bring them back. And you can turn off like those advertised messages. Like you can change the features on it. Before, when it was newer, like the advertised message would take up so much space it would be hard to see certain things. Oh, you can actually hit them during that. Nice. Cool. Got greedy there. Got greedy and panicky, I think, because I didn't need to worry about hitting him too many times. We just want to see what the openings are like. Basically, we could like underdo the aggression on this one. It's pretty easy to survive. Oh, I didn't change back to the Amber Medallion. Would you guys ever jump into a hole that's that deep? If someone told you you would live and then you saw them literally jump in and they lived, would you do it? Especially if they're like, oh my god, it's so cool down here, like amazing, like, and then they also came back to the surface, proving that you could get back safely, and then jumped in again. Oh my god, you would? That's pretty funny, actually. It's a weird question because it's like, when are you ever gonna have that happen? But like, what if like the one time you jump after they jumped and came back safely, it wouldn't work? I would definitely need like at least consecutive days worth of people doing it over and over and over again, like a lot of experiments. Like it would have to be like borderline made like a thing, like an attraction of some sort where people go. Oh yeah, I forgot that we have to have this on to begin the fight. Ooh, okay. Just gonna try to see if I can only punish when he gets back on the horse, and then double slam, and maybe like a tiny hit in between the quick attacks that he does. Nothing else. And very, very short attack windows too. Okay, he can do that too. One, and then it's not worth it. This one I recognize a little bit. Oh, you know what? Wait. He goes backwards. Left. Maybe I should roll backwards when he goes backwards too. Might be better. Like I want to kind of trail him a little bit closer. Kind of happened in the one scene from Lost Boys. So actually I've never seen the full movie before. I think it was on TV and I saw part of it at one point, but I've never actually watched that. Is it worth it? A month of 100% success rate between hundreds of people. Yes, there we go. Oh man. Also, Tarnish, I am gonna go and get that Sacred Blade Holy Infusion tomorrow if we don't have this down very quickly. So as long as I can actually use it on level 1, that's the only issue is like, can I actually use it? Even with certain talismans, and is it a big bonus? Because I remember Holy Damage did pretty good on the first playthrough character that we used. I think the way I killed him before was literally just punching him like once in a while. One of the best vampire flicks. It's a vampire movie. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know that. I thought it was literally something else. I just remember there was someone with like crazy hair in like a thing, like a picture I saw from it or something. Maybe I'm confusing with something else, but I swear to God, there was a dude with like crazy hair or something in the movie. And that's like one thing I remember. And I feel like they were inside a restaurant or something like that. That's like the image that pops in my head is that when I think of it. It's like, well, you know what? It's sorry to tell you, but there was no dude in the movie the whole time at all that had hair, and also there's no restaurant. All the vampires were outside and bald. Unfortunate. Yeah, going backwards really helped there. Nice. Oh, can't see. Ooh, he's doing a lot of attacks. Okay, interesting. It sometimes looks like his animations of stopping his movement are actual attacks too. Because like the horse can't keep itself like level, right? He's like falling all over the place. Dude just frostbit me. Oh my God. Okay, guys, I don't think we're gonna beat this within the next like minute or two. I have streamed a little bit longer than we planned to today. I definitely need to eat food. I haven't had a meal today that's like solid, literally. Just made a quick snack, so I need to eat. And then we will be back again tomorrow. So my goal for tomorrow is basically beat this. Hopefully beat something that's on the level of Radon or Bale as well. And then we literally just have like very, very small things left to do. So it should only take about like 2 more long streams, maybe 3 medium-sized ones at the most to do this. Story time. Once upon a time, I was going to end the stream and I needed to eat food. So I decided to click the button that went to the final screen. But before that, though, everyone was thrown off because I didn't do it. I beelined straight to the dashboard to find a person to raid while still talking about the story that kept people so captivated they didn't leave with any notion thinking I was ending, and they got surprised about the abrupt ending of the game being played on the screen, fading to black, mysteriously cutting out to the Bandai Namco logo, and then just disappearing altogether, in which spawned the dashboard that I needed oh so dearly back onto the main monitor for me to try to raid somebody when I'm not even apparently live on Twitch. How's that even possible? Okay, cool. I'm going to host somebody anyways. It says I'm not even live, so